All right. If you'll basically close your book and look at the front cover, you'll notice that the label says this is an introduction to the Constitution. 4th of July, we celebrated 225-year anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Back in 1983, I started studying the IRS in particular and the U.S. Constitution in general. So I've been studying the Constitution for about 18 years. Now, I've tried to condense that 225 years of history and that 18 years of study into an 8-hour class. This is going to be incredibly superficial. I am going to open up all sorts of cans of worms. And at the end, I anticipate that you will have far more questions than you do right now. So I'm going to be covering the material relatively quickly. It's supposed to basically get you started and give you a good foundation. Now I know that this particular group is a little bit more familiar with the way things really are. And I definitely am willing to handle any of your questions toward the end of the class. I started out with a 48-page handout, and there was too much information to cover in 8 hours. And so I added information. We're now up to 66 pages, if that makes any sense to anybody. So we are going to go through this relatively quickly, but this is, again, only an introduction, but it's an important foundation. Even those of you that are talking about, really important issues, maybe a little bit more sophisticated issues, it's always good to go back and reestablish what your foundation is. And then it makes your high-level arguments just that much more secure. Now, before I've even started the class, I've had several people point out to me that the flag is upside down. I am a lot of things. Dyslexic is not one of them. Anybody have any idea why the flag is upside down?
Flag upside down usually means trouble.
It's a distress signal, and it's an emergency, a sign of emergency. I have the flag upside down deliberately because, from my point of view, the United States is definitely in dire trouble. And the trouble stems from the fact that people living here in the United States have no idea what type of government they have. They don't know the difference between a democracy and a republic. They don't know what their rights are. And they are incapable of controlling Congress and keeping it within the constitutional box that they're supposed to be in. So the flag is upside down because I am very, very concerned. Now, in the back of the book, I have all sorts of little handouts. We will talk about those eventually. You're welcome to look at them. Those are all yours. We just did a quid pro quo exchange. You can do anything you want with them. But when I go through them, mine are in the same order that yours are. So if you don't want to be fumbling around looking for the new ones, you can kind of keep yours in the same order. Now, inside the front cover, you should have a copy of the Constitution. Many of you already have copies, but it would be totally inappropriate to teach a class on the Constitution without actually giving you a copy. One of the things that surprises most people is that it's so small. I mean, there's really not a lot here. And the purpose of the Constitution is to set up a form of government. Basically to establish the principles that are involved, not what the law actually says. So you could sit down and read the Constitution cover to cover in about 15 or 20 minutes. We're going to try to spend about 8 hours understanding it. Now, most of the page numbers that I reference will be in the handout. This is if you'll notice at the bottom of all the pages, I have Session 9. ICP 21 is my abbreviation for Introduction to the Constitution for Patriots of the 21st Century. And then it's Session 9. I've taught 8 of these classes before. Now that you have paid for this class, you can attend any of my future classes for free. There's a lot of information here, and some of it goes in one ear and out the other. So if you want to attend one of my future classes, you've already paid for it, just show. I mean, it'd be nice to let you know that you're coming, but you're not going to have to pay for it again. Just show up. Right? If you call me with questions on the phone, my first question to you is, which session are you looking at? I keep a copy of all of these documents because I keep adding information to it. And the page numbers change. So if you're asking me questions, I want to know which session you're on so that I can get my copy and we can literally be on the same page. If I say go look at page 22, that's where your answer is. I want your page 22 to be the same page 22. Right? So I print, copies for each session that I teach, and it has your date there as well. Now, if you'll go to page 2, I have a tentative schedule. This is the schedule that I'm going to try to keep on. Now, if you have questions, please raise your hand. Frequently, I will, say, well, we're about to cover that, and I'll just put you off. I will answer questions, however, briefly. If I answer all of your questions during the day, we're never going to get finished by 6. So my goal is to try to get finished as close to 6 o'clock as possible, and then once we're formally finished, anybody that has prior commitments, they can leave. I promise to stay and answer questions as long as there are people here to ask. So we will just try to save those questions until the end. Whenever we reference the Constitution, I will hold up the book and so you know which page numbers we're talking about. Now, let's turn to page 3 and get started. I have a few quotes which hopefully explain why I am here, why I've driven all the way from Austin to be here today. The first quote is from Dr. Benjamin Rush. You probably have never heard of him, but Mr. Rush says, "Education is favorable to liberty. Freedom can only exist in a society of knowledge. Without learning, men are incapable of knowing their rights. And where learning is confined to a few people, liberty can neither be equal nor universal." So you have to know your rights before you can protect them. And he said that in 1786. Another person that you have heard of, I'm sure, is Daniel Webster. And Daniel says, "I apprehend no danger to our country from a foreign foe. Our destruction, should it come at all, will be from another quarter, from the inattention of the people to the concerns of their government. From their carelessness and negligence, I must confess that I do apprehend some danger. I fear that they may place too implicit a confidence in their public servants, and fail properly to scrutinize their conduct. That in this way they may be made the dupes of designing men, and become the instruments of their own undoing. Make them intelligent, and they will be vigilant. Give them the means of detecting the wrong, and they will apply the remedy." So my purpose here is to try to make you intelligent. I'm not going to tell you what to do or which congressman to write to. I'm just going to take the Constitution and show you what the Constitution says. I will ask you to read it for yourself. And then we will draw our own conclusions about what Congress can and cannot do. And then when you sit there somewhat shocked and stunned, then you can decide how to fix the problem. Now, many of you have never met me. Some of you have seen me give a short presentation before. Let me tell you up front that I am an iconoclast. Now, an iconoclast is defined as a breaker or destroyer of images, one who attacks cherished beliefs and traditional institutions as being based on error or superstition. Unfortunately, most of what you think you know about the United States is wrong. How many people here know that the Declaration of Independence was signed on 4th of July, 1776? Everybody who raised their hand is wrong. Okay? The Declaration of Independence was authorized by the committee on the 4th of July. They took it out and had 28 copies made, and eventually it was signed by August 2nd. And you can come up and read the document here that gives you that information. A small piece of trivia, perhaps it doesn't mean anything, but having the Declaration of Independence signed on the 4th of July is something that we've all just taken for knowledge, for truth. And it's not. And again, most of what we have been taught about the United States, we've been misled or just misinformed. Now, the very first topic is the difference between rights and privileges. This topic is fundamental to everything else that we are going to learn. That's why I put it first. Everybody's just shown up this morning. Probability that you're going to fall asleep on me in the first 30 minutes is less than, the probability that you'll be dozing at the end. So if you are going to stay awake for any information, stay awake for this. If you don't understand this, the rest of the class is basically hot air. A right is defined as a power, privilege, faculty, or demand inherent in one person and incident upon another. Generally defined as powers of free action. Something that you have the sovereign authority to do because there is no higher authority to get permission from. There's nobody to ask. You've heard the expression, the buck stops here. That means you're it. You make the final decisions. That's what sovereignty is all about. You are endowed by your Creator with certain unalienable rights. You don't have to ask. Now, this is the exact opposite of a privilege. A privilege is defined as a particular and peculiar benefit or advantage enjoyed by a person, company, or class beyond the common advantages of other citizens. A particular right, advantage, exemption, power, franchise, or immunity held by a person or class not generally possessed by others. A temporary authority granted to you by someone of a higher authority. Let me give you an example. If I walk out of the back door of my house and I walk out onto my land, I can walk back and forth, back and forth, back and forth across my land all day long. Do I have to ask anybody for permission? No. It is my land. I own the property. And because I own the property, I have a right to do anything I want with that property. And if I want to walk back and forth across it, I will. Now, let us presuppose that you have the property or the land right next door. Let us further presuppose that I want to walk to the store, which is just across your land. Can I walk back and forth across your land anytime I want? No. I have to get permission. It is a privilege for me to walk across your land. Why? Because I don't own your land. You own your land. You have complete and total authority to do whatever you want with your land. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, you may decide to let me walk across your land. We're next door neighbors, we're buddies, we go out, socializing together. So there's no reason that I shouldn't walk across your land. Yes, you may. On Thursday, you may wake up on the wrong side of the bed. You may have had a fight with your significant other. You may just be in a bad mood. You don't have to have a good reason. You just have to have a reason. And you can say, no, you may not walk across my land. You have to walk around. So walking across your land is a privilege granted to me by someone of higher authority, the owner of the property, you. That privilege can be revoked at any time. Yes, you may. No, you may not. Yes, you may. No, you may not. And I have no control over that. One of the fundamental problems in the United States is that the government has convinced us that we have certain privileges granted to us by the government. Excuse me, I have rights endowed to me by my Creator. Where does the government get power? We, the people, grant the government privileges. The power comes from us and goes to government, not the other way around. Now, there are some important sub-layer concepts with rights. One of which is that rights are derived from property. In my example, I can walk back and forth across my property because it's my property. I can do anything I want if I own it. So anytime you get into a dispute as to who's got the right to do this, that, or the other thing, the real question that should be asked is, who owns the property? If you can identify the owner of the property, the question answers itself. The owner of the property can do whatever they want. Now, we frequently hear the phrase, constitutional rights. I hate that phrase. Stop using that phrase. Do not say constitutional rights. The reason that I hate that phrase is because constitutional rights sounds like the Constitution grants us rights. If you are granted something, is it a right or a privilege? It's a privilege. It is impossible to grant someone a right. It's a contradiction in terms. It's like a round square. It's the opposite. Like jumbo shrimp. You just cannot have a right which is granted. Now, there is a second concept that... let me continue on this property. You have a right to life. Where does that right to life come from? Well, property. Who owns your body? I hope it's you. What are you if someone else owns your body? You're a slave. So, basically, if you are not a slave, then you own your own body. Can you do whatever you want with your body? Yes. Now, is smoking good for you? No, that's pretty much, okay. But if you want to put a cigarette in your mouth and smoke it, it's your body. Do what you want. It's not up to me to tell you what to do with your property. I mean, I don't recommend it. But you're the property owner. Now, John Adams said, the moment the idea is admitted into society that property is not as sacred as the law of God, and that there is not a force of law and public justice to protect it, anarchy and tyranny commence. The law of property is the most important law. Period. Even a 2-year-old understands property. Mine. Mine. That's mine. They don't understand it well, but they do understand that owning property is important. And as we get older, somehow we lose sight of that fact. We need to be just a little bit more like a 2-year-old to go, that's mine. And we have to be willing to defend that property. Somebody jumps into your car and starts driving away, what do? Say, oh gosh, I better call the insurance company. Or do you chase after them and try to get your car back? It's your property. Now, most of you do not own half the things that you think that you own. There is a concept known as allodial title. Allodial title means that you own it. I mean, the way that we think of when we say that you own something. Allodial title is generally referred to when we talk about land. If you own the land in allodial title, then you genuinely own the land. How many people went to a real estate agent when they bought their house? Okay, when you go to a real estate agent, are you buying property or real estate? There is a difference. When you buy real estate, you purchase everything from the ground up. You own the house, you own the trees, but you do not own the earth that it sits on. Can you go out in your backyard and drill for oil? No. Why? Because there's an ordinance against it? If it's your property, can you do whatever you want with your property? And if I can't drill for oil in my backyard, then apparently I don't own the property. Do you pay property taxes? Why? Who are you paying property taxes to? If it's yours, why would you have to give somebody else money? And the truth of the matter is that you do not own the land. You own the house on top of the land, but you are renting the actual land. And unless you have allodial title to the land, it is not yours. Now, we will talk about allodial title when we get to the history of the United States. When we broke off with England, people in the American continent here, the people in the United States, were the first people allowed to own land in allodial title. Prior to that, everything was owned by the king. Now, there are 50 states in the United States. Only one currently still allows you to own land in allodial title. And you are all very, very lucky because that state is Texas. However, most people in Texas still do not own their land in allodial title. Learning how to own your land in allodial title is another class that I haven't written yet. Now, let's talk about property. I want to really have you understand it. Let us presume that I own my land in allodial title, the way that we think of when we own something. Now, if it's my land, and I have this stack of lumber on my land, can I take that stack of lumber and nail it together in the shape of a house? Yes. Why is that? Why can I build that house? Because it's my land. It's my wood. It's all my property. And I can do whatever I want with my property. I don't have to ask anybody for permission. So now I build this house on my property. And I look at that house 2 weeks later and I go, well, I've changed my mind. I really don't want that particular house. Can I take all those nails out and disassemble that house and stack the lumber back up?
Yes.
Yes, because it is my property. I can rearrange my property and make it, put it in any shape I want. Well, it took me a long time. It was a lot of work to nail all that stuff together. And it's going to be a lot more work to, pull it apart and stack it up again. And the wood's not that important to me. Can I light a match and burn that house down? Some people say yes, some people say no. Is it arson? No, it's not arson. I can burn my own house down if I want. It's my house. If I have a chair in the kitchen, I go, I really don't like this chair. Can I break it up and throw it in the fireplace? Yes, I can burn the chair because it's my property. Why can't I build a house? Burn the house. It's just a bigger chunk of property. So I have a right to burn down my own house, and it's not arson. Unless I have insurance out on it. Now, if I have insurance on the house and I burn it down, that's fraud. I'm going to be thrown in jail not for burning the house down, but for lying to the insurance company and trying to get their money if I try to collect. That's where the problem is. So you have to really understand rights. And if you understand property, you have some idea where rights come from. All right derives from property. And you can do whatever you want with your property. Now, there's another, I want to warn you that the government is trying to take your property away. They want your stuff. They are stealing your car, in effect. Are you going to chase after them? Now, I have a quote that says, "Every man holds his property subject to the general right of the community to regulate its use to whatever degree the public welfare may require it." What does that mean? Like, okay, it's your house, and we're going to let you have that as long as it's okay with us. We're going to vote on whether or not you can build the house. We're going to vote on whether or not you can burn the house down. Who's in charge? You? I thought it was your property. Guess who said that? That was
A traitor.
Theodore Roosevelt, President of the United States. These are socialist ideas. All right? Now, the second important concept that derives from right is that every single right has a responsibility. You cannot have one without the other. You cannot have a right without responsibility. You cannot have a responsibility without a right. It is impossible. Just the same way, I cannot have a heads without a tails. If I've got one, I've got the other. They're opposite sides of the same coin. Now, your right holds the responsibility of exercising that right properly. Does a 6-year-old child have a right to life? Anybody say no? Good. All right? A 6-year-old does have a right to life. Why? Because that 6-year-old owns its body. Your body is the first property that you own. As you come into the world, on the day of your birth, you are a property owner. You know, it's tiny, it's pink, and it's crying, but that's your property. Now, does a 6-year-old have a right to keep a weapon on their hip? Can they walk around with a concealed weapon? Generally not. Even I, strong Second Amendment supporter, would not give a gun to a 6-year-old. Why? Because a 6-year-old does not have the mental capacity to understand their responsibility. A 6-year-old does not quite understand that death is permanent and irreversible. On the cartoons and on TV, you can shoot somebody and they go, "Ah!" And then 5 seconds later they jump up and go, "Okay, next." It's all pretend. Well, death is not pretend. It is permanent and it is real, and you cannot undo it. So if you are walking around with a gun and you are capable of taking someone else's life, you better not make a mistake. A 6-year-old is not smart enough to make those decisions. So we deny the 6-year-old the right to exercise carrying a gun and exercising the Second Amendment. It is not because that child is not an American. So, every right that you have has a responsibility. If you go into a theater, everybody says that it's against the law, that your freedom of speech is limited and you cannot yell fire in a crowded theater. Wrong! You cannot yell fire in a crowded theater if there is no fire. Why? Because you are responsible for all those people running out of the theater, tripping over each other, breaking their legs, and maybe getting hurt. You are also responsible to the theater owner for all the money that he lost when those people didn't get to see the movie. And you are responsible to each of those people for the money that they paid to see the movie, and you interrupted it, by exercising your freedom of speech. Now, if you are in the theater and all of a sudden you look under the seats and you see a fire, are you violating, anybody's rights by going, "Fire"? No, you could be a hero. You can actually get everybody out of the theater and save everybody's life. So yelling "fire" in a theater is not a limitation on your First Amendment rights of freedom of speech. What is a limit is your responsibility not to hurt anybody physically with what you say. Now, if I say, "Gosh, you're really ugly," did I hurt your feelings? Perhaps. Have I, extended or overextended my right to freedom of speech? No. I have a freedom of speech to say anything I want, even if you don't like it. That's what freedom of speech is all about. We're going to talk more about that when we get to the Bill of Rights. This topic is all about rights and privileges. A right you don't have to ask. A privilege somebody else of higher authority is giving you permission. And you have to understand what are rights and what are privileges. Rights derive from property. Do you have a right to walk into a restaurant and say, "I'm hungry, feed me," for free? Do you have a right to eat? No. You have a right to eat if it's your food. If it's your property, you can put it anywhere you want, even down your throat. But you do not have a right to anyone else's property. That is a contradiction in terms. If it's not your property, you don't have a right. So you cannot go into a restaurant and say, "Feed me for free," because the food is not your property. It belongs to somebody else. Do you have a right to free health care? No. Where does your health care come from? Are you going to walk into a doctor's office and say, "Cure me for free"? No, somebody's got to pay that doctor. You want somebody walking into your office and saying, "Okay, I want you to provide service to me for free"? You wouldn't do it. So why would you go into somebody else's office and demand service for free? You say, "Well, I'm not demanding service. The doctor's getting paid." By who? Well, the government or the insurance company pays the money. Really? Where does the government and the insurance company get their money? From somebody else. So do you have a right to somebody else's property? No, not even if the government is giving it to you. So you do not have a right to health care. You do not have a right to your children's education. You do not have a right to anybody else's property. You only have a right to your property. If you worked for it, you built it, you acquired it, this is mine. I worked for it. It is not yours. And that's where rights draw the line from property. Anytime you have a question about rights, ask yourself, who owns the property? Does anybody have any questions on property, rights, or privileges?
So when are you going to have your allodial title class? How close are you to having that thing ready?
Not very close. I'm doing research. I do have books that tell me how to do that. And I have several people who want that particular class.
Yes, and we are one of those people when we get there.
Okay.
Well, if we can't own the land, do we have to pay taxes on the buildings that we put up on it? Or just the land?
Now, you own the buildings.
Right.
Once you have paid for the buildings, you've paid for the buildings, and that's, you get the title to the buildings. But you don't own the land, which is why they are able to continually collect taxes from you.
Yeah, but they tax the buildings on the land.
Only until it's paid off. Once you've paid it off. My parents own their own home, and the bank note is gone. That brick house belongs to my parents. Now they can dig it up and take it with them. That's fine, but they do not own the land that house
You
sits
put
on.
up a shed.
Whose land are you putting the shed on? It's not your land. Unless you can show me the allodial title to the land, it's not your land.
So they're charging me for that building I'm putting on that land?
They're charging you rent for putting that building on their land.
And they base the amount of rent by the quality of the building on it.
Well, they can base that rent on anything they want. It's their land. They don't have to have a good reason. They say, well, you got white hair, so this week people who have white hair pay a 10% increase.
They just make the reasons look good.
They invent reasons that sound plausible, and we go along with it. But you do not own. If you're paying property taxes, you do not own the land. This is another fallacy that we've had. We've taken that for granted for so long that we don't even question it anymore. Let me
Am I
give you
paying taxes because I don't know any better?
Yeah.
If I know better, I don't have to pay taxes?
Basically, that's true.
Will they explain it to me then, that it's because I don't know?
No, the government is not doing anything for your benefit. So they are not going to help you at all. In fact, they are going to make your life as miserable as possible. And they are very good at that. So you have to know it, and you have to assert your rights. The Bill of Rights says that you have freedom of speech and freedom of religion. If you stand up and start talking and I say, sit down and shut up, and you do you have freedom of speech? You say, well, gosh, it's written right over here. So what? The Bill of Rights did not give you your freedom of speech. And it's not freedom of speech if it's only the stuff that I agree with. If you and I agree, well, then you don't need freedom of speech because we're cheering for the same baseball team. It's when you get up and say something that I don't particularly like, and I try to shut you up, that you go, no, I'm not going to sit down. I am going to stand here, and I am going to say what I think. I have freedom of speech, and I'm willing to fight for it. Thomas Jefferson said that you only have the rights that you are willing to fight and die for. So you have to know your rights and you have to assert them. And again, once we get to the Bill of Rights, I'll give you a little anecdote that shows that. As far as allodial title, let me give you a little bit better example because it's easier to understand. When you purchase a car, how many people purchase a car paying cash? Well, that's good. If you can pay cash for a car, that's great. Did you also get the manufacturer's statement of origin? No. Well, then you basically wasted some of your money. Every automobile that comes off the assembly line has a piece of paper associated with it, a birth certificate for that particular car. And it is called a manufacturer's statement of origin, or MSO. Now, most of us who are mere mortals, we go in and we buy a car with a bank loan. Now, the bank pays the money and we get a payment coupon book from the bank. Now, that MSO generally is transferred to the state. The state will microfiche it and then put it through the shredder. So the MSO no longer physically exists, it's just on film. Now you spend 3, 4, or 5 years paying off the car. Most of us, eventually get that far. And now it's your car, right? What does the bank send you? They send you a certificate of title. If I give you a gift certificate, do you have the gift or do you have a piece of paper that represents that gift? You just have the piece of paper. You have to go someplace and turn in the gift certificate in order to get your gift. Well, if I give you a certificate of title, do you have the title or a piece of paper that represents that title? You have a piece of paper. You are co-owner of that car. Who else is the owner? The state. Now, let's pretend you and I are friends. We go out Saturday and we buy a car together. You put down $10,000, I put down $10,000, and we buy this car. And well, you go ahead and drive it first. You take the keys. So now you take the keys, you drive it, put gas in it, change the oil, and you've got it all year. I never got a chance to drive the car. Don't you think you should pay me money for my half of the car? Don't you think you should pay rent for driving around my two wheels? Yeah. So does the state. The state is co-owner of your car. They're going to let you drive it. They're going to let you put the oil in it and leave the trunk cluttered with all of your stuff. But they are co-owner and they want rent. It's called registration. That's why you have to pay a registration fee every year, because you are paying the state, rent on their part of the ownership of your car. Now, if you go into a car dealer with $20,000 in cash and say, I will buy that car and I want the manufacturer's statement of origin, I have no idea what their reaction is going to be. They're probably going to stutter a lot. But I know people who have actually gotten the manufacturer's statement of origin. It is now their car. They own it in a allodial title, 100%. They do not register it. They do not pay taxes on it. Nothing. It's theirs. Somebody have a question?
The only way you'll get that in the state of Texas is you'll have to sign a statement stating that you first of all have to have an out-of-state address or out-of-country address, and you have to sign a statement stating that you're exporting the car out of the state. Otherwise, a dealer, I don't care how much cash you give him, he's required by his laws of being a dealer, actually his agreement for being a dealer in the state of Texas is another whole issue, not to give you that. So the easiest way to do it is if you live in Texas, is go to Arkansas or go somewhere else and buy it, like Jim Farmer did. He has the certificate on his car.
Didn't bring it back to Texas?
Bring it back to Texas, and you don't have to put nothing on it.
Wow, let me get it here.
So when we talk about property, most of us don't really understand ownership. Possession is one thing, but possession is only 9/10 of the law. You need ownership in order to have complete control.
Can you just send off to the state with a certificate and say, I want mine?
I don't think that will work. I've tried to do that with California, and I'm still struggling with that issue. I don't know anybody personally who has managed to do that after the fact. Everybody that I know who has done it has gone and purchased the car brand new off the lot.
I tried that. I sent a registered letter to the state stating that they had obtained the car I bought. I'm the second owner, and I sent them an affidavit declaring pretty much what you said, and stated that they had obtained ownership, had obtained the manufacturer's statement of origin through a constructive fraud, and I demanded that they send me the complete file that they have on that automobile, and that if they did not assert a claim within 30 days, that they would no longer have a claim on it. And what they did was they sent me a letter back saying that they did not care to accept my invitation to a debate. was what they said. But basically, they gave up, as far as I'm concerned, they gave up their claim to it when they refused to assert one. But they did not send me not even copies of their documents.
Right. And that's one of the ways that you've got to handle it. You have to understand the law well enough to be able to assert it and to win it. And they may not have sent you the paperwork, but I don't think that they're going to come back and try to repossess the car or anything. I'd be really surprised if they did. Okay. This, again, is the most important concept of the entire class. Property, rights, and privileges. If you don't genuinely get it, please ask questions, because everything else that we talk about is based on this fundamental principle.
Would you have a defense for not having a license plate if you got the
The manufacturer's statement
yes,
of origin?
and then you went down and tried to register it, but you wouldn't give it to the state, and therefore they wouldn't give you a license?
Why would you register it?
Well, to try to comply with their laws, I guess.
Why would you try to comply with their laws?
Well, so that I would have an excuse or a reason for...
Why do you need an excuse?
Well, wait just a minute. If a policeman stops me and tries to give me a ticket, then I can say, I did try to register it. I did try to get license plate. That's my defense.
A better defense is that you don't need a driver's license. You don't need a
But
license.
they don't understand that.
If you have the manufacturer's statement of origin, that's all you need. Now, the fact that the police officer is uneducated and doesn't understand that, that's just kind of the way life is. And your life will be a whole lot easier if you get the driver's license and you get the license plate. That if you want easy, go along with the flow. If you want freedom, you're going to have to buck the system. Freedom is not free. It's not easy. And as we are learning, freedom isn't for everybody. And I understand if you don't want to spend the time and the hassle and you don't want to be arguing with police officers on the side of the road, have a driver's license, get your license plate, keep everything up to date. Not everybody, is prepared or ready to go through that kind of hassle. Because it is. The government is going to make your life as miserable as they possibly can. Because you are not following the system. And that's what they want. They want you to follow the system. Because that way they can control you and put you where they want you. That's not freedom.
Freedom is not free.
Freedom is not free. It is a lot of work.
Number plates will drive on this day, even numbers will drive on that day. When does that infringe upon?
One last thing about rights. The only limitation on your rights is the equal rights of others. You can do anything you want as long as you do not violate someone else's rights. And again, this is a real clear distinction. Property is mine or yours. If it's my property, I can do anything I want. If it's your property, I better ask. So as long as I don't destroy your property, then I'm fine. I can do anything I want. That's the fundamental ideal here in the United States. Now, I'm on page 5. John Dickinson said, "Kings or parliaments could not give you the rights essential to happiness. We claim them from a higher source, from the King of Kings, the Lord of all earth. They are not annexed to us by parchments and seals. They are created in us by decrees of providence." So the Constitution is wonderful, but it doesn't give you anything. Now, in I believe this is a Supreme Court case called Hale versus Henkel. The Supreme Court said that the individual may stand upon his constitutional rights as a citizen. He is entitled to carry on his own business in his own way. His power to contract is unlimited. This is good news and bad news. That means that you can sign a contract to do anything you want. That's good news. The bad news is that's exactly what the government has used to basically put us in the situation that we are in. You have signed contracts with the government that you are not aware that you have signed. Now, another ruling here says that the general rule is that an unconstitutional statute, although having the form and name of law, is in reality no law, but is wholly void and ineffective for any purpose, since unconstitutionally dates from the time of its enactment, and not merely from the date of the decision branding it so. So, if I pass a law that tries to make slavery legal, and we do that for about 10 years, and somebody says, wait a minute, I think slavery is illegal and unconstitutional. It doesn't become unconstitutional 10 years from now. It's unconstitutional to start with. It was never a law in the first place. Now, I have just a few more minutes here before we take a break, but I would like to leave you with some interesting questions that we will try to answer a little bit later. Okay? If I have a right to keep and bear arms, why do I have to get a concealed carry permit? Doesn't a permit give me permission? Permission is related to a privilege. If I have a right, that's a contradiction. You cannot give me a permission to exercise a right. It's a contradiction. And privileges are generally identified by a permit or a license, a piece of paper that somebody gives me says, okay, you have a license to drive. Why do I need a license to drive if I have a right to travel? And more importantly, if I get a marriage license, what does that marriage license give me permission to do that I could not do before the marriage license? And who is giving me that permission? And where did they get the power to give me that permission? And where did the first marriage license start with in the first place? Think about those things. We're going to take about a 10-minute break and then we'll come back. Okay. You should have mentioned it because I could have brought it.
We don't forget things about live ammo. And hyper rifle. 50 caliber.
All right, if we can get seated, we'll get started. So before we went on the break, I left you with some questions that I hope were a little bit perplexing. And, the idea of rights versus privileges. Now, the Texas Constitution has several articles in it, and the very first article in the Texas Constitution is the Bill of Rights. Why is Article 1 the Bill of Rights?
Because that's the most important thing, and the rest of the Constitution should support that.
Right. Why do we have any government? Why don't we just say, well, let's get rid of government, we'll just have an anarchy? Why do we have any government at all? What's the purpose of government? To protect your rights. The Declaration of Independence says that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. So that the purpose of government is to secure the rights. Well, in a hypothetical situation, let's assume that we all love each other, we're all friends, we just, hug and sway back and forth and sing Kumbaya. All right? If everybody loves each other, there's nothing for the government to do. It's only when I back over your mailbox and you want to start beating my brains out with a baseball bat that the government steps in and says, well, wait a minute, let's settle this peacefully. That's the only purpose for government. So, if you're going to have a constitution for Texas, the purpose of that government is to protect your rights. So you have to list what rights are being protected. That's why almost every state constitution lists the Bill of Rights first. The U.S. Constitution was basically backwards. They wrote the Constitution and they went, oh gosh, we kind of forgot. And so they added a Bill of Rights at the end. Kind of like a patch on the end, even before it really got started. Now, so if I have a right to do something, I don't require permission. So if I have a right to keep and bear arms, then I don't require a concealed carry permit. They are contradictions in terms. Did George Washington and Thomas Jefferson have gun permits? No, it was ridiculous. I mean, you were required to have a gun, basically to defend the United States. So, if they didn't have a gun permit, and we do now, where was the first gun permit? When did we write the first gun permit? Just after what we call the Civil War. It's actually a war between the states. If you have a right to do something, you don't have to ask for permission. White people had rights. Black people were slaves. They had no rights. Well, we passed the 13th Amendment, which says there's no more slavery. Well, gosh, if there's no more slavery, then blacks and whites are all the same, right? So you're going to give the black people guns after you've just had them in chains? And I don't think so. They may be a little upset with us. Giving them a gun may not be a real good idea this week. And so what we did was we gave blacks privileges. Okay? Well, this guy's not going to be really angry with it. We'll let him do it, but not this guy over here, because I can still see in his eyes he's angry. So blacks were given privileges with the 14th Amendment. How about a marriage license? Did Thomas Jefferson and George Washington have a marriage license? No. Today, just about everybody has one. Where was the first marriage license? Right after the Civil War. If two white people want to get married and have children, they have a right to do that. They can do anything they want with their property. Now, whites don't have to ask anybody for permission. Blacks we really didn't care. Two black people wanted to get together. We basically considered that animal husbandry. But what if a black person and a white person want to get married? Oh gosh, we can't have that. We can't allow a mixing of the races now, can we? The white person can do anything they want. The black person can't. The black person has to get permission. So the first marriage licenses were permission for interracial marriages. And I have a copy of Black's Law Dictionary. Now this is Black's Law 3rd edition. This is about 1870s, I think, somewhere in that time frame. And so it's an old book, and I've gotten a copy of it, and I've looked up marriage license. And it says, quote, a license or permission granted by public authority to persons who intend to intermarry. Right there in black and white. A marriage license is for mixed marriages. Well, eventually that was working so well that we just apply a marriage license to everybody. Why do you need permission? If you go to a wedding, how many people are in that contract? Well, you got the man, you got the woman, but that's not all. You've also got the state. The state is there giving you permission. Why? Because you asked. If you asked for permission, that's pretty good evidence that you needed permission. Why would you ask for permission if you don't need it? So you've got the man, the woman, and the state. There are 3 entities in this contract. So now the state has a vested interest in the outcome of this contract. Well, what is the general outcome of a marriage contract? You put a boy and a girl in a dark room for long enough, what's going to happen? Children. So now the state, because they are vested in this contract, they have a vested interest in the children. How can this social worker come to your door and say, you're not being a good parent, and take your kids away? Because they own them. If you have a marriage license, the state has partial ownership in your children. That's how they can demand that your children go to school. They want their children in school, government schools. Now, if you don't get a marriage license, if you just say, hey, you're pretty good looking, you want to sleep together? What do they call that? That's a common law marriage. That's probably the only phrase where anybody knows the phrase common law. Well, what is common law? Well, gosh, I don't know. That's what two people... No, it's not. Two people get married. It is a common law marriage because it is based on property. And we will get to Article 3 of the Constitution later this afternoon, and we will go into the levels of law in great detail. All right? Now, let's turn to page 6, and I want to bring up another concept. This is the concept of sovereignty. Sovereignty is the idea that you don't have to ask permission. You are the top banana. There's nobody to ask. I'm it. I am the decision maker. Now, sovereignty is defined as the status, dominion, power, or authority of a sovereign. Royalty, supreme and independent power or authority in government. Now, back in, let's say, the early 1700s or late 1600s, who was the sovereign in England? The king. He was the sovereign king. That's basically the only time we understand that word, is the sovereign king. Well, how did the king become sovereign? Well, there was a general idea referred to as the divine right of kings. Somewhere along the line, God smacked this guy in the head with his royal scepter, and he became the king. He had all of the rights because he had all of the property. Who owned England? The king. It was his country. He owned it.
Greatest common neighbor.
Okay? And, he just happened to be born to the right person, grew up in the right family, and they crowned him king. And everybody's going, okay, this is your land. Now, the king had all of the rights. All the people who live in England are subjects. They get privileges. If I'm the king, I'm going to give you the privilege of being the royal baker. And I'm going to let you be the royal blacksmith. And you can be the royal candlestick maker. There's a privilege. And I may not give it to anybody. You may be the only candle maker in the entire little shire. Isn't that great? No competition. Except if you piss me off, I'm going to take that privilege away from you. So the king had all of the power and would give out privileges to all of his subjects. Now, a lot of us got in boats, came to North America, and we started, building our houses here. Eventually, we signed the Declaration of Independence. What is the Declaration of Independence? It is a letter to King George. And in so many words, we told King George to put it where the sun doesn't shine. We no longer work for you. We are sovereign and independent. Instead of all this, instead of you getting all this power from God and then giving it out to us willy-nilly, we are going to cut out the middleman. We're not going to have a king anymore. God is going to endow us with the rights. We've got the unalienable rights. Directly from God. We don't need you anymore. And furthermore, when we finished with the Revolutionary War, we got a allodial title. Who owned North America prior to the Revolutionary War? The king. He sent his people in the boats, and he set up a flag, said, I hereby declare this land property of the king. Well, guess what? We took our property and said it belongs to us. We have rights. We have property. First time in human history. Amazing. So, we've got the Declaration of Independence. basically, which severs all of our ties with the king and makes us sovereign citizens. We've got all the power. Now, this is such an incredible change in the way that everything was going that they had to go back to England and explain it. Now, the William Pitt was one of our guys, and he went back to England after the Constitution was ratified, and he went to the House of Commons, basically Parliament, and he explained the way the situation was now. And he said, quote, "The poorest man may, in his cottage, bid defiance to all the forces of the crown." Can you imagine living in England and bidding defiance to the king? What happens when you tell the king no? You end up being short. You have no place for a hat. You never tell the king no. But here in the United States, people, the poorest man, may bid defiance to the king. Now we're talking about the shack. It says it may be frail. Its roof may shake. The wind may blow through it. The storms may enter. The rain may enter, but the King of England cannot enter. All his forces dare not cross the threshold of the ruined tenement. So how much power does the king have in the United States? Zip. None. Nada. Who's in charge? We are. We have 285 million sovereign citizens in the United States. 285 million kings and queens. If I own my land, I make the law. This is Badnarik's law. Now, I only have a little tiny kingdom, a couple thousand square feet. I can't come next door and make laws in your kingdom. That's your kingdom. You make the laws there. But here, I'm the king. It's good to be king. Right? Being sovereign doesn't mean, I've got this really great recliner so I can watch the Super Bowl. It means you are sovereign. You have nobody to answer to but yourself. And your queen standing next to you. Whatever she says. But that is basically the general idea. Now, the Constitution says, we the people ordain and establish the Constitution. When we the people wrote the Constitution, we create Congress. Now, if we create Congress, who works for who? Do they work for us, or do we work for them? Now, as far as I can tell, they're supposed to work for us. Now, there is a presumption of law that predates the Magna Carta. The Magna Carta was signed in 1215. So even before that, it was understood that the created can never be higher than the creator. If I make something, I've got to be more powerful than that because I created it. My father used to tell me when I was a boy, I brought you into this world, I can take you out. That's how we should respond to Congress. How did Congress show up? Has it always been there? No. We invented Congress. We, the people, created Congress. And if we don't like it, we can take them out. We can abolish Congress and start over from scratch if we, the people, feel that's what we need to do. We have sovereign power. Everybody say, it's good to be king. Come on, everybody. It's good to be king. You got to at least say it. Doesn't that feel good? Don't you feel a little bit of your liberty and rights coming back? So, on page 7 and 8, I have gotten permission from another patriot out on the internet who prefers to remain anonymous. But It is a 2-page article on what is a sovereign individual. And I genuinely recommend that you read that, in fact, probably at the next break. But it goes on to say that there are different levels of sovereignty. The first level is mental sovereignty. You at least have to think of yourself as a king. You got to wake up in the morning and go, it's good to be king. If you don't think it, you're never going to get the other kind. Now, the second form of sovereignty is financial sovereignty. You've got to get all of your stuff, all of your property protected so that the bad guys can't take your property away. And then eventually, physical sovereignty. That's where, we're actually there. Nobody's going to mess with you because they recognize that you're the king. We're not there yet. We are struggling to get there, but it is a struggle. And again, for some people, you may not want to struggle that hard just yet. But go through and read that at your earliest convenience. Again, maybe the next break or through lunch. And that will give you a really good idea of what sovereignty is. So now, I have a political question. I'm on page 9 of your handout at the top of the page. The philosophical question is, if we the people are sovereign, do we have the authority to violently overthrow the government if necessary? Now that's kind of a dangerous question even to ask, because you're automatically labeled an extremist and a radical. Well, so was Patrick Henry. Give me liberty or give me death doesn't sound like he's sugarcoating it. Now, the Declaration of Independence. If you haven't read the Declaration of Independence recently, do so. It is probably the most wonderful document written by humankind. And part of it says that the reason for our government is that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, that when any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. Not just tyrannical governments, but any government. Democracy, republic, if it's not working for you, get rid of it. That governments long established should not be changed for light or transient causes. You don't want to overthrow the government just because you got another parking ticket. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide new guards for their future security. So not only do you have a right to overthrow the government, but you have a moral obligation to do so. Ever been to the mall and had somebody else's kids running all over the place, swinging from the chandeliers? You know, they're just being a royal nuisance. Haven't you ever wanted to just go over and slap the parents? Who's responsible for those little monkeys that are causing everybody else grief? The mom and dad. And if they are not, responsible for their children, they are the ones that ought to get slapped. And the kids probably ought to be reined in a little bit too. Who's responsible for Congress? We, the people. And if Congress is in Washington, D.C., doing all sorts of vile and evil things, who's responsible? We, the people. We've got nobody to, blame but ourselves. We have been rotten parents. And it's time that we grabbed our brat and shook it by the shoulders and put it back in its place. Now, if you think I am radical, let me share with you some thoughts from some of the founding fathers. Thomas Jefferson said, "And this country, with its institutions, belong to the people who..." Thomas Jefferson. "And what country can preserve its liberties if its rulers are not warned from time to time that this people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Right? We are talking bloodshed if necessary. Abraham Lincoln. This country, with its institutions, belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of their existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it, or their constitutional right to dismember or overthrow it. He also said, "We the people are the rightful masters of Congress and the courts, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow the men who pervert the Constitution." How do you know if the Constitution's been perverted if you haven't read it? Let me give you a little commentary on the Holocaust. The Holocaust is generally deemed to be the worst travesty in human history. 5 or 6 million Jews. I don't know what the actual count was, but it was a lot of people. They did a genocide. They tried to wipe out an entire race. Hitler did not take Germany by force. He did not drive in with army tanks. Hitler was elected. Anybody have any idea what the vote count was? What his percentage of the total was? 98% in Austria-Hungary. That's just about everybody. Everybody voted for Hitler because he was going to solve all their economic problems. Did Hitler get elected on Monday and start throwing people into ovens on Friday? No. It was a gradual process. The first thing that Hitler did was start to write newspaper articles. Everything that was going wrong was the Jews' fault. They're the ones that caused all these problems. Did the Jews write their own newspaper articles and go, "I disagree"? Well, not that I can think of. I've never read any newspaper articles that, contradicted any of that. So then the Jews had to wear the Star of David so that we can tell who you are. Did they say, "No, that's a violation of my privacy. I don't have to tell you whether, I'm Jewish or not"? No. The Jews decided, well, it's a religious symbol. We love God. We should be proud to wear the Star of David. Eventually, the Germans came in and they broke all of the windows in all of the Jewish businesses in one weekend. Saturday night was known as Kristallnacht, which is German for Night of Glass. You couldn't walk up and down the sidewalks because they were filled with glass. Did the Jews rise up and say, "Now, damn it, you're violating my property. You shouldn't do that"? No. Gosh, we don't want to make the Germans any madder than they already are. We want to just kind of go along to get along. Don't piss them off. They've got guns. Eventually, the Germans are loading them up into cattle trailers on the train. Where do you think you're going? On vacation? Where do you think they're going to take you? Well, now you're cold and naked and they're walking you into the ovens where you're going to go to mass execution. Is it time now to raise your hand and say, I tend to disagree with all of this? Bang! You're dead. It's too late to complain. You should have complained at the beginning when you at least had a chance. My question to you, and I don't expect you to answer it, just think about it in your head. How bad do things have to get before you do something? Do they have to take away all your property? Do they have to license every activity that you want to engage in? Do they have to be throwing you on cattle cars before you start to say, "Now wait a minute, I don't think this is a good idea"? How long is it going to be before you finally resist and say, "No, I will not comply"? Period. That's a different answer for each person. Ask yourself now, Because sooner or later you're going to come to that line, and when they cross it, what are you going to say? Well, okay, cross this line. Okay, now cross that line. Okay, now cross this line. And pretty soon you're in a corner. Sooner or later you've got to draw a line and stand your ground, whether anybody else does or not. That is what liberty is all about. Now, let's go on to talk about different forms of government. Now, government, George Washington said that government is not eloquence. It is not reason. It is force. And like fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. Basically, he admits that we need some government. I mean, if you're going to cook your food and stay warm, you need fire. But you've got to keep it under control. If it gets out of control and you catch the forest on fire, where are you going to live? Now, government is power. It is the authorized use of force. Now, depending on where that power comes from, we have different forms of government. The first form of government was monarchy, where one person has all the power. That was the king, the emperor. It's good to be king, because you don't have to answer to anybody. Now, if the king wants to create a law, does he, ask people for their opinion? Does he send it out for a vote? No. He just signs the proclamation. Ta-da! I have a law. And you've got two choices. You can either follow the law or dance on the end of a rope. That's a monarchy, where all the power is in one person. Now, if we take the power and shift it out a little bit to a small group of people, you have an oligarchy, also known as an aristocracy. Us and them. We make the power, we make the rules, and you follow the rules. Isn't that great? Guess what? If I am making the rules, all the rules are going to benefit me. And you are going to be on the short end of the stick, as they say. That is an oligarchy. Forms of oligarchy are socialism and communism, where they make the rules and you got to follow them. Now, let's take that power and spread it out just a little bit more. Now, everybody has power. That's called a democracy. That is rule by the many. Now, democracy is majority rule. Isn't that great? How many people want to vote for democracy? Well, in a democracy, what they don't tell you is that the minority loses. You have no rights in a democracy. You only have privileges, which are granted to you by the will of the majority. So if most of us vote, we will let you keep your house. Otherwise, we're going to take it away from you. Let's assume that all of us are landowners, and we all have about the same amount of land. And John here has land with water on it. And I want some of the water. So I go to John and I ask John if he'll sell me his land. John says, no. No, it's been in my family for 6 generations. It's my grandfathers and great-grandfathers do it. Just don't want to sell it. And well, okay, we're a democracy, and so I'm going to put it up to a vote. I'm going to vote that we take John's land and divide it up. Everybody gets a little piece of John's land. How many people want to vote for John's land? Right? Okay, John, you get to vote because this is a democracy.
Right.
Right? You lose.
Right. Mob rule.
Mob rule. That's exactly what democracy is. The Founding Fathers loathed a democracy. They hated democracy. They called it tyranny of the majority. Now, Alexander Fraser Tytler said that a democracy cannot exist as a permanent form of government. It can only exist until the voters discover that they can vote themselves largesse from the public treasury. From that moment on, the majority always votes for the candidates promising the most benefits from the public treasury, with the result that a democracy always collapses over loose fiscal policy and followed always by a dictatorship. The average age of the world's greatest civilizations has been 200 years. How long has the United States been around? About 225 years. Anybody kind of see sort of a correlation there? The United States government is basically going down the tubes very quickly if we don't stop it and get people to stop thinking of this as a democracy. Oh, people don't think of this as a democracy. I hear it on the news all the time. You watch, all these network news stations saying, well, we got to make the world safe for democracy. I don't want to make the world safe for democracy. I want to eliminate democracy. What type of government do we have?
Republic.
We have a republic. We just pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands. Go to Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government. It's not a debate. I can point to it in black and white. The question is, what's a republic? Don't we get to vote? Yes. Aren't we a democracy? No. How is a democracy different than a republic? In a republic, it is based on individual rights. It is based on property. In a republic, we can vote on everything except your property. In a republic, the right and property of the minority is supposedly protected. So if my little group here is a republic and I want to take John's land, the purpose of the republic is to say, no, that's not your land, that's John's land. Even if all of us want John's land, the government is supposed to step in and protect John. The right and property of the minority is protected from the majority. So one person and the law will overrule 285 million votes in the United States. It's not yours. There are certain things you don't get to vote on. That's the difference. And every time you hear them say democracy on TV, pick up the telephone and call them in your most aggravated voice and say, this is not a democracy. This is a republic. Now, we have democracy spelled with a small d, and we have republic spelled with a small r. Those are forms of government. Those are not political parties. We have a Democratic Party spelled with a capital D, and we have a Republican Party spelled with a capital R. But they have no correlation whatsoever to democracy and republic. They are just forms of government. Each one of those parties wants a certain part of your liberty. Now, it's a generalization, and I know that we can find exceptions. However, in general, the Democrats say you can think anything you want. You have all sorts of rights. You want to read Playboy? Go ahead. You want to have abortion? Go ahead. All that stuff is okay. The problem is, it's not your money. We're going to take your taxes, and we're going to spend your taxes for you. I mean, you're just too busy to decide how to spend all that money. So we're going to take your money and we're going to spend it for you on all these really good causes. Now, the Republicans say, no, 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 that's not right. That's your money. You should keep your money. But you should think like we do. We want you to be white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, Christian, go to church. We want you to look like us. We want you to think like us. That Playboy magazine is evil. No, we want to control the way that you think. Which one are you willing to give up? You willing to give up your money, or are you willing to give up your mind? Which party do you want to vote for? None of the above. Now, one of the things that they have done is they've lied to us. They changed the question so that both answers are bad. If I ask you, do you still beat your wife? Are you going to answer yes or no? Yes, I do still beat my wife, or no, I don't still beat my wife. The question implies that you did beat your wife at one point in time. If they ask me, I can't answer the question. It's not yes or no. I'm not married. I've never had a wife. But you have to be careful that you don't take the question for granted. One of the things that we take for granted, they ask you, whenever you talk about politics, they ask you, are you right-wing or left-wing? Are you Democrat or Republican? Why are those the only two choices? Are you going to vote for Hitler or Stalin? Are you going to vote for the electric chair or lethal injection? Now, in the back of your book, there's a little tiny card. It's called The World's Smallest Political Quiz. One of the things that it does is to eliminate the fallacy that everything is left or right. There is also up and down. Now, Hitler was a totalitarian. Hitler wanted to control your mind and your money. You have no control. The state or the government has all the control. He's on the bottom of a little diamond shape. Now, the Democrats want to control your money, but not your mind. So they are on the left. The Republicans want to control your mind, but not your money. So they are on the right. If you are on the top, where you want to control your own money, you want to do your own thinking, then you are a libertarian. You believe that you are smart enough to spend your own money. You are smart enough to decide for yourself whether you want to read Playboy. Pornography is in the eye of the beholder. You're, adult, make your own decisions. So, stop thinking as everything left and right. Think of everything as two-dimensional, left, right, up, or down. Where do you want to be on the playing field? And you can answer these 10 simple questions, and you give you a score, and it will let you know basically where you stand. Now, let me give you a little anecdote that I developed to talk about the difference between the Republican Party with a capital R and a republic, which is a form of government with a small r. Let's say that I walk into the room and I have a pet. And my pet is under my arm and it's going, bark, 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 bark. And you say, what's your pet's name? And I say, my pet's name is Dog. Now, my pet is a dog with a small d, but I've also given him a name. And his name is Dog with a capital D. And so I take my dog with me. And so for several years, this dog is my pet dog. Now my dog dies. And I go out and I get a new pet. And I come walking into the room with a new pet. And I've got my new pet under my arm. And my new pet is going, meow, meow. And you say, what do you call your pet? And I say, I call my pet Dog. This is Dog 2. But I like the name so much, I just kept the name. So now, I call my pet Dog with a capital D. What is it? Is it a dog with a small d? No. The name has nothing to do with the animal. The Republicans with a capital R have nothing to do with the Republic with a small r. They've just kept the name. They are voting away all of your rights. Now, people say, well, I don't want to vote for one of the smaller parties because I don't want to waste my vote. I would rather vote for one of the guys that's going to win. And I'm going to ask you again, do you want to vote for Stalin or Hitler? Because those guys are going to win, they're going to get most of the votes. Is there anybody here whose mother did not ask them, if all your friends jump off a cliff, are you going to jump off too? Isn't that stupid? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. If you think that the United States is in trouble, and you go back to vote, and you vote Democratic or Republican, just like you've always done, thinking that you're going to fix it, you are insane. You are crazy. Call the men in the white coats, and we'll have them come and pick you up. If you want things to be different, you have to do something different. I don't care which party you vote for. I really don't. Just don't vote Democratic and don't vote Republican. Vote for anybody else. If you vote Democrat or Republican and 98% of the total goes to them, they go, well, things are the same. We got, the will of the people. They don't want anything to change. You say, well, yeah, but if I vote for the Libertarian, he's never going to win. Well, no, not if you don't vote for him. But if you vote for him, and let's say he gets 20% of the vote, is he the president? No. But whoever is president is going to go, wait a minute, this guy got 20% of the vote. I'm going to go stand over there and do a little bit more what he was doing. They're going to have to pay attention to you. Have we ever had a socialist president? Well, nobody on the Socialist Party. We've never had somebody from the Socialist Party elected as the president. But they didn't have to. They just started the Socialist Party of America, and they just keep putting out all these ideas and getting votes. And so the Republicans and Democrats have both been becoming more and more socialist. How many people remember Franklin Delano Roosevelt? He may not have been on the socialist ticket, but Roosevelt was a socialist. He went to England, which is the center of all socialism in the world, and he learned to be a socialist. He got elected in 1932, and all of his New Deal is socialism. You like my dog? Meow, meow. Are you going to be fooled if I change the name? No. It's a cat. So then why are you so surprised when they call it the New Deal and I go, it's socialism? How can you be fooled so easily? Any questions on the different forms of government or the different political parties? Now, on page 11, there are different implementations of those different forms of government. If I have a totalitarian government, it is a monarchy by definition. Fascism is a form of dictatorship. Fascism is a government system led by a dictator or a monarch having complete power, forcibly suppressing opposition and criticism. Forcibly suppressing opposition. Does that sound like freedom of speech is alive and well under fascism? No, you have no freedom of speech. In fact, if you say anything that the government doesn't like, you're going to disappear about 2 o'clock in the morning, and nobody's ever going to hear from you again. Now, Stalinism is another form of government. Well, Stalin was an American ally. You know, we don't want to piss him off, and so even though he was a fascist, we don't want to call him that because that might be a little embarrassing. You know, he was our buddy. And so we invent a new name. We call it Stalinism. Well, the dictionary correctly defines it as an ideology characterized especially by the extreme suppression of dissident political or ideological views. What does extreme suppression mean? That's pretty well suppressed. Stalin is guilty of killing 25 to 35 million of his own people. Now, I don't condone what Hitler did, but at least he was going, well, it's those guys. Hitler was trying to kill all the other guys. Stalin was killing our guys. And he killed 6 times as many. Why is Hitler the worst guy in history? How come it's not Stalin? Well, he's going to be our buddy. We always saw him sitting on the boat with, FDR. And Winston Churchill. He was one of the big 3. Well, that must mean that, Stalin's a good guy because they're all alike, right? Well, I agree that they're all alike. Socialism is a theory or system of social organization which advocates the vesting of the ownership and control of the means of production in the community as a whole. So, do you have any property under socialism? No, it's not your car. It's our car, and we are letting you use it. It is not your house. It is our house, and we're going to volunteer to let you borrow it. Do you have any property in socialism? No. If you have no property, guess what? You have no rights. Where do rights derive from? Property. Communism is a theory or system of social organization based on the holding of all property in common. It's not yours. That's why communism is bad. That's why we're against socialism. Not because they've got a red flag or because they march funny. Because they're taking all of your property away. And when they take all of your property away, they take away all your rights. Let's flip to the next page. Well, let me stop and do a quote from Winston Churchill on page 11. Winston Churchill said, "If you are 20 years old and you are not a socialist, you have no heart. If you are 40 years old and you are still a socialist, you have no brain." Now, what's Churchill trying to tell us? Well, if you're 20 years old and you're listening to the advertising for socialism, what does socialism say? We're all going to have health care. We're all going to have education. We're going to just live together. Everybody's just going to share everything. And we're all going to sing Kumbaya. Socialism is wonderful. How many people want to vote for wonderful socialism? Well, when you're 20, yeah, you're idealistic. We just want everybody to love each other. Isn't that great? Where's all that health care coming from? Where's all that free education coming from? Well, the government. Where does they get the money from? Oh, I finally figured it out 40 years later. That's not very much fun. So when you're young and stupid, socialism sounds like a great idea. When you finally grow up, hopefully not too late, socialism sucks. Let's go to page 12. I have the entire Communist Manifesto summarized here on page 12. Now, in the middle 1800s, somebody asked Karl Marx, what would you need if you were going to start a communist government from scratch? Just clear the playing field, blank slate, you're going to build it from the ground up. What are you going to need? What are the things that you would want to have in order to make this a perfect communist government? The Communist Manifesto is the answer. It's not very long, basically just a term paper. Read it. Why? Because I want you to be a communist? No. I want you to know how they are attacking you. You have to understand the enemy. The 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto. Plank number 1, abolition of private property. No property, no rights. If I stand up on a soapbox and I say, I'm going to start a government where I'm going to take all of your rights away, how many people are going to volunteer? Nobody with half a brain. So now Karl Marx stands on a box and says, I'm going to start a new government and we're going to take everybody's property away. They're signing up like flies. I mean, they're just, yeah, pick me.
Let's see if they have now.
You know, that basically the problem is you don't understand that property and rights are related. If they take your property, you have no rights. And once you understand it, then you understand why communism is evil. It's not just a personal opinion. It's evil. We're taking your rights away. Now, the other 9 planks to the Communist Manifesto are basically just methods for doing the first thing. How are we going to take your rights, property away? Well, number 2 is a heavy progressive income tax. A progressive income tax means the more money you make, the higher the percentage. Do we have a progressive income tax in the United States? Yes. Can you say IRS? They don't put the percentages, they change it and they convert it. If you make between $5,000 and $10,000, this is how much you pay. You make between 10 and 15, this is how much you pay. And they give you the number. Well, get your calculator and figure it out. The more money you make, the higher the percentage. What do you think the highest percentage the IRS has ever collected? Right now, I think the top percent is about 33%. What do you think the maximum was that IRS has ever collected in history?
98.
98%. How did you know that?
I don't remember reading it somewhere.
Okay. Between 1941 and 1942, during World War II, there were some people who were taxed 98%. That's almost all. How come we didn't have another American Revolution? The hell with the Germans. I'm going to get my gun and start fighting here. You're going to take 98% of my stuff? You're going to have to take it. If you think you're big enough to take it, come right on ahead. But I'm not going to give it up. That's ridiculous. About abolition of all rights of inheritance. If your parents die, the government is going to take half. Why? What did they do to get half? They just want to make sure that your parents don't leave you $1 million so that you can get more and more money. It's a lot easier to become a multimillionaire if mom and dad leave you one to start with. We don't want that to happen. Confiscation of all property of immigrants and rebels. You ever fly internationally? You got to fill out a card. If you're carrying more than $10,000, they'll take it. You want to leave the United States and go live someplace else? Goodbye. Leave all your money here. I have friends that want to move to New Zealand. They are trying to figure out a way to put their money in an offshore account so they can keep their money. A central bank. We're going to talk about the Federal Reserve. We can go right on down the line. 10 out of 10 items in the Communist Manifesto are here in the United States right now. Did you know that you live in a communist country? Are you glad that you live in a communist country? What are you going to do about it? We've got to draw the line somewhere. Now, I don't have time to go into it in too much detail. However, I do have a videotape called The 10 Planks. It's a 1-hour video, and it goes into a lot more detail on the Communist Manifesto. And you can get in touch with me, I can give you one of those. What we'll do is we'll take another 10-minute break. We'll get started in 10 minutes, so don't go wandering off too far, because we've got a lot of material to cover. Thank you. Is there some place we can order pizza or something? What are we going to do for lunch?
Right up the back, right up the back door, there's a restaurant on there, yes.
Okay, perfect. We're going to run...
Good hand.
Oh, good, perfect. We're going to run for about another hour because this is going all on video, and we'd like to make them 1-hour units. So we'll finish at about 1:45, and then we'll break for lunch and go out next door. We are currently on page 13 of the handout, and this is handout session 9 for those of you that are on video. We're going to talk a little bit about the founding documents. Those of us who went to school a long time ago probably had a little bit of this. Anybody that's gone to school recently, as far as I know, government schools no longer teach American history. We don't want you to know your rights. You might be able to defend them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you kind of a crash course in, American history. We said that people migrated from England, came to the North American continent. They started setting up all of their, their houses and businesses here. They were English. Just like if we Americans moved up to Canada, we'd be living in Canada, but we'd still be Americans. You're just living someplace else. So they were under English rule, and they were proud to be English. Eventually, the king started, laying and collecting taxes. Why was the king registering all these taxes? Because England was at war. Who was England at war with? Anybody remember?
France.
France and Spain. So the king is in England and he's fighting France and Spain. And he's got to raise money for his army. So he's like, wow, I got all this land that I own in North America. I'll just lay taxes on the people over there. Well, we were paying all these taxes for what? Hospitals, roads, national defense? No. We're just paying it to the king, and he was spending it for whatever he wanted. He was the king. So we got sick and tired of taxation without representation. You're taking our money, and we don't have any say-so over what we're doing with it. Eventually we wrote the Declaration of Independence. And we severed all of our ties with England. We say we are not going to be English anymore. We no longer have any allegiance to the crown. The Declaration of Independence was not the start of the fighting. The fighting had been going on prior to that. In fact, in 1775, the British soldiers came to Lexington and Concord to take all of our guns. Why? Well, gosh, you can't resist if you've got guns. That's why we want to collect them all. What did the Americans do? We went, no, you won't either. These are our guns. And we ended up firing the shot heard around the world. So a year later, 1776, we formalized the war. The Declaration of Independence was the formal start of the Revolutionary War. Now, what was the end of the Revolutionary War? If the Declaration of Independence started it, what was the official end? The official end of the war was the Treaty of Paris. Wait a minute, were we fighting with England? Why is it the Treaty of Paris? Why wasn't it the Treaty of London? Because you want neutral territory. Someplace that's not yours and it's not mine. We're going to go to neutral territory. We're going to go to Paris. And we're going to sign the Treaty of Paris. Now, I've got a copy of the Treaty of Paris in here, and this book is really excellent because it shows you everything in type that you can read. It also has a photograph. It also has a photograph of the actual document so that you can see what the document looked like. Now, I purchased this book from the National Archive in Washington, D.C. Guess what the title of this is? The Cornerstones of American Democracy. Are we a democracy?
No.
No, we're not. We don't like a democracy. This is from the National Archive. Well, if you're going to Washington, D.C. and buying official books with the Declaration of Independence, and it's called the, Cornerstones of Democracy, why do you think people think we live in a democracy? They are lying to us all the time. Now, the book is very, very good. I just don't happen to like the title. Now, if I get married, and then several years later, I decide to split up, we're going to have to do something. We're going to have a divorce settlement. You get the kids, I get the dog, you get the house, I get the car. We got to split up the property. Again, everything derives from property. The Treaty of Paris, if you sit and read it, is a divorce settlement. We are getting divorced from England. We're no longer part of England. And so we're splitting up the property. What did the United States get? Property, a allodial title. It no longer belongs to the king. It's yours. You can own property for the first time in human history. Ta-da! Isn't that great? That's why the Treaty of Paris is so important. Now, we got the property. We are now allodial landholders. What did England get? What did we give England in this settlement?
Trade.
Well, if you ever have a divorce and there are children involved, usually there are custody rights. The kids are going to live with me, but you get to come and visit them every so often. Well, England basically got visitation rights. They get to come here and sell all their products because we had 2 million people in the United States. Those are customers. England didn't want to lose customers. So we're going to give you the land as long as we can still buy and sell over in America. And we basically gave them the privilege of traveling up and down the Mississippi River. So that's what England got out of the Treaty of Paris. So now, during that time, while they were fighting the Revolutionary War, did we have the Constitution? No. What did we have as our form of government at the time?
The Articles of Confederation.
The Articles of Confederation. So the Articles of Confederation basically set up a loosely organized group. 13 independent colonies that kind of joined together like a club. In fact, the title of the Declaration of Independence is really the Unanimous Declaration of the 13 United States of America. And united is a small u. It's not an uppercase U. It's not United States. They are states. Just happen to be united. United is an adjective. And this is a unanimous declaration. Anybody have a unanimous declaration all by yourself? I mean, it's a contradiction, isn't it? If something is unanimous, that means everybody in the group agrees. So if this is the unanimous Declaration of Independence, it means there had to be a group. Yeah, 13 states. 13 colonies. They all agreed. And they joined a collective organization which was a confederacy. And the Articles of Confederation were really like the first Constitution. Now, we did not win the American Revolution. We were not really strong and tough and just kicked butt. Didn't happen. George Washington won 2 battles out of all of it. He was constantly running away. He was retreating. You go bang, 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 and they pick up his guys and go. And the British are going, wait a minute, what are you guys doing? Stand still so we can shoot you. How are you supposed to have a battle if you keep running away? That's ridiculous. Bang, 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 and run away, run away. So we only won 2 battles. We didn't win, we just refused to lose. King George is fighting France and Spain. He's got his hands full over here. And he's looking over his shoulder going, oh man, you guys are a pain in the butt. You want to be free? Go. Be free. Be independent. You're more trouble than you're worth. We didn't win. So, how did we win? Just all by ourselves? No. Somebody was loaning us money. Who do you think would loan us money? You think maybe France and Spain? Wait a minute. You hate the king too? Here's money. Go buy guns. You can help us fight the king. There'll be 3 of us now instead of just 2. So France and Spain loaned us all this money. The end of the American Revolution. Okay, Treaty of Paris. Fighting is over. Wait a minute. Do you think that France and Spain want their money back? How many people except mom and dad are going to loan us money and not ask for the money back? So France and Spain, it's like, come on guys, pay up. So according to the Articles of Confederation, Washington could ask, couldn't demand, and everybody's supposed to pay their fair share. And Virginia went, we'll catch you next month. We're busy growing tobacco right now. We're trying to build up Virginia. And nobody was putting in their fair share. And if they did, they were printing money. Each one of the colonies was an independent country. Like France and Spain, we had Virginia, Massachusetts, Connecticut. And they printed their own money. And they were printing it like it was going out of style. Pretty soon, people would not take money. I say, here, I'll give you $1. You go, I don't want $1. Why not? Because next week it's going to be worth 50 cents. It's losing money. I'll take something useful. Give me chickens. Give me silver. Give me gold. But I'm not going to take that paper money. If people will not take money, what happens to the economy? It stops. And if the economy stops, everybody's in trouble. And so they went, wait a minute, you guys got to go back to Philadelphia and you've got to fix the Articles of Confederation. Add a paragraph, delete a sentence, edit, patch it up, make it work. So they go all rushing off to Philadelphia. Did they modify the Articles of Confederation? No. They scrapped it. They started from scratch. And they came up with the Constitution. Yay! But, these guys were the founding fathers, and they all just agreed. They just kind of sat around with their arms around each other, and there was just unanimous approval for the Constitution, right? No! They almost got into fisticuffs. Benjamin Franklin several times had to stop them from fighting. That's how much they were arguing. Now, who were the 2 groups? You had, first of all, Alexander Hamilton and all of his boys. Did you know that Alexander Hamilton was a monarchist? He did not like King George, but he liked the idea of a king. In fact, he liked it so much, he wanted to take the English system of government and bring it here. We're going to have our own House of Commons, our own House of Lords. We're going to have our own Parliament. And Alexander Hamilton actually asked George Washington if George Washington would be the first king. Fortunately for us, King Washington. George Washington said no. Luckily, now, they went into Philadelphia, and Alexander Hamilton and his boys, they came in with a whole new document. And they said, well, I think we can get this one passed. Now, there are two forms of government. On page 13, we look at the definition of federal. Federal is of or pertaining to a compact or league, especially a league between nations or states. It's a club. Now, let's look at national. Of, pertaining to, or maintained by a nation as an organized whole or independent unit. So a national government is one. A federal government is many. If we talk about the United States, we are talking about a national government. At the early stages of our country, we talked about these United States. These meaning plural. We don't use that anymore. Why not? So you got a federal government versus a national government. Now, Alexander Hamilton wanted a national government. He wanted a strong central government. And he wrote the Constitution, or helped write the Constitution, to establish a strong central government. Do you think the people would have voted for that? No. We just had a war against King George. We just got rid of a strong central government. Why would I want another one? So Alexander Hamilton knew that people would never vote for a national government. So he called himself and his group the Federalists. Isn't that great? That's like dog and cat. So he just named his group the Federalists. But he was really a nationalist. Now, Thomas Jefferson and all of his boys wanted a loosely organized government, or a federal government. Thomas Jefferson was a Federalist. Well, wait a minute, you can't use that name because Alexander Hamilton's already got that name. So Alexander Hamilton jumped in. He says, okay, you guys can be the anti-Federalists. If you're an anti-Federalist, does it sound like you're in favor of a loosely organized group or against it? So before the Constitution was even written, our politicians were already lying to us. Now, if you go to... Now, Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay wrote newspaper articles. They were basically editorials, trying to convince people to ratify the Constitution, because we think it's such a great idea. Those newspaper articles are collected together and called the Federalist Papers. That was one of the things that we used to have to read in school. Now I've never even heard people don't even know what they are. There's another book known as the Anti-Federalist Papers. Those were written by Patrick Henry and the guys that are against the Constitution. It's a lesser-known book. You should really read both of them. People say, well, we don't know what the Founding Fathers were really thinking. Baloney! We know exactly what they were thinking. They wrote it down. You just have to read it. The politicians say, no, we don't know what they were thinking. We have no idea what they said. So you'll just have to take our word for it. Okay. So let's read a little bit what they said. Alexander Hamilton wrote in Federalist Paper number 9, the definition of a Confederate Republic seems simply to be an assemblage of societies, or an association of two or more states into one state. The extent, modifications, and objects of the federal authority are mere matters of discretion. Like, don't worry your pretty little head about it. Right? So long as the separate organizations of the members be not abolished, so long as it exists by a constitutional necessity for local purposes, though it should be in perfect subordination to the general authority of the Union, it would still be, in fact and in theory, an association of states, or a confederacy. This fully corresponds in every rational import of the term with the idea of a federal government. So he's twisting the words around to say, no, it's really a federal government because we didn't erase all the lines. Patrick Henry wrote in 1788, "The fate of this question and America may depend on this. Have they said, 'We the states'? Have they made a proposal of a compact between states? If they had, this would be a confederation. It is otherwise most clearly a consolidated government. The question turns, sir, on that poor little thing, the expression, 'we the people,' instead of 'States of America.' I need not take much pains to show that the principles of this system are extremely pernicious, impolitic, and dangerous. The rights of conscience, trial by jury, liberty of the press, all of your immunities and franchises, all the pretensions to human rights and privileges are rendered insecure, if not lost, by this change so loudly talked about by some and inconsiderately by others. Is this same relinquishment of rights worthy of free men? Is it worthy of that manly fortitude that ought to characterize Republicans? It is said 8 states have adopted this plan. I declare that if 12 states and a half had adopted it, I would, with manly firmness, and in spite of an erring world, reject it." So Patrick Henry says, you're all wrong. It is not a federal government. It is a national government, and I don't care how many people say that 2 + 2 is equal to 5. It's not. So there were people at the time who were opposed to the Constitution because they were afraid that it gave too much power to the government. We've got 225 years of hindsight. Who was right? Now, the Constitution was written as a response to all this printed money. When you print money, you cause inflation. When you cause inflation, people will not accept the currency. If people do not accept the currency, the economy stops. And if the economy stops, everybody is hurt. And so they said, go to Washington and create something, fix the Articles of Confederation. They didn't. They replaced it. Started from scratch with the Constitution. It was signed on September 17th, 1787. All right? We're very, very close to September 17th, Constitution Day. What are you doing for Constitution Day to, celebrate that document? Right? Or possibly to announce how bad that document is. The Constitution is a wonderful document, but it has some terrible flaws in it. If you don't read the document, you don't know what the flaws are. Now, the Constitution had to go out and had to be ratified. Why? Because they didn't have authorization to do that. They had to get permission from the people. And so the states, the 13 colonies, had to ratify it. How many colonies had to ratify it before it became the supreme law of the land? 9. The Articles of Confederation said it had to be unanimous. You think they would have been able to be unanimous? No. So Alexander Hamilton said, we got to get away with less. We'll do it for 9. And then just kind of force everybody into it. Now, eventually, all 13 states did ratify it. But only 9 were required. Now, when we ratified the Constitution, that was 2 years later, in 1789. 1789 was the same year that we wrote the Bill of Rights. Well, why did we write a Bill of Rights? Wasn't the Constitution good enough? No. They were afraid that the Constitution gave too many powers to the federal government. We wanted protection from the government. We wanted a Bill of Rights. We wanted further limitations on the government. All right? So the Bill of Rights was written in 1789 and ratified 2 years later in 1791. So everybody remembers 1776. Add 11, and you've got 1789, which was the 87. 1787 is when the Constitution was signed. 2 years later, in 89, it was ratified, and the Bill of Rights was written, and the Bill of Rights was ratified 2 years after that in 1791. Right? So 11, 2, and 2. Now, let's talk about the Constitution, finally. If you open up your book on the Constitution to page 17, we have the preamble. What is a preamble? It's a paragraph that says why we are writing this document. It's a statement of purpose. Most of you should know this by heart. It says, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." Okay? That's why we were writing the Constitution. So, to form a more perfect union, that means they already had a union. The Articles of Confederation. But we said that one doesn't work so well, so we are going to form a more perfect union. Right? For these reasons. And then it says we're going to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Does that mean for everybody? No, that's how we should interpret it, but that's not what they meant. And also notice that the first line says, "We the people of the United States." And the last line says, "Establish this Constitution for the United States of America." United States and United States of America. Those are two different things. One is a republic, the other is a democracy. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Now, the Constitution was set up to operate as a negative authority. Who has all the power? We do. We are giving power and authority to the government. That is a permission. We have the rights, they get privileges. Don't let them tell you anything different. Now, the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of each state are a political trust. Let me describe a trust very briefly. Let us pretend that I am very old. Let us also pretend that I am very rich. You're going to have to pretend on the rich part a lot harder than you have to pretend on the other part. Okay? So I'm rich and old and I have children. And I want to leave my money, all my millions of dollars for my children. But they're children. They don't know how to spend money. If I give them $10 million, they're going to spend it on bubble gum. You know? And I don't want that to happen. So, knowing that I'm probably going to die before they grow up, I want to create a contract. I'm going to create a contract with John. This is Uncle John. And I want to leave my money for my children. So I write a contract with John that says, I'm going to give you my money. And when my children turn 18 or 21 or whatever age I decide, I want you to give them their money. And I will pay you $1,000 a year or whatever it is to do that. So I've got a contract with John. That is known as a trust. I am the trustor. The reason I write this contract is because I trust John. I don't think he's going to, take advantage of me. Because I'm not going to be here to make sure. John is the trustee. He's the person that I'm putting my trust in. Now, who does the money belong to? John? No, the money belongs to my children, the beneficiaries of the trust. Do they have to do anything to get that money? Well, no, probably not. Just grow up. You know, if I've got a son that's a real bum, maybe I'll say that he's got to get married before he gets the money. But I can write that into the contract. And so if my son turns 21 and he's not married, can John give my son the money? No, that would be a breach of contract. John has a fiduciary responsibility to execute that contract as I wrote it. The Constitution is a political trust. Who wrote the trust? The Founding Fathers. What did they want to give us? Money? No. Liberty and security. They fought for it, they had it, and they wanted to make sure they transfer it to their posterity. So what did they do? They wrote up a trust, a contract, with a group of people who are the trustees. Who are the trustees of this contract? Government. Anybody who goes into office. Why do they take an oath of office to solemnly swear to uphold and defend the Constitution? So that if they violate that contract, they are guilty of perjury and treason. Perjury is punishable by imprisonment. Treason is punishable by life in prison or death. This is not small potatoes. This is serious stuff. So the Constitution is a political trust, and everybody who goes into office takes an oath of office, and they have a fiduciary responsibility to protect your rights. It's not just a good idea. It's a contractual obligation. So we want to put limits on that power. Now, one of the things that the Founding Fathers did was to establish a system of checks and balances. How many people remember that? Good. Now, what are the system of checks and balances? Lock and key? Well, it's kind of, sort of. There were three branches of government. You had the legislative branch that makes the law, the executive branch that enforces the law, and the judicial branch that adjudicates breaches of the law. But it's all law. And we want to make sure that each group doesn't have too much power. So we separate them. Ironically, the first three articles of the Constitution are legislative, executive, and judicial. You want to know anything about Congress, go to Article 1. You want to know anything about the President and Vice President, go to Article 2. Supreme Court, that's Article 3. Let's talk about Article 1, which is legislative. Go to page 17. It says, all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress, consisting of a Senate and House of Representatives. Why do we have a Senate and a House of Representatives? Why didn't we just have like one big room? That would, if you're going to argue, at least you're there in the same room together.
There was a fight between the states. The little ones felt like they wouldn't be represented, so if they got two senators, they would be equal. But representatives, it kind of
Good. So we're trying to argue about this Constitution. And you've got big states like New York and Virginia have lots and lots of people. You've also got little tiny states like New Jersey and Rhode Island. And they're saying, well, okay, we're going to vote. The big states are saying, we're going to vote by population. The more people you get, the more votes you get. The small states are going, whoa, 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 whoa. That's not fair. You guys have got way more people than we do. So if we decide to do that, then we're never going to get a vote. Or we're only going to get so many votes, it's not going to count. We're never going to have any say-so. So each state should have its own vote. One state, one vote. And the big states are going, whoa, 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 that's not fair. You guys have only got, 20 people. So if you guys vote, then everybody in Virginia is supposed to go the way that Virginia or New Jersey goes? That doesn't sound fair. This was the biggest argument in the entire thing, is how they were going to vote. It ended up being the great compromise. You're not going to do it that way. We're not going to do it this way. We're going to do it both ways. The House of Representatives currently has 435 members. The number of representatives that you have depends on how many people you have. That makes the big states happy. The Senate was originally going to have 1. They decided to have 2 just in case somebody got sick. Every state gets 2 senators. That way, whether you're New Jersey or Texas, you still get 2. Everybody's got the same vote. So you make the small states happy, and you do it both ways. Now, we can go through. What I'd like you to do is go to page 18, and we're going to look at Section 2, Clause 3, which says, shall be determined by adding the whole number of persons. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of Congress and within every subsequent term of 10 years. What are we talking about? The census. Why do they take the census? They have to. It's in the Constitution. Why do they take a census? Why do we go out and count noses?
For representatives.
To find out how many representatives you've got. What happened to Texas in the last census? We added 2 representatives. That's because Texas is so wonderful, everybody's moving here. You go, wow, you guys got a lot more people. We're going to have to give you 2 more representatives. What does that mean about somebody else? They lost 2 somewhere along the line. So the census is mandatory. They have to count and find out how many people. Can they ask you how much money you make? Whether you're living with somebody? How many children you have? No.
Well, they can, but you don't have to answer.
Oh, that's good. Good response. They can ask. But they don't. You don't have to tell them. I got, unfortunately, the small form. I was hoping to get the big form, so there would be more answers that I refused to answer, more questions that I refused to answer. But they're supposed to take the census for representatives and taxation. Direct taxes are supposed to be apportioned to the several states. Direct taxes are taxes that you cannot avoid. Indirect taxes are taxes that you can avoid, like a sales tax. They got a tax on gasoline, and you don't want to pay the tax. What do? Don't buy gas. But if it's a direct tax, you can't avoid it. They basically come and collect it. Well, a direct tax cannot go directly to the people. It is apportioned to the several states. Congress has to write a bill, say, well, we need $1 million for whatever. Now, if they need $1 million, Washington, D.C. should send a bill to Sacramento, California for their share. California has 10% of the people in the United States. 1 out of every 10 people in the United States lives in California. So Washington, D.C. should send Sacramento a bill for $100,000, or 10% of the bill. If Sacramento's got the money, they should write a check, and the people of California never know. If they don't, well, then they can send out tax everybody 25% or 25 cents for your fair share. But once that tax is collected, it's over. End of story. Now, please go to page 20, and we want to look at Article 1, Section 4-2. The sections are labeled in your book. The clauses are not. So when you get to a clause, you just have to count paragraphs. So this is the, right underneath Section 4, the second paragraph. It says, Congress shall assemble at least once in every year. Why did they write that? How long is Congress in session right now? All year long. I mean, 11 and a half months a year. They take 2 weeks in December to go to the Bahamas with their secretary. So why is Congress in session so long? Or rather, why did the Founding Fathers feel a necessity to write, you must get together once a year? What difference does it make? They're there all the time. Well, maybe they didn't expect Congress to be there all year long. What is Congress supposed to do? Where is that listed? It's listed in Section 8. Let's go to page 23. In the middle of the page in your book, little booklet, Constitution booklet, says Section 8. Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises every April 15th for anything they want. Isn't that what your book says? I have a different copy. What does your book say? To lay and collect duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts, provide for the common defense, and general welfare. End of story. If they are collecting taxes for anything other than that, it's unconstitutional. They can't do that. Now, Section 8 gives a list of 18 things that Congress is permitted to do. It's a privilege that we give them. Let's look at some of them. They can borrow money. They can regulate commerce with foreign nations. Establish a uniform rule of naturalization. Coin money and regulate the value thereof. Provide for the punishment of counterfeiting. Establish post offices. Promote the progress of science. Constitute tribunals to define and punish piracies. Declare war. Raise and support armies to provide and maintain a navy, etc., etc. 18 things. Those are the things that Congress is given permission to do. Anything that Congress is doing that is not in that list is by definition unconstitutional. Take a quick check. Show me Board of Education. Can you find it? Show me Social Security. Is it in there? They're unconstitutional. You can't do that. Now, they can build an army. They can build a navy. Okay, bang. You got soldiers, you got sailors.
No Air Force.
Okay, well, there wasn't an Air Force at the time.
When they say and general welfare of the United States, is that where they come back and say, here's education,
Okay.
here's my...
What is general welfare? General welfare means that it's got to be good for everybody. For the general population.
That's the things that they specify, Michael, like the patent office and the trademark office. Those are the items of general welfare. They're
That's right.
enumerated specifically.
Now, handouts for food stamps or free housing and all that, is that general welfare? No, not unless everybody gets it. That is not general welfare, that is specific welfare. And that's where they've twisted these words around.
What about public education?
I'm opposed to public education. I'm in favor of everybody being really smart. But in 1953, we established the Department of Housing, Education, and Welfare. During the 1950s, students in the United States were #1 in math and science. Russia was a distant #2. We were so far in first place that we didn't even have to worry about it. Everybody was sending their boys and girls to the United States to get a good education. So now we've had the Department of Education for about 50 years. Can your kids read and write? If they can, it's not because they went to school. Currently, United States students are 21 on a nationwide or worldwide scale. We are no longer in first place. In fact, we are so far from first place, we can't even count that high. So, back to my definition of insanity. We've had the Department of Education for 50 years. You want to throw more money into it? No, let's eliminate the Department of Education. Let's start teaching our kids something. Homeschool them. They have a national spelling bee every year. The last 4 years in a row, the winner of the national spelling bee was homeschooled. The last year, the first, second, and third place students were homeschooled. You have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out? Your kids are going to school and coming back stupid. Take them out of school so they learn something. Congress is supposed to create an army. They did. They're supposed to create a navy. They did. What are they going to do next year? Well, you don't have to create an army. You've already got one. You don't have to create a navy again, so you can cross those two off the list. You're supposed to create post offices. Well, okay, we did. Maybe this year we got one more. Okay, we've got it. Now what? Well, there's not much else they're supposed to do. Go home! That's why the Founding Fathers put in that article about you've got to get together at least once a year. How often do we elect our representatives? Every other year. The Founding Fathers were paranoid that we were going to go to Washington, get elected, have a big celebration, and then go home and never come back. They don't want the ship of state traveling without somebody checking in, and so they said you got to check in at least once a year. That all by itself gives you a strong clue that Congress is doing more than they're supposed to. Go home! Section 9 of Article 1 is a list of things that Congress can't do. Now wait a minute. If we are giving you permission, and I've given you a list of the things that you can't do, anything that's not on that list, you can't do, right? Didn't you tell your kids, these are the things you can eat. Grapefruit, cauliflower, spinach. Anything that's not on that list, you can't eat. How about M&Ms? Is it on the list? No, then you can't do it. But as a parent, you know that a list of things you can do isn't enough. If you're going to go off to the store, you can say, these are the things you can't eat, and these are the things you can't eat. You can't have M&Ms, you can't have Hershey bars, you can't have candy of any form, just in case you didn't know from the first list. So we gave Congress, just in case you didn't know, a second list. Section 9 says these are the things you cannot do. Let me look at 9. On page 25, 9-4. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census or enumeration hereinbefore directed to be taken. So we're giving Congress power to tax. We already said that it was supposed to be enumerated, but we're going to go in and say, and you can't do any tax that's not based on enumeration. You can't. Are they doing it? Yeah. It's unconstitutional. Who's going to do something about it? Congress? No. It's our job. We've got to hold their feet to the fire. You can't do it if you don't know the Constitution. Section 10 of the Constitution tells the states certain things that they cannot do. Let's look at page 26. Section 10-1. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation. Why? Because you're already in a confederation. You're already part of the United States. You can't be a part of their stuff, too. What would you say if your husband or wife came home and said, sweetheart, I'm getting married? Time out. You can't do that. You're already in an agreement. The other thing the states cannot do is grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, or make anything but gold and silver coin and tender in payment of debts. Why gold and silver? Because it has real value. You pick it up and it's worth something. It feels like something. It's heavy. Not like those tokens they give us. This is real money. This is lawful money. It's authorized by the Constitution. Anything other than gold or silver is unconstitutional for the states. Now we're going to talk about money a lot more after lunch, so I'm just going to kind of leave that. But that is why I require silver for this class, because it is constitutional. It would be hypocritical for me to accept Federal Reserve notes, which are fiat, worthless paper. So, Article 1 tells you everything that you need to know about Congress. It gives them a list of things that they are allowed to do. Anything that is not listed in Article 1, Section 8 is, by definition, unconstitutional. Article 2 deals with the executive. The executive is the President of the United States and his Vice President, and everybody else who is enforcing law down to your local police officer. He or she is also part of the executive. Now, it says on page 27, in that third paragraph there, the electors shall meet, each state shall appoint, in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct, a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress. How many representatives does Texas have now? 32. How many senators do we have? 2. So we've got a total of 34 members in Congress. Now, the state legislature can elect as many. So we've got 34 over here in Congress. We're going to create another 34 people. These are electors. What are they going to do? They are going to elect the president. This is your electoral college. It's not the senators and representatives that are voting, but the same number. We've got 535 people in Congress and 535 different people in the electoral college. They are the ones to get the vote. Have you ever seen them on TV? Yes. During the last election, down in Florida, when we had this big brouhaha, they finally showed members of the Electoral College. They had like 32 people in Florida who were dropping their ballots in the box. Now, if the people get to vote for the president directly, what does that make the United States? A democracy. Do you want a democracy? No. So the Founding Fathers set up a system to basically say, these people are going to take, the feel of the country, or the feel of the state. Now, if you are an elector, you're supposed to say, okay, all of my group is Republican. And you're supposed to take that into account. And probably 9 times out of 10, you're going to vote Republican, because all the people that you represent are Republican. But what if it's 50-50? 50% Democratic, 50% Republican. Now who do you vote for?
Your choice.
Your choice. Now, if you get 90% Republican, can you vote Democratic?
Yes.
Yes. It's your choice. You're supposed to do what you think is the smart thing to do. Because if the people all say, oh yeah, let's vote for that Ross Perot guy, and you don't think that's a good idea, you're protecting them from their own stupidity. That's why they elected you.
What if the elector is stupid?
You elected the wrong guy.
How do you get to be elected?
What's that?
How do you get to be
It's based on each state. And
elected?
chooses
What's that?
The actual
It's going to be different for each state. The state legislature determines how your electors are chosen. And one of the things on my growing list of things to do is to find out how Texas does it. I just haven't had time to get around to it.
Through the political parties.
Okay? So, if that system is corrupt, why are you voting for president? Why do we go out and cast our ballot? Does the popular vote mean anything? No. Years and years ago, you have this little car seat for kids, a little plastic steering wheel, so you could sit next to Daddy and you could help drive. I help Daddy. Okay? If you're going, and turning right with your steering wheel, can the car go left? Yeah, because your steering wheel's not connected. If voting for the president meant anything, it would have been illegal long ago. Now, the vice president, go to page 28. It says, you're going to vote for, but in choosing the president, the votes shall be taken by the states. Where am I? Okay, right at the top of the page. It says, the person having the greatest number of votes shall be the president, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if there be more than one of such a more, where does it say the vice president? The vice president is the guy that gets the second number of votes.
In every case after the choice.
Okay.
3/4 of the way down in that paragraph.
Okay. In every case after the choice of making president, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the vice president. Okay. Is that the way we do it? No. When did that change? Had to change somewhere. Okay. That's the 12th Amendment. And we'll talk about the 12th Amendment. Now, one last thing before we go. Page 29. Okay. Look at the last paragraph on the bottom of page 29. It says, before he enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. Quote, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Just like Lynn did.
The oath of office is in the Constitution. They wrote it down. Why? It's a trust. It's a contract. And when you take that oath of office, you are swearing to defend and protect the Constitution. If you don't, it's perjury and treason. So, what I want to do is I'm going to stop there. We're going to break for lunch. When we come back, we'll finish up a little bit with the executive. All right?
Still safe.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Take a majority vote. Is that-
Yeah, we're gonna vote to see.
I'm not here.
We are talking about the Constitution in general. When we left, we were talking about Article 2 in particular. What does Article 2 discuss? What branch of government? The executive. Everything that has to do with the president and vice president. And we had just finished up with the oath. The oath of office for president is actually listed in the Constitution. All right? Now, the president can be impeached for treason, bribery, high crimes, and other misdemeanors. All right? Now, one of the things that the presidents throughout history have been doing is they have been writing executive orders. Now, the first president to ever write an executive order was George Washington. Now, an executive order is for the people who work for him at the White House. It's like order more paper clips. No starch. That's an executive order. Right? Since then, presidents have been using executive orders for a whole lot more than that. Now, let's just pick on Bill Clinton because he's an easy target. Bill Clinton signed a total of 357 executive orders while he was president. Now, these executive orders basically give some form of absolute authority to one of the federal agencies in time of national emergency. So, if there is a national emergency, FEMA is going to go in and take care of all the hospitals and stuff. In a time of national emergency, your Energy Commission is going to go in and they're going to take complete and total control over power generation. And other agencies are going to go in and take over complete control of transportation. The FCC, I mean, you guys don't do radio stations, but in every radio station, in all their radio, electronic setup, they've got a chassis built into the system where the FCC can automatically, by remote control, take over the radio station. So you could be doing the wild 50s music or whatever, and suddenly they send out a radio signal and they are broadcasting and you're not. Isn't that great that the federal government can take over what goes out over the airwaves? Now, I've got on page 15 of your handout, I have a list of which executive orders Bill Clinton signed in which year. Notice that in 2001, and he left office January 21st, in 3 weeks before he left, he still signed 3 executive orders. Now, Paul Begala, his top advisor, has been quoted. He's been on TV saying, "Stroke of the pen, law of the land." Kind of cool, huh? Well, yeah, I suppose if you're the king. It was a monarchy when the king would sign a proclamation and make it law. If Bill Clinton does that, doesn't Bill Clinton bypass Congress? What happens to our series of checks and balances? Just thumbing their nose at it. So, I don't care who Bill Clinton was sleeping with. If Hillary doesn't care, why should I care? It's not hurting my feelings. But I'm a little bit irritated with the 357 executive orders that he signed. Each one of those, as far as I'm concerned, he should be locked up for treason. Now, back on page 49, I believe, of your handout, is a list of web pages. And these are web links that you can go to study a lot of these particular executive orders. Don't take my word for any of this stuff. Go out and do your own research. Read the executive order for yourself. And I've got summaries down there. 11490 assigns emergency preparedness functions to federal departments and agencies. 10997, emergency preparedness functions to the Secretary of Interior. Emergency preparedness functions to the Secretary of Agriculture. But what type of emergency can you have in agriculture? And down at 11,002, emergency preparedness functions to the Postmaster General. What's he going to do? Lick stamps for you? Why do all these things have emergency preparedness in common? They all deal with some national emergency. Guess who gets to decide whether or not there's a national emergency? The President. So with the stroke of a pen, suddenly you can have martial law overnight. No. This is the United States. That only happens in, Angola and Russia and all those other places. Yeah? And when the army tanks come rolling down your street, you're going to be going, oh gosh, I didn't think it could happen here.
A national emergency is not defined either.
National emergency is not defined anywhere. It's basically up to the discretion of the President. Oh, well, I feel a whole lot better. I trust the President. They were talking about Executive Order 12-919, which was signed June 3rd of 1994. That's not too long ago. And this executive order was written by Bill Clinton, released to the public, and just recently became law in 1998. It is an order that consolidates many previous executive orders into one sweeping executive order. Why have all these little tiny ones? We'll just bundle them all up into one sweeping order. And it says, quote, and in view of the existing national emergency declared by Proclamation 2914 of December 16, 1950. Yeah, what was that national emergency?
What page do you want?
This is page 15.
Oh, you're back to 15.
We're on page 15 of the handout. So, in 1950, we had some sort of a national emergency, and Bill Clinton is writing this order because of the existing national emergency. Did you feel like you were in some sort of national emergency in 1994?
Yeah, I got elected.
Yeah, right.
They don't. They just have
Right,
to.
Clinton was elected.
The point is, they just have to declare the national emergency. They don't have to tell anybody about it. So, we're finished with Article 2. Let's go to Article 3 of the Constitution. Now, let me show you the Constitution. How many articles does the Constitution have? 7. 7 articles. The first 3, legislative, executive, and judicial. So let's look at Article 1. It fills up all of the first page and almost all of the second page. I mean, and these are large pages. There's a lot of stuff in Article 1 for Congress. Then we start Article 2 down in the bottom and finish up Article 2 on this next page. So it's not quite a full page for Article 2 for the President. Article 3, I mean, it's like less than a third of a page. There's not a whole lot there. Well, what is the Constitution? The Constitution is supposed to be the chains of the Constitution. It's supposed to put limitations on government. Which branch of government has the fewest chains?
Judicial.
The judicial. Which one do you think is most hazardous to your liberty?
Judicial.
Now, open up your book on the Constitution to page 31. You'll see the beginning of Article 3. It says, the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court. All right, that's good. Now down to the 4th and 5th line. The judges of both the Supreme and inferior courts shall hold their offices during good behavior. What does that mean? They just have to comb their hair and brush their teeth before they show up?
These Congress can remove it.
What does it mean that they are elected for good behavior?
Honor their oath.
It's life term. Once you're elected, you have to die or quit before you're out. You get elected once, and unless we impeach you for treason, you are there for life. That's why everybody wants to be a Supreme Court judge. You know, basically you don't have to worry about going up for election anymore. Why are we always worried about who we vote for in the popular election for president? Not that it means anything.
Because you don't know who they'll appoint as
Because the
judges.
President of the United States is the guy that appoints Supreme Court judges. Imagine Al Gore being president, and who is he going to appoint as a Supreme Court judge?
Hillary.
And then you got that judge until that judge dies. That's why everybody's so worried about who the next president is, not because we give a 2 cents about what he is, but who he's going to appoint. We're going to be stuck with that person for life. Now, let us go to the bottom of page 31. This is the beginning of section 2. And it says, the judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity. What does that mean? In law and equity.
Constitution and contract.
Sounds like it means criminal and civil
Property.
property, yeah.
Okay, pretty close. You're on the right track. And then if you flip over to the next page, on page 32, about the, where is it? All cases. Okay, about the fourth line. To all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. Okay. The key is in this last phrase, admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. We have a different jurisdiction. These are the three types of law that the Supreme Court has jurisdiction over. We have, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. But that is only common law. That's common law, which is the Constitution. In common law, everything is based on property. Surprise! What derives from property? Rights. The Constitution is supposed to protect your rights, and so it's got to be, common law has got to be based on property. So if you run over my mailbox, and that's my property, what has to happen? You have to restore my property. Instead of me beating you over the head with a baseball bat, you come over and fix my mailbox. As soon as you fix my mailbox, we're friends again. Right? There are two laws, or two aspects to common law. Don't mess with anybody's property, and do what you say you're going to do. That is where criminal law and civil law derive from. So, I've got criminal cases and civil cases. Again, criminal is based on the violation of property. Civil case is based on a violation of your word. You promised to do something, I was going to pay you, you reneged on the contract, and so I take you to civil law. Now, just briefly, let's flip ahead to the Fifth Amendment. That's going to be on page 44. The Fifth Amendment is on page 44 of your Constitution, and the second to last line, it says, shall not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. What is due process of law? You get your day in court? Is that due process? If I've got this kangaroo court over here, I'm in West Virginia, and I've got all my brothers and sisters on the jury. You want to go and sit in my court? Is that due process? No. Due process means that you have common law, equity law, and admiralty law. Those are the three types of law that the Supreme Court is authorized to preside over. And they are different. Just like baseball, football, and basketball are different sports. They're all sports, but they are different sports. You don't stand on a baseball field and go, touchdown! People, what are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. Here, someplace else, that may make perfectly good sense. You have to know what playing field you're on. Now, common law is all based on property. If I haven't damaged any of your property, or you can't show me a contract that I've reneged on, you've got nothing. You can't accuse me of it, or you can accuse me, but you can't put me in jail for anything. Now, what if you're in your car, I'm in my car, and we intersect, unfortunately, out on somebody else's property? Where's the property damage? Did I violate your property or did you violate my property? Well, it's kind of both at the same time, wasn't it? There's no clear property distinction. I can't say this was my mailbox. There is no defining line, no defining property line. So, common law really cannot apply. You can't say this was my property and not yours. That is where equity law comes in. Under equity law, the judge has arbitrary power. The judge can decide what the result of the case is. Equity means fairness. So this is all supposed to be based on fairness. Defined by who? The judge. So, I mean, if you like the judge and you trust him, that may not be so bad. But, you know, if you don't trust the judge, you may be in for a real rude awakening. Now, if it's not going to be in equity court, then you drop down into admiralty court. What does admiralty and maritime make you think of? Water. All right is based on property. If I go out onto the ocean in my boat, who owns the ocean? Nobody. Nobody owns the ocean. There's no property. There's no land. I can say, this is my land, and the land's not going to move. But the tide comes in, the tide goes out. You know, nobody owns the ocean. And so you have a completely different body of law. When I go out onto a sailboat, I've said this several times. I don't know if any of you are sailors. Has anybody here heard the expression that the captain's word is law? Okay? It's not a euphemism. It doesn't mean, oh, the old man's just grouchy till he gets a second cup of coffee. It means the captain's word is law. It doesn't have to be right. He just has to be the captain. When he goes out into the ocean in his boat, he has a 40-foot floating country, or however big his boat is. It's his country, and he is a dictator. End of story. He doesn't have to be right. He can throw you in the brig for anything he wants. You have your hair parted on the wrong side. Now, if I'm floating out there on the ocean in my boat, and I find another boat, and there's nobody on the boat, who owns it?
The captain.
The captain. This is called, what is this called?
Salvage rights.
Salvage rights. Thank you. It's another senior moment. Okay? It's salvage rights. Finders, keepers. I found it. Nobody else claimed it. It's mine. End of story. Is that the way we do things on land? No. This is the law of the sea. What is the Constitution? The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, based on property. Common law and admiralty law are supposed to stay apart, just like land and water. Admiralty law is allowed to come up on land as far as the high water mark, originally. Because what is the ocean used for? Do you live there? Heck no. All you use it for is just transporting and shipping goods back and forth. It's used for commerce. So anybody who had a ship out on the ocean, you were selling stuff or taking it somewhere to be sold. Now, when we had the United States is different. We've got the Great Lakes. England doesn't have any Great Lakes. We've got all these rivers that England doesn't have. You can send your ships up and down these rivers inland. Well, gosh, that doesn't make any sense anymore. We can't say law of the sea, so now it is really the law of commerce. It's not so much where you are doing it, as what you are doing. So you've got three bodies of law that the Supreme Court can adjudicate: common law, equity law, and admiralty law. And they're different, right? Now, are those the only bodies of law? No. Those are the only ones that the Constitution acknowledges. So we can have, these are constitutional laws. Anything that is specified by the Constitution is constitutional. Anything which is prohibited by the Constitution is unconstitutional. What if something is not specified but not prohibited by the Constitution? What do we call that?
Administrative.
It's extra constitutional. It's outside the constitutional, but it's not forbidden. One of your rights is the right to contract. You have an unlimited right to contract. Now, if I say, I will pay you $200 to paint the house my dog sleeps in, you go, wow, it's a great deal. I mean, how big is the biggest dog house you've ever seen? You know, about yay big? 200 bucks? Yeah, I can do that in a couple hours. Yeah, I'll do that. You sign the contract. And I walk you around the corner and I show you this, 3-story mansion. 27 rooms. They go, well, this is the house my dog sleeps in. Guess what? You're in deep trouble. Because you got to paint that house for 200 bucks. Was that a good contract? No. Is your right to contract unlimited? Yes. That's why they say read the contract. They're not kidding. Now, that's common law, admiralty, and due process. Like I said, you have a right to common law process. The only time they can move it down is if the distinction of property is not clearly defined. Now, if we move to page 16, okay, Marbury versus Madison is a Supreme Court decision. It is a very important Supreme Court decision. Good and bad. Okay? The good news is that the decision of Marbury versus Madison in 1803 says, certainly all those who have framed written constitutions contemplate them as forming the fundamental and paramount law of the nation. And consequently, the theory of every such government must be that an act of the legislature repugnant to the Constitution is void. If it's unconstitutional, it was never a law to start with. That's the good news. The bad news is up above that. It says the critical importance of Marbury is the assumption of several powers by the Supreme Court. The assumption of powers. They assume that we can do this. Prior to Marbury versus Madison, who decided what is and is not constitutional? Well, the question never came up. It's not listed in the Constitution. Article 3 is very short. It just says that there is a Supreme Court. It doesn't say what they can or cannot do. And so John Marshall said, well, we're at the Supreme Court. We are going to decide what is or is not constitutional. Okay, everybody just kind of went along with them. They didn't have a better idea. So now, let's pretend, just for a minute, that the Supreme Court decides that the First Amendment does not give you a personal right to freedom of religion. You only have freedom of religion if you are Catholic, Protestant, or Jewish. Is that right? The Supreme Court said so. Does that make it the way things are? No! You have to remember, the Constitution says what the Supreme Court is. The Supreme Court does not get to say what the Constitution is. That would be circular logic. Who decides what is or is not constitutional? We the people. Who created this thing in the first place? If we decide the Supreme Court is out to lunch, it's up to us to correct it. There's no formal way to do that, but we can amend or abolish the Constitution anytime we see fit. Well, let's rewrite Article 3. So, I've just gone over constitutional, unconstitutional, and extra-constitutional. Extra-constitutional is not specified nor prohibited by the Constitution. It is basically just in addition to. Now, there are some ideas that came about because of all this shipping. You're in England and you ship all your stuff to North America, and all the people buy it and pay you in gold, which is the only thing they would pay you with. And your boat is coming back to the United States, or to England from the United States, with all this gold. What happens if the boat sinks?
Salvage rights.
Well, yeah, salvage rights. Anybody who can get the gold, it's yours. It's laying right down there where the Titanic is going to be. That gold is lost forever and ever and ever and ever, for all intents and purposes. So what they did was they set up insurance companies where you had limited liability. You have several shipping companies, and if my boat sinks, the other shipping companies are going to help me pay for it, so that I don't lose everything that I had with that one boat. Now, the bad news is that if one of their boats sinks, I've got to chip in money to help pay for theirs. That's limited liability. Now, in order to have that, you have to have a contract. And only under contract can you compel performance. If the Constitution protects your rights, is there anything there that says you got to come over and cut my grass? Can I force you to cut my grass or do anything for me, without paying you under the Constitution? No. I cannot compel performance unless there's a contract. So basically what they've done is they've set up contract law. Now, these concepts are very, very deep, and I have nearly enough time to cover them. However, I strongly recommend that when you continue your research, you continue your research on the various types of law. And if we flip back to page 16, the second paragraph there, if you want to understand the difference between common law, equity law, and admiralty law, I strongly recommend that you go to the internet, to this ptialaska.net, and read The USA, the Republic is the house that no one lives in. It is a 58-page document that you can download for free. Don't give me, oh man, 58 pages? Oh, that's a lot. Okay, don't read it and let your liberties go down the toilet. Liberty is not going to be easy. Reading a 58-page document is the least of your worries. And it is at the very least that you can do to protect your liberty. And that will give you a very, very clear understanding of the different forms of law and how much of this derives from Roman civil law, where you have no rights. So, we want to continue law. This is not all of the law. It's the three that are constitutionally specified, but there are other laws. All the laws written by Congress since the Constitution was written are called statutes. Originally, they were organized by date. That was the law that we passed in 1789. That was the law that we passed in 1791. Well, when they weren't passing very many laws, that was easy. And then eventually, it was, gosh, Was that the law that we passed on Monday or the one that we passed on Tuesday? And then eventually, Monday morning, Monday afternoon, gosh, was that before or after lunch? I just can't remember all these laws we're passing. So they organized them by index. And we have 50 titles. Those 50 titles are part of the United States Code. And you can download the United States Code off of the internet. And I give you a website on page 18. Basically at the bottom of page 18. You can download them. The only thing is that you've got to download each title by itself. So it's a little bit monotonous, but you get all the information. You can also order a CD-ROM. I think it's about $35, $40. You can get it from the National Archive, and you'll have everything on one CD-ROM. Amazing stuff. I highly recommend it. Now, within the United States Code, there are two types of law. Positive law and non-positive law. Positive law applies to everybody. The Freedom of Information Act, Title V, that applies to everybody. Black, white, male, female, young, old, doesn't matter. It applies to you. Some of these laws are non-positive law. They don't apply to everybody. Title 27 of the United States Code is alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Now, if you distill alcohol, or grow tobacco, or build guns, you fall under alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and you have to pay special taxes. Anybody here distill alcohol, grow tobacco, build guns for a living? Okay. Well, if you don't do any of those things, then Title 27 does not apply to you. And it is non-positive law. It only applies to the people who do those special things. Now, if it is positive law, it says so. You go to Title V, it says, this is positive law. Right there at the top. Well, you can go through the 50 titles, flip over to page 18, and I have given you a list of all the positive law titles. These are the laws that you apply to you and absolutely must be followed. Okay? And out of the 50 possible titles, only 22 have been enacted into positive law. Can you find Title 27? Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms? No, because it's not positive law. Please find Title 26, Internal Revenue. 23, 28. 26 should fall right in between there someplace. Title 26 is not positive law. It does not apply to everyone. And your question is, who does it apply to? And it's a perfectly valid question. Okay, one that we are going to be asking the IRS here very, very soon. But basically, the people who are liable for income tax are non-resident aliens, foreign corporations, and United States citizens living and working in a foreign country. So if that doesn't describe who you are, then you are not liable to the Title 26 tax code. Which is a shock and a surprise to many people, although not in this group. Now, one of the interesting things is that the current federal income tax regulations define gross income to mean all income from whatever source derived unless excluded by law. So there are some incomes which are not gross income. The regulations explain that the items of income compensation for services make up classes, and then regulations direct the reader to another section which provide classes. A class of gross income may be excluded income. And that leads to a section, it's very, very convoluted. I mean, they can't just say it in black and white because then you'd know. They've got to go jump from here to there and make it really complicated. But eventually, you find out that this leads to a section where the types of income that are not considered to be exempt, eliminated, or excluded are listed. And the list only includes income from certain types of international and foreign commerce. How many people here are doing international or foreign commerce? I didn't think so. So, what you can do, for those of you who are interested in this, you can go to page 52 of the handout. And I have a long list of websites that you can do research in or at, establishing basically what the tax code is, what it says, and I'd like to repeat the 3 rules listed over on the side. Principled American who decides to exercise his or her rights in the face of government should be careful to pay attention to 3 rules. Rule number 1, protect your property. Rule number 2, get educated. Then rule number 3 is take action. Do not do them in the reverse order. The government does not play fair. They do not play nice. If you are going to do this at all, be prepared for the ride of your life, because it's going to take pretty much all of your energy. Now, most of the law here in the United States falls under the Uniform Commercial Code, the UCC. Now, uniform means the same, or, basically everything is alike. What they did in the early 1930s is to take equity law, where the judge has an arbitrary decision, and admiralty law, and combine them together into the UCC, uniform, so that equity and admiralty are now the same. That makes everything a lot more convenient, doesn't it? Convenient for whom? Convenient for you? No, the people who were taking advantage of it. This is Uniform Commercial Code. What does commerce mean?
Trade.
Trade, contract. And code is not law, necessarily. It's convoluted. It's cryptic, and it's hard to understand. Now, under common law, the presumption is that you have rights, unless you voluntarily waive them. All of your rights are protected except the ones you give up. Under the Uniform Commercial Code, the opposite is true. Under the Uniform Commercial Code, it is assumed that you have no rights unless you explicitly reserve them. Say, oh, by the way, I've got all my constitutional rights. Oh, by the way, I have freedom of speech. Now, how do you do that? If you are in a Uniform Commercial Code contract, you need to go to Section 1, Clause 207, which is defined on page 19. It's UCC 1-207, performance or acceptance under reservation of rights. A party who, with explicit reservation of rights, performs or promises performance or assents to performance in a manner demanded or offered by the other party, does not thereby prejudice the rights reserved. Such words as without prejudice or under protest or the like are sufficient. So you just have to say out loud or in writing that you are reserving your rights. Now, why do they have to do that? They have to do that because any body of law, in order to be valid, must have 2 items: remedy and recourse. Remedy means that you are able to get out of trouble once you get into trouble. So if you're going to put me in jail, if I broke something, I've got to have some way I can fix it. Anybody hear of debtor's prison? Debtor's prison, you owe me money. Well, I'm going to put you in jail until you pay me my money back. You're in jail. How are you going to go out and get any money? Well, that's your problem. Kind of a catch-22, isn't it? And so you just had all the prisons just filling up with all these people who couldn't pay their debt, which is now completely and totally illegal. Now, under... the other option, the other thing that law must have is recourse. You have to have some way to stay out of trouble in the first place. You know, it's like, okay, just tell me what I have to do so I don't get put in jail overnight in the first place. And that's recourse. And that's what UCC 1-207 is. They've got it all the rules are set up so they win the game. Mostly because we didn't tell you the rules. Is the UCC unconstitutional? No. Is it specified by the Constitution? No. It makes it extra constitutional. It is out there in addition to the Constitution. Do you have a right to sign contracts under the UCC? Yes, your right to contract is unlimited. You can sign any contract you want. You just have to know that you've done it. And they're not telling you. Now, what generally happens under the UCC is something called notice and grace. I have to inform you of what's going on, and I have to give you some time period for you to respond. So I send you a letter. Dear Joe, you owe me $1,000. Love, Mike. And I mail you this letter. You go, $1,000? I don't even know Mike. And you just wrinkle it up and you throw it in the garbage can. You figure this is just, like some hoax. Well, in my letter, it says, please pay me within 30 days. Please respond in 30 days. And if you just wrinkle it up and throw it in the garbage can, I show up 31 days later with the sheriff. And the sheriff will legally take the $1,000 from you. I gave you notice. I told you that you owed me $1,000. I gave you a grace period. I gave you 30 days to respond. Well, you didn't respond, so it must have been true. So your response is always, always respond. If I send you a bill for $1,000, sit down at the typewriter, the computer, mail it back going, what? I challenge that. What you can do is refuse without dishonor. You say, I don't owe you anything. Now whose job is it to prove that I gave you some sort of service? It's my job. That's what the IRS does. The IRS sends you a notice. They give you 10 days to respond. If you don't respond, you must be guilty. Don't be afraid of the IRS. Just write them a letter back within the first 10 days. Challenge their authority. Say, no, I don't owe you this money. Prove it. Oh, well, gosh, that's going to be a heck of a lot harder. Gosh, if you want us to prove it, then we're not going to be able to collect the taxes. Good.
Isn't that more often cause of, okay, we need to audit you to prove it? And that's my fear.
What's your Fifth Amendment right? Go ahead, audit. I've got a Fourth Amendment right to be secure in my person's, house's, papers, and effects, and a Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate myself. I've got my, checkbook and stuff. I don't have to give it to you. I don't even have to sign my 1040 form. If I sign it under penalty of perjury, must be true. Well, if I don't sign it, let me see. I don't have to give you, the government, anything that you can use to put me in jail. If I sign my 1040 form and give it to you, can you use that to put me in jail? Yes. Then I don't have to sign it. If you show me, Judge, how I can sign that without giving up my Fifth Amendment rights, then I'll sign it. But they can't do that.
Conklin.
Bill Conklin has a website, and he did that, and the judge says, I cannot rule on your case. He didn't say, you have a lousy argument. He didn't say, he just said, I can't rule on your case, because if I do, it's going to completely flip, the whole economic system. Oh, so my rights are going to be violated because it's going to be embarrassing for you? That's what's going to be happening in a couple weeks when we, bring the IRS. We are doing an IRS audit. Bring in your paperwork. You show us where the law says we've got to pay this cash. Now, I think the IRS is on their way out. The IRS, by its own statistics, say that 1 out of 5 people does not pay taxes. We've stopped volunteering. It's about time. 98%? And it took us a while to figure it out.
Is that 1 in 5 that should, or 1 in 5 period, including kids and everybody?
I think I don't know the exact statistics. I think it is 1 out of 5 people that the IRS claims should be. Okay? Because if you go by my statistics, everybody who's paying taxes shouldn't be. So I think the IRS is out to lunch. You don't have to worry about the IRS anymore. What you do have to worry about is what they're going to replace it with. National sales tax? Oh, that's better. We got rid of the lion, and we got the tiger. Well, that's stupid. Which Menendez brother do you want to live with? We've got to make sure that they get rid of the IRS and that they do not institute a national sales tax, because the national sales tax is only 10%. No, 11%. I'm sorry, 12%, 20, 15, it pretty soon before you know it, it's going to be 50.
1% income tax.
As far as I'm concerned, the only flat tax that I'm in favor of is a flat tax which is 0. So how are we going to operate the United States without an income tax? I don't know. How did we do it before the IRS? July 4th, we got the Declaration of Independence. July 5th, we got the IRS? I don't think so. When did the IRS happen?
1943, they started taking out our checks.
Well, they started taking it out of our checks, but the IRS came into existence in 1913. So between 1776 and 1913, there was no income tax. There was no inflation. Go figure. George Washington paid the same amount of money for a loaf of bread that Abraham Lincoln did. No inflation. So then what's Alan Greenspan talking about? You have to have 5% inflation every year. I'll get into more of that a little bit later. I want to get So we've got the United States Code, which is congressional statute, but you actually have to read it, and not all of it applies to you. The other stuff is the Uniform Commercial Code, which is private law. It's a copyright. Can you use somebody else's book without their permission? No. Can you use somebody else's law without their permission? No. How do you get permission? Become a lawyer. When you become a member of the bar, then you get permission to execute their code. Now, I've also got a site here on the internet where you can go and download the Uniform Commercial Code for $5. You can't afford not to download it. You need to have that so that you can go and reference this stuff. You start reading it, it's like they've got it in writing. And you go, I can't believe it's in print. But it is. It's law. It is a law, and you volunteer into it. How do you volunteer into the Uniform Commercial Code? Anybody spend these? Anybody recognize this? What is this?
It's a note.
It's a note. Every time you spend one of these, you are automatically de facto under Uniform Commercial Code. Now, what is common law? Common law is based on property or land. Now, when you are under property, your economy is quid pro quo. That is Latin, which means something for something. You gave me silver, which is something. I gave you a book. That's quid pro quo. If I give you, you have an apple, and I want to buy your apple, and I say, well, you know, I don't have any money on my, would you take an IOU? And you go, well, okay, yeah, you look like a good guy. And you give me the apple, and I give you the IOU. Have we completed the transaction?
No.
No. Have I given you anything? Well, nothing of any value. All I've given you is a promise to pay. So that transaction is still open. And that's what's happened when you use these notes. You are not under common law because it's not quid pro quo. You are automatically under the Uniform Commercial Code.
Don't I have complete transferability of that note?
No. No, not at all.
Okay.
And we're going to get into that in a little bit more
If you
detail.
buy property and you say, I want your property, and they're willing to take Federal Reserve notes, isn't that?
Well, that's why you never own it.
No, but they're willing to take those.
Well,
To
you're
them,
not
it's
giving them
they're
anything.
willing to take
You are
them.
not
Right.
giving them anything. You cannot
Therefore, no.
go into a common law court because you did not give anything of substance. When you get your manufacturer's statement of origin, I would give them silver.
But when I bought
Or-
my property, and
I know
gave
what you're
Federal
telling me.
Reserve notes, they said, great, it's yours.
But you
You give
didn't
up the
buy your
rights.
property. You don't
You don't-
own it
you
in a
don't own
loyal
it.
title.
You don't own it.
You don't own it.
21 silver dollars plus that one after
We'll talk a little bit more about it when we get to the Federal Reserve. I mean, that's a whole special topic. Any questions on Article 3 and the different classes of law?
I do have a question. On page 17, your definition of positive law.
Yes.
Now, when I was researching that recently, I understood positive laws to be all those laws that have been reviewed in the code, that they're as close and complete as the statute was, so they're considered positive law.
Okay.
However, not all of the code has been researched and can be said that they're complete with the statute.
Okay.
Okay? So those are not positive law.
Okay.
Didn't have anything to do with who they applied to.
Okay.
When I read this definition,
Well, I'd like to see your definition because I'm always willing to learn. I mean, there's stuff that I can be telling you that's wrong. I'm not deliberately giving you any bad information. I just don't know everything.
well, like you have this definition here about a positive law title is one which.
Well, I've gotten that
Is that
out
your
of
definition? Or
I've gotten it out of Black's. The top part is
Black.
Black's law. The bottom part is my interpretation
Okay.
and understanding of it.
So you're saying that you understand it that the statutes have been repealed,
No, a statute is law.
right?
Code is a reflection of the statute.
Well, that's why it's prima facie.
Right.
It's not exact.
It's not exactly. And so, whatever the code says, you got to trace that back to the actual statute.
Right.
Now, the United States Code is statute. Now, all of the titles are statute law.
You
It's
have to-
not. It's not
That way.
code.
You have to have an enabling clause and an effective date.
Right.
In positive law.
Okay. But there is a difference between whatever the difference is. You know, there are differences, and not all of the titles apply. Are like positive law. So your definition, I mean, I don't know how I would interpret that. How does that apply to
Well,
me?
like in Title 26, they haven't, whoever, and I did read who they've empowered to go through and research this, has not gone through all of Title 26 and can say that each section accurately reflects the statute that was passed.
Now, what is the statute?
But see, when you look through the code, because it's not positive law, to really know what the law is, you have to go to the statute.
It has no enabling
I'm
statute.
asking you, what is the statute.
But sections of the code reflect statutes, different statutes.
Supposed to.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's a
supposed
reflection.
to.
So,
Right.
so I've got Title 26, which is United States Code. Where do I go for the statute? What is
So
that?
It's a compilation of several statutes, lots of statutes that have been passed over time. They categorize all of the tax code in Title 26.
Okay.
All the different statutes over all the different years just get
Okay.
categorized in Title 26.
Well,
So you
I'll
can
research
look
that.
them up.
I'll research that a little bit deeper.
Yeah, Michael, I'm not sure, and I'm not trying to speak for Renee, but I read the same thing. And where I got the information, I was on one of the legal websites that ties into the government site where the U.S. code is listed. And this was it contained in some general
I
information
think
on
that's
one.
probably where I read,
Yeah,
I read a lot of those.
It was on one of the general information screens that you go to before you get into, the Title 26 and Title 27.
I'll go and research that a little bit more because I've never heard that information before. Most people I know don't even know that the United States Code exists.
So that's why, like when they refer to codes in some lawsuit,
Yeah.
if it's already positive law, then there's really no sense in going and looking at each individual statute.
Right.
They've already proven it's
Okay.
accurate.
I mean that sounds plausible. I'll check into that.
Okay.
Thank you. So that was Article 3. Why don't we take a quick break, and then we'll come back and pick up with Article 4, because that's going to be a long one. All right. We've managed to squeeze our way through the first 3 articles of the Constitution, legislative, executive, and judicial. Now we're going to go on to Article 4. Article 4 basically talks about how the states and federal government were going to interact, and it also sets up state citizens. So let's go to page 33 and read Article 4, Section 2. It says, "The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states." Notice, please, that the word citizen is capitalized. Okay? And you are a citizen of each state. So let's fill in the blanks. A citizen of Texas shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities as citizens of Florida, citizens of California, citizens of Oklahoma. So what kind of citizens are we talking about? State citizens. When the Founding Fathers got together to form the Constitution, Benjamin Franklin would stand up and introduce himself as a citizen of Pennsylvania. Thomas Jefferson was a citizen of Virginia. You were a citizen of your state. A United States citizen was just kind of an abstract concept. It's like one of those many. We're not going to list all 50 of them. So it's an abstract concept. So, but you have privileges and immunities. Is that good to have privileges? Well, it depends. What it was doing, if you are a citizen of Texas, are you a citizen of Oklahoma? No. Okay? So when you go from the United States to France, do you get all of the things that French citizens do? No, because you're out of your territory. So if you are a Texas citizen and you go to Oklahoma, you don't have all the same rights that Oklahoma citizens do, except for Section 2, which says that you will have all the privileges and immunities of citizens of the several states. So legally, you don't have rights, but we're going to extend you those same privileges, so that basically it's, all 50 states are the same. But you are a state citizen, and they are extending you these privileges when you go to the other states. Now let's go to the 14th Amendment on page 48. The 14th Amendment, Section 1, says, "All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Well, that doesn't sound terribly onerous, does it? That sounds pretty simple. Okay? But let's look at citizens of the United States. That's a lowercase c. And they left out the word citizen the second time, but you're a citizen of the United States and a citizen of the state wherein you reside. So what is that? That's dual citizenship, isn't it? You're a United States citizen and a state citizen. Well, which one comes first? United States citizen. So in that clause, which one takes precedence? United States citizen. Well, it still doesn't sound too bad, except when you go back and read the second line. It says, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. What are the people in England called living under the king? Subject. Do they have any say-so? No. The king says, you're going to do this or else. A subject has no rights. You want to be subject to anybody? I don't. Now, the fact that it's a lowercase c is not, a mistake. It also says all persons born or naturalized in the United States. What's a person?
Commercial entity.
Oh, well, good. So if we look at page 20 in your handout, a person, and this is from Black's Law Dictionary, in general usage, a human being, i.e. a natural person. So when we are talking in conversation, we mean, warm flesh and blood body. Though, by statute, the term may include labor organizations, partnerships, associations, corporations, legal representatives, trustees in bankruptcies, or receivers. See 29 U.S.C. 152. That's Title 29 of the United States Code, Section 152. And the scope and delineation of the term is necessary for determining those to whom 14th Amendment of the Constitution affords protection, since this amendment expressly applies to person. A corporation is a person within the meaning of the 14th Amendment Equal Protection and Due Process Clause. So Ford Motor Company is a person. Microsoft is a person. For legal terms, isn't that wonderful? You get all the same privileges as Microsoft. Now, what is a juristic person? If I decide that we're all going to go into business together, we have to sign we put an ad in the newspaper for several weeks in a row. It says, our little group is doing business as Acme Fireworks. So 7-8 weeks later, whatever the time frame is, we have a company, Acme Fireworks. Do you know that Acme Fireworks is born? That's the terminology. This company is now born. Now, is Acme Fireworks human? Does it have freedom of religion? Freedom of speech? A right to keep and bear arms? No. It's an artificial entity. It has whatever privileges that you and I and the state of Texas give it. A jurist is another word for the judge. The jury are the 12 people sitting there in the box. Anything which is juristic has to do with court. A juristic person is this artificial entity. Now, if I take us out into the parking lot here and I'm demonstrating my latest bottle rocket, and it works really, really good, except it burns down somebody's barn. Does the owner of the barn have a right to sue Acme Fireworks? Yes. How many people are suing Firestone Tires for their bad tires? So Acme Fireworks, for the purposes of court, can go to court just like you or I could. It is a juristic person, artificial entity. Now, with the 14th Amendment, the Congress has invented a juristic person. It is a non-existent corporation. So, we, the people, ordain and establish the Constitution. When we do that, we create Congress. So, who works for who? Congress works for us. They are subordinate to us. When Congress basically or presumably ratified the 14th Amendment, they created a U.S. citizen. Now, what status does a United States citizen have to Congress? All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to its jurisdiction. You are subordinate to Congress if you're a United States citizen. So this is a second class of citizen. It was generated just after the Civil War. Basically to give blacks privileges. So we thought that the 13th Amendment freed the blacks and brought them up to our level. Except the 14th Amendment basically lowered all the whites down to their level. You have privileges. You don't have rights. The moment that you are born and they lay you on your mother's chest, you are, we the people, sovereign citizen. Suddenly, somehow or other, we go magically down to becoming a United States citizen. How does that happen?
Birth certificate.
Birth certificate, Social Security number, driver's license, voter's registration card. You ever look at your voter registration card? Are you a United States citizen? Yes or no? Oh yeah, I'm a United States citizen. Oh boy, you have no rights. We the people have a right to keep and bear arms. A United States citizen has to get a concealed carry permit. We the people have a right to travel. A United States citizen has to get a driver's license. We the people can get married to anybody we want. A United States citizen has to get a marriage license. Those are all prima facie evidence of your subordinate status to Congress. The trick is getting rid of all of that.
Since that says born or naturalized in the United States with capital letters, wouldn't that be places they have, like D.C. and the territories only?
That's right. Say the United. I have another document that I literally just printed off the web yesterday. I'm constant. Again, there's too much information, so I keep adding more. But I downloaded a document that talks about the United States, and the United States of America, 3 different entities, and the citizenships of each of those. And I would have added in the book. Best I can do is to give you the website before we leave.
So then the 14th doesn't apply to sovereign Texans.
If you are a sovereign Texan, you are not a United States citizen. You never ever want to say, yes, I'm a United States citizen, because you are admitting that you are subordinate to Congress. I am not a United States citizen. I am a Texan.
But what if you want to vote, so how do you...
You become an elector.
Did they just
And
change
they
it in
vote
the
on that.
Constitution?
What's that?
Did they just change in the Constitution 2 years ago to wipe that word out?
Oh, did they?
Yeah, 2 years
See,
ago.
I didn't know that they had. So they're trying to close doors on us before we
They're
finally
trying
get
to say
there.
it's the same as a voter,
Right.
which is not.
It's not. So, United States citizen is different than a state citizen. A state citizen has rights protected by the Bill of Rights. A United States citizen basically has equal protection under the law. You want equal protection? That guy's got a ball and chain. You want to be equal? It just says that it's equal. It doesn't say that it was good. So we're going to give you a ball and chain too. That way everybody's equal. Now, on my passport, I've reproduced what it says It says the Secretary of State of the United States of America hereby requests all to whom it may concern to permit the citizen/national of the United States. What does it mean when you have two words divided by a slash?
One or the other.
One or the other. You can be boy/girl. You can be Democrat/Republican. One or the other. You can be citizen/national. So this passport will work for a United States citizen, but it will also work for a United States national. They don't tell you what that is, but on my passport it shows that they are different. Now, what is a national? A person owning permanent allegiance to the state. The term national, as used in the phrase national of the United States, is broader than the term citizen. So a rectangle can be a square, but a square is not necessarily a rectangle. A rectangle is a broader term. So if you are a national, it is a broader term than the word citizen. So it is possible for you to be a national and not be a United States citizen. Shh! Don't tell anybody. We wouldn't want you to be able to exercise your rights. Now, in the reference that I gave you before, the USA, the House, the Republic is the USA. The Republic is the house that no one lives in, is the document. And this is a short subset, and it says the 14th Amendment is a setback to proper government. It runs counter to the ideals expressed in the preamble to the Constitution itself. The 14th Amendment is also probably never properly ratified. So the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments are post-war amendments that basically gave Congress a lot of power. Presumably the North over the South, but we've managed to exacerbate that into being even worse. Article 5 of the Constitution. The Founding Fathers realized they were not omniscient. They knew that we would have to change it. So Article 5 is all about amending the Constitution. How do you go about changing it? Well, the first thing that you have to do is propose an amendment. How can you propose an amendment? Either 2/3 of both houses or 2/3 of the state conventions. Do we have to have Congress? No. We can get each state to hold a convention, and if you get 2/3 of those conventions to say, yes, we want this proposal, then it is proposed. You can bypass Congress. We, the people, still have some power. We just have to get our act together and get organized. Now, once an amendment has been proposed, how does it become ratified?
The states.
3/4 of all the states. So you need 3/4 of the state legislatures. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
So you need a super majority.
You can bypass that too if you have Knox on your side.
Oh yes, yes, and we will talk about that. You can also have 3/4 of the state conventions. We can bypass the state legislature, have a convention, and if 3/4 of the peoples in the states want it, then the amendment is also ratified. But it's 2/3 or 66% to propose it and 75% to ratify it. They deliberately made it hard. They didn't want it to be real easy. Number 5, Article 5 is on page 35. It says, all debts and engagements shall be valid. Why did they have to put that in? Why is that on Article 5?
Could we back up just a minute?
Sure.
Okay, in this Article 5 down here at the bottom, it says, no state without its consent shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they passed an amendment in which some states, it would have had to have been unanimous for it to be legal. and some states did not pass it, so they lost their suffrage without their consent.
Then it's unconstitutional.
Right.
Which act are you referring to?
I'm talking about, it's over here where the senators are elected by the
Oh,
populace.
17th Amendment.
Yes, uh-huh.
We're going to talk about the 17th Amendment very shortly.
Okay.
Okay. Article 6 says that all debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of the Constitution shall be valid. So we were changing governments. We were under the Articles of Confederation, and we owed a bunch of money to France and Spain for, helping us out. So when we go to the new Constitution, we say, well, we're going to be good guys, and we're going to, continue our debt. We're not just going to repudiate the debt. But basically, it says all laws pursuant to the Constitution and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority shall be the supreme law of the land. So the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and any law notwithstanding is invalid, is unconstitutional. So Texas can make any law that it wants except a law that would legalize slavery, or otherwise violate your rights. And then it's also said that all persons, senators and members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by an oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. So, again, we're supporting this trust idea. You've got to take an oath. You've got to promise to protect people's rights. But no oath or affirmation, but no religious test shall ever be required. So, we can't eliminate certain religions or even atheists. You can't have a religious test. Article 7 is basically just signed, sealed, delivered, well, I'm yours. It just says the 17th day of September, 1787, blah, 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 and this is, done and good. So the 7th Amendment is mostly signatures, and the 6th Amendment the 6th article is relatively short. So the three that are, typically important are 1, 2, and 3, legislative, executive, judicial. 4 establishes the relationship between the states and the federal. 5 is how do you amend it. 6 is we're going to keep our debts. And 7 is we're out of here. Put your signature down.
Now, should we properly refer to the government as federal or national?
Well, I'm just telling you what the Constitution says. I didn't say that I like all of it.
Mike, and some of those debts and contracts were with England also.
Yeah, that may be true.
France and Spain, but also
Yeah.
England they had to pay.
Whatever the debts were prior, during the Articles of Confederation, those were all valid. So we were not going to be real scumbags and eliminate the debt just by refusing to pay. Okay. So now, before it would be ratified, several of the states demanded that we have a Bill of Rights. It gives a whole lot of power to the federal government, and we're worried about that. And so we want it, and they said, oh, you got your rights. Alexander Hamilton said, don't worry about it. You don't need to put that on paper. Yeah, right. We want it in writing. So, most people know that the Constitution has a preamble. Most people do not know that the Bill of Rights also has a preamble. I was reading that in some book. It said the preamble to the Bill of Rights. They went, typo. They meant Bill of Rights, preamble to the Constitution. And they started giving me something I had never read before, and I jumped up because I've got the Constitution and the Bill of Rights hanging in my hallway. And I went over and looked at it, and I went, go to hell. Look at that. So, the preamble to the Bill of Rights. The conventions of a number of the states, having at the time of their adopting the Constitution, expressed a desire, in order to prevent misconstruction or abuse of its powers, that further declaratory and restrictive clauses should be added. and as extending the ground of public confidence in the government will best ensure the beneficent ends of its institution. So what? So we wrote the Bill of Rights to prevent misconstruction or abuse of its powers. Whose powers? Congress, the government. Okay? So we don't want them to get out of hand. So what are we going to do? We are going to add further declaratory and restrictive clauses. Does a declaratory clause ask for permission? No. I'm telling you that I've got freedom of speech. I'm telling you that I've got a right to keep and bear arms. I'm not asking. These are further restrictive clauses. We're putting restrictions on the power of government. What are the original restrictive clauses? The Constitution. So the Constitution are restrictions on Congress's power, and we're going to add further restrictions. The Bill of Rights cannot be repealed. You can't go in and say, well, we're just going to scratch out the Second Amendment. We don't need that anymore. Wait a minute. You didn't give it to us in the first place. You can't take it back. We gave it to you. We are telling you that we have freedom of religion. Not asking. So,
But how do we stop them? Because we can get an amendment to change the Bill of Rights, like we have other amendments.
no, that is not true. You can get amendments to change the other amendments. The 18th Amendment established prohibition. The 21st Amendment repealed it.
Right.
But that has nothing to do with rights. If we can change, let's talk about Rosie O'Donnell, because we're going to talk about all of these amendments. Right? Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms. Rosie O'Donnell and her million moms want to go to Washington, and they say, all we got to do is just get enough moms to vote, and we're going to just repeal the Second Amendment. And we're going to take away, your right to keep and bear arms. Okay, let's take that and say, you're going to repeal my Second Amendment, so I'm going to go to Washington with my billion fathers, and we're going to repeal we're going to repeal the First Amendment. We're just going to take away your freedom of religion. You going to do that? You going to sit still for any of that? I say you can't go to church unless you're, Branch Davidian. Ever going to change over to Branch Davidian? No! We didn't give you freedom of religion. You were born with it. Nobody can take it away from you. It is unalienable. It's a part of who you are. It's like the dreams that you had last night. You can tell me your dreams, but you can't give them to me. It's integral to who you are. You've got a heart, you've got lungs. You give me any of that, you stop existing. I can kill you, but I can't take away your right to life. I can violate your right to life, but I can't take it away from you. They cannot take away your freedom of religion, your freedom of speech, or a right to keep and bear arms. The Bill of Rights doesn't give it to you in the first place.
I understand that. But they can modify the Constitution, including the Bill of Rights, if we don't stop them.
They can burn it. They can shred it. They can get rid of the Declaration of Independence. That doesn't make your rights go away. So let them make any changes they want. They can shred the Bill of Rights. They're ignoring it so much anyway.
That's the whole point.
The Constitution is only a national monument, under nitrogen gas in Washington, D.C. It's a novelty. It is something to look at. Here, kids. What's it say, Dad? I don't know. It's the Bill of Rights. You think I know what the heck the Bill of Rights says? I went to a government-controlled school. I have no idea what my rights are. I don't have a concealed carry permit. Won't get one, don't want one, don't need one. Don't need permission from anybody. People say, well, the interpretation of the Supreme Court is the only one that counts when we're talking about the Second Amendment. Oh, really? Well, then you come and stand in front of my front door when the government comes to collect my guns. You're going to find out that my interpretation of the Second Amendment is the only one you need to be worried about. Make sure you got your insurance paid up and kiss your kids goodbye. I'm not giving up my guns any more than I'm willing to give up my freedom of speech. Shred it. I don't care. It's a piece of paper. I am willing to stand up and defend my rights, whether anybody else does or not. And again, I ask you, how bad does it have to be before you are willing to stand up and fight for your rights? You got to know what they are. It's not a privilege. Nobody gave it to you. Now they are printed, they are enumerated by the Bill of Rights. They are listed. Just why? So that we know what they are? Well, today, yeah. Most of us have got to read it to find out what they are. Why did we list them? Did we list them for us?
For the government.
No, we listed them for the government. It says these are the things that are our rights. Keep your hands off. So let's go through them rather quickly and briefly. Page 43. And if you are going to continue your study, I hope you will, one of the things that I would recommend that you start with is to memorize the Bill of Rights. Oh man, I got to memorize something again? I feel like I'm in school. Okay, how much is your liberty worth?
Put it on a cassette and listen to it every time you're in the car.
Okay. Crystal has shirts with, the Bill of Rights, and there's all printed upside down. So when you want to find out what one of them is, you just kind of bend over and look at your belly. Oh, there it is.
Marie has one on.
Good morning, everybody.
There it is. We got one right there.
I only got three. I can only read the three.
Yeah.
That's cute.
So, First Amendment says Congress shall make no law. They should have put a period. End of story. Congress shall make no law. I'm happy. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. To say anything about separation? No. There's nothing in the Constitution that says separation of church and state. That's the wild figment of somebody's imagination. I have no problem with people having the Ten Commandments in school. What bothers me even more is there's a school in Georgia that is prohibiting the display of the Declaration of Independence.
Really?
If you can't have the Declaration of Independence in school, what can you have? Yeah. Or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. These are personal rights. You have freedom of speech only in Scrabble and crossword puzzles? You only have freedom of speech in the things that I agree with? No. If that was the only thing, you wouldn't need freedom of speech, because we agree. You have freedom of speech even when somebody else, oh my gosh, I'm going to toss and turn all night. What you say just drives me crazy. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Too bad. It's a personal problem. That's what freedom of speech is. So, petition the government for a redress of grievances. We can sue the government and presumably win. The government works for us. One of the things that they're doing right now is they're taking a remonstrance to Washington. A remonstrance is a word you don't hear very much anymore, but it is a formal complaint against the government. And in this particular case, it's all about the IRS. Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Does it say anything about the National Guard?
No.
No. They say, well, wait a minute. What is that well-regulated militia? Well, today, well-regulated means lots and lots of laws. Back in 1776, well-regulated means well-prepared. You got a pound of powder and 16 balls for your rifle, and you know how to use it. Where do you think the Minutemen came from? You hear the bugle call, you grab your gun and you go. You're ready on a moment's notice. That is well-regulated. All this talk about, well, the militia means National Guard. The Bill of Rights was ratified in 1791. The National Guard didn't show up until the early 1900s. You telling me the Founding Fathers were premonition? Most people forget that the United States started when the British tried to take our guns at Concord and Lexington. We said, hell no. Texas started out when the Mexicans wanted their cannon back. What did we say? Come and get it!
Send it back in pieces.
Third Amendment. You probably never hear of the Third Amendment being put to use. It says, no soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Well, unless they change the way our soldiers fight, you don't have to worry about that. But back then, the army traveled on its stomach. They'd stop in town, stop marching, they'd say, okay, dismissed. And the soldiers would go knock on the door and say, okay, I'm sleeping in your bed, you're sleeping on the floor. Oh, really? Yeah, I got the gun.
This was also for the...
So, what's that?
Wasn't it also for the English?
Yeah, well, armies. Any army. You know, if you were a civilian, you were basically just,
Prior to the
you know,
Constitution,
stores.
They were coming in.
That's right. So you'd be, you know, overrun by your army and the opposing army. So that probably won't happen anymore. The Fourth Amendment, very important. It protects your privacy. It says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable search and seizure shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. They have to have a piece of paper. You want to search? A, you have to have probable cause. What makes you think I've got anything? 2, you have to have a warrant. 3, the warrant has to be signed under oath or affirmation. Why? Because if you break down my door and you don't find what you're looking for, somebody lied. Somebody is guilty of perjury. And we go back to the First Amendment, and I'm petitioning the government for a redress of grievances. So we force the government to get an oath. We don't want the government just coming in and go, well, I think we're going to look around just in case. Can't do that. And if you let them, if they stop you on the side of the highway and say, can I look in your car? And you go, yes, officer. You just gave them permission. No. You want to show me a warrant? Well, we're going to have to keep you here for 3 hours until we get one. Fine. I got nothing to do. Go get a warrant. And when you don't find what you're looking for, be prepared for a lawsuit. You do that 2 or 3 times, and they're not going to check your car anymore.
Is that true even if you have a license? Did you agree to
Yes.
something in any time with the...
Now they're going to argue that if you have a driver's license, that you have given them permission in advance. Okay, by contract. Okay, well, don't show them the license. Or get rid of it.
Isn't that a state's car?
Well, if they've got it registered right. Okay? So, basically, you've got to be careful. If you are a United States citizen, you have no rights. You are property. And you've got to do whatever they say. You are subject to the jurisdiction of Congress. So, stop being a United States citizen. Now, that's a completely different class, but we'll get around to it. Fifth Amendment. when everybody says, I plead the fifth, okay, they're talking about one line in this amendment. You look at that entire paragraph. Is that, I plead the fifth? No. There's a lot of stuff here. You have a lot of rights. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment by a grand jury. Only people on the grand jury can indict you. The government can't come along and throw you in jail for anything you want. You have to have other Texans who said, yeah, that sounds pretty bad. Except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. So do soldiers and sailors have a right to all this other stuff? No. If you're a soldier or a sailor, you don't have a right to a trial. You go to a court-martial, which is completely different. You have no rights. If you're in the militia, when in actual service, you're acting as a soldier. So you get court-martialed too. Now, nor shall any person be subject to the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. They can't hold you on the same thing. You know, they accuse you of murder, you know, they accuse you of killing John, and, you know, John shows up alive. Well, you know, you didn't do it. They can't accuse you of it again. That was what the whole movie Double Jeopardy was all about. Really good theory. Now, nor be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. That's the fifth that everybody remembers. But it also says, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. They can't take all your stuff away from you and say, okay, we're going to take you to court. How are you going to defend yourself? You have to have due process of law. What? Admiralty jurisdiction?
They do this with administrative law all the time.
That's right. It's all administrative law. It's statutes. It's under the UCC. It has nothing to do with the Constitution. A lot of people go into court and they say, Your Honor, I've got my constitutional rights. And the judge says, don't let me hear you talk about the Constitution again. What's the matter? I thought this was the United States. No, not the United States that you're thinking of. Sorry. You lose. Because you didn't know the game. You're standing on a baseball diamond going, touchdown. They go, we don't know what you're talking about. They've pulled a fast switch on you. You've got to learn the law. You've got to know your rights. You've got to know where you stand. And your citizenship is a lot to do with where you stand. Finally, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Great. Who gets to decide what's just?
They do.
Jury.
Maybe a jury. That might help. But they can't just come in because the freeway's coming through and take your farm.
We're going to find that out every day.
We're about to find out.
I'd like to keep it.
This happened during the Revolutionary War. They came with civil votes from private citizens
Yeah.
to be used to move the armies across, and so the citizens were saying, we don't want this to happen again.
Right.
Yes, we're compensated for that.
Right. Okay? It's all based on property. Private property.
Who does decide what's just?
What's that?
Who does decide what's just?
Well, the Constitution doesn't specify, does it? So it's kind of like a little loophole. Wait till we get to the 8th Amendment. The 6th Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. Why is a public trial important?
Star chambers.
Yeah, we don't want to drag you off into a dark thing. Oh, he ended up dead. He was guilty. Really? What happened? What did he? Well, it was his secret. You don't want to see that. Okay? They used to do that. They still do that if you ever have a run-in with the IRS.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 3 kids in jail in Austin who were in jail because one guy confessed with a gun to his head. Oh boy. No star chambers? Not in the United States. Could never happen here. Wake up! In all criminal prosecutions, it's going to be a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. So that you can't do something here and have them drag you off somewhere else. In the Declaration of Independence, it says that the king has transported them beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. You know, the tax collector would say something here, they would take you to England and you'd stand trial. Do you have any friends in England? You have your lawyer over there? You're all by yourself. It's really hard to defend yourself halfway across, around the world. So the idea is, wherever the crime is, that's where it stays. So the government can't drag you off someplace else. That way, and the truth of the matter is that you were from there. You never really traveled far from your house. If you were a farmer, this is where you would have been. That's where the crime presumably would have committed. So this is supposedly allowing you to stay in your own county.
Throw in the bay.
Darn good question.
Yeah,
Timothy McVeigh, Oklahoma, Denver.
right. Same thing. But if we don't know what the Constitution says, we can't complain.
There was another thing that they proposed before was to prove that those cops dragged that black gentleman behind his car for 5 miles. Yeah.
Jasper?
Took him someplace else, didn't they, in trial?
No.
They took him out of Jasper, didn't they?
Now, I think one of the things that happens is they accuse you of a federal crime. Well, if it's a federal crime, it's basically the United States. Anywhere in the United States is appropriate as far as they are concerned. But it's certainly not in the spirit of the Sixth Amendment, is it? And to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation. This is very important. What is the nature and cause of the accusation? If you get pulled over and the police officer is stopping you for speeding, that's the cause. If you go to court, and I'm learning this very quickly, they have cause numbers. Okay? And so that's the cause, speeding. What's the nature?
Criminal or civil?
Whether it is criminal or civil, you have to know which court you're in. You got rules of criminal procedure and rules of civil procedure. You got to know which rules they are. They've got to tell you. And to be confronted with the witnesses against you. That way I can't whisper to Mike over here and say, oh, gosh, these guys are doing it, and have them arrest you. Or really, who said so? Oh, a friend of ours. It's a secret. You can't do that. You have to be able to look the person in the eye and have that person say, yeah, you're the one that did it. So that you know who you're fighting against. You also have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in your favor. If there were innocent bystanders on the street corner and they saw you being attacked first and you were just doing self-defense, you can force them, you can give them a subpoena, and they have to show up. Now, they'd rather be out fishing, but what if you were the one? What if you're the one being accused and there were other people, and I was standing there on the street corner and go, hey, it's your problem, not mine. Wouldn't you want to be able to, force me into court to tell what I saw? So you have compulsory process for getting witnesses. If somebody saw it, they've got to be there in court. And it also says, and to have assistance of counsel for his defense. Anybody see the word lawyer in there anywhere? If a judge tells you, you must have a lawyer. And I was fully expecting this. When you go into court, they say you cannot represent yourself. You must have a lawyer. You ask the judge, excuse me, Your Honor, did you take an oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution? Are you violating my Sixth Amendment right? Certainly you wouldn't want to be guilty of perjury and treason. You have to be able to stand up for your rights. Nobody's going to give them to you. Nobody can give them to you. You need to draw that line in the sand. It's scary. It's not easy. But you've got to have the guts to do it. Or you don't have your freedom. End of story. Your choice. Seventh Amendment. In suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of common law. How many people here have ever been to a common law proceeding? Anybody here have any idea where you would go for a common law proceeding? How are you supposed to have due process of law if there are no common law courts? Does this disturb anybody? I mean, we may not know what the answer is, but there sure as heck is something wrong. And it says, in suits at common law where the value in controversy shall exceed $20. That's the price of the class. If, for some reason or other, you decide you want to file a lawsuit against me because you're not happy with the course, you got ripped off, all right? You paid $20 and considerable, valuable consideration. Your time is worth something. So that puts it more than $20. You want to take me to court? It's going to be common law. And you have to prove that I violated your rights. Show me the property that I damaged. And frankly, I think I know the Constitution pretty well, so you're going to be in for a fight. Eighth Amendment says, excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Define excessive. I had a $400 fine. I put down an $800 bond plus another $2,500 bond. That's $3,300 for a $400 fine. Is that a little excessive?
Yes.
10 times the amount of the fine? Can I go with the Eighth Amendment? Well, I don't know. It doesn't really say. Who's going to judge? So it's a nice sentiment, but I don't know that the Eighth Amendment has ever actually been used.
Go to common law court and see the judge.
The Ninth Amendment. Let's talk about the Ninth and Tenth Amendments together, because they are legal bookends. The Founding Fathers understood that as good as the Constitution is, there are probably some loopholes in it. The Ninth and Tenth Amendments attempt to close those loopholes. The Ninth Amendment says, the enumeration, we just list your rights, we're not granting them. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage other rights retained by the people. Does the Bill of Rights say anything about a right to have children?
A right to privacy.
No. Doesn't say anything, but you have a right to have children? Yes.
A right to privacy.
You have Fourth Amendment doesn't say privacy, but you have a right to be secure in your person's houses, papers, and effects. So that's privacy.
But since privacy is a right, it is protected under this Ninth Amendment.
Well, it's protected by the Fourth Amendment, too.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Not both ways.
But travel. Is travel mentioned anywhere? No. Do you have a right to travel? Yes. So the Ninth Amendment basically says out loud, even though we didn't list everything, it doesn't list the fact that you've got a right to have a nose. We didn't bother to put that in there. But we listed some of them. There are other rights that we did not list. So just because it's not written doesn't mean that the people can't do it. The 10th Amendment basically is just the opposite. It says the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. That says if it's not written down, the government can't do it. They can't assume powers. Oh, that's what they meant. You know, it's not written there in the Constitution anywhere, but I'm sure that the Founding Fathers intended that. No! You want to give the government more power? You've got to amend the Constitution. Anything that is not explicitly listed that the government is doing is, by definition, unconstitutional. And we, the people, it's about time we read it, understood it, and started writing to our congressmen going, look, you can't do that. How many people are familiar with the space program? How many people have heard of John Glenn? Right? Everybody kind of liked John Glenn? Somebody was trying to pass a law that said any law that Congress has passed, they have to reference the article and clause from the Constitution that gave them that authority. And John Glenn said, we can't do that. We wouldn't be able to pass half the laws that we do. Oh, really? What does that mean? That means that, the Constitution is going to put chains on Congress. Gosh, we don't want to do that. We wouldn't be able to do half of the things that we're doing to the public. So we've got the chains, we just don't have a lock. You take your bicycle and wrap a chain around it, and you don't lock the two ends together. Is your bike still going to be there when you come back? Maybe not. Any questions on the Bill of Rights? Memorize them. They are very important. One short anecdote about how important it is. I mentioned it a little bit at lunch. I got pulled over by the police. They said that they were going to call a tow truck and they were going to impound my car. I said, oh, really? I said, then you're telling me that you're going to violate my Fifth Amendment rights. Oh, no, sir, we're not going to violate your Fifth Amendment rights. I said, well, it sounds like it to me. Fifth Amendment says you can't deprive me of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. If you take my car, you're depriving me of property. You're not allowing me to travel to the airport, so you're depriving me of liberty. And unless you happen to be the judge, jury, and executioner, our little roadside chat here doesn't constitute due process of law. Now does it? I asked him if he had taken an oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution. He started to stutter. The next thing you know, he runs off to talk to his buddies, comes back, hands me my passport, and everybody jumps into the cars, they slam the doors, and the police cars all drove away. Bye! If you don't know your rights, you don't have any. If you're not willing to stand up for your rights, it doesn't matter whether you know them. You have to stand up for yourself. No one is going to do it for you. Let's take a break.
You gotta get you fired up.
All right. We are doing pretty well. We are only an hour behind schedule, so I think that's doing pretty well, considering the amount of information that we covered and have to cover. I'm going to try to keep up my pace so that we can formally finish at 6 o'clock, because there are probably people that have got to leave. But once we get to 6 o'clock, we'll take a break, and then we will just continue and go into... If you have questions that you want to talk about something more in depth, let me know, and I will certainly do that. Page 22. I figured by this time the seriousness factor is a little bit high, and so I've attempted to interject a little bit of humor for comic relief. I have inserted something called a Bill of No Rights, which I've downloaded off the internet, and you've got a website there. I am not responsible for it. I only wish that I were. But the preamble to this Bill of No Rights says, "We, the sensible of the United States, in an attempt to help everyone get along, restore some semblance of justice, avoid any more riots, keep our nation safe, promote positive behavior, and secure the blessings of debt-free liberty to ourselves and our great-great-great-great-grandchildren, hereby try one more time to ordain and establish some common sense guidelines for the terminally whiny, guilt-ridden, delusional, and other liberal, commie, pinko bedwetters." And so it goes on to say what you do not have a right to. You do not have a right to be free from harm. If you stick a screwdriver in your eye, learn to be more careful. Okay? Do not expect the tool manufacturer to make you and all of your relatives independently wealthy, etc. So you can read that. I think that it's very humorous. And And sadly enough, you probably ought to post that for some people. You know? Now, the first 10 amendments are special. They identify unalienable rights. And, you know, although Congress may go through the motion of amending them or eliminating them, they may as well just go ahead and shred the whole Bill of Rights. They can do that too, but it doesn't make it valid. Now, there are several additional amendments. The 11th Amendment basically, the U.S. judicial power is denied in cases against the state, so that states have a little bit more difficulty suing each other. We looked at Article 2 that said the vice president is the guy with the second number of votes, second greatest number of votes. That was changed in 1804 by the 12th Amendment. Now, if you want to find out more about the Electoral College, go to the 12th Amendment. It's a relatively long one. It has a lot of details about who can vote for what and all that other stuff. So that is the process being used today. Now, the 13th Amendment is a little bit more confusing. Depends on which 13th Amendment we are talking about. Now, you and I know about the 13th Amendment that says no slavery. Okay? That was established right after the war between the states. Now, it turns out that there was another 13th Amendment. Now, after George Washington was president, John Adams became president. While John Adams was president, the U.S. Congress secretly voted to give England about 60 or 600,000 pounds of gold. Now, I don't know if that was physical pounds or British sterling pounds, but it was a lot of gold. I thought, we won the Revolutionary War. Why are we paying England all this gold? Why are Congress giving all this money in secret? Well, Benjamin Franklin's grandson happened to be a reporter. He found out about it, and he printed the story. What do you think the people at large thought about that? Were they happy? No, I think they had Pennsylvania Avenue filled with torches and pitchforks. They were a little bit upset. And they wanted to, dangle a couple of these congressmen from a long rope. Well, John Adams said, well, we can't have that. And John Adams helped to pass the Alien and Sedition Act. Anybody ever heard of the Alien and Sedition Act? The Alien and Sedition Act made it illegal to print nasty stuff about Congress, even if it's true. Don't you know? This is the second president of the United States. We haven't even gotten started yet, and they're already putting up the Alien and Sedition Act. Well, Thomas Jefferson was our third president. Thomas Jefferson's first formal action was to eliminate the Alien and Sedition Act. You can't have freedom of speech and the Alien and Sedition Act. It's one or the other. And so he got rid of the Alien and Sedition Act. Now, they were starting to realize that Congress was being infiltrated by a bunch of lawyers. What does BAR stand for? When you take the BAR exam, what does BAR stand for?
British Accreditation Registry.
British Accreditation Registry. British Accreditation Registry? So these are the King's men? And when you become a lawyer, you get to put Esquire after your name. It's a title of nobility. Well, the Founding Fathers that were still around went, wait a minute, we got to put a stop to this. And they did the Titles of Nobility Amendment. And I won't read it in its entirety, but it is on page 23. And it basically says that anybody who has a title of nobility is not a citizen of the United States, which is basically state citizen, and that means that you can't be in Congress, because that's a prerequisite. So the title of nobility amendment would basically make it illegal for lawyers to be in Congress. Think about it. How many of our congressmen are lawyers?
How many are not?
Almost, yeah, how many are not? We can count those on one or two hands. So, the title of nobility amendment was being ratified. And at the time, they would need 13 states to ratify it. 10 of the states ratified. They wrote in and said, yes, we vote for that. Then, the War of 1812 broke out. Who were we fighting in the War of 1812? England. You know, the Revolutionary War wasn't good enough, they got to come back. Well, what happened during the War of 1812? They burned down the White House where all of the records are kept.
Destroyed evidence.
Son of a gun! There's a lot of strong evidence that leads to imply that the War of 1812 was specifically to prevent this 13th Amendment from being ratified. So now the War of 1812 is over. Congress gets back. Okay, where were we before we were so rudely interrupted? Oh yeah, we had this amendment. And 3 states didn't show up. You know, we didn't get their answer. Let's go get it now. So they write a letter to the president, say go out and find out what those 3 states said. There is documented proof that the President of the United States wrote and said, what was your answer? Now, there is no evidence that the states wrote back. However, because the states were now subordinate to the supreme law of land, every time the state would print the state laws, it seemed like a good idea to print the Constitution at the front page. That was the supreme law, all the state laws follow it. Now, you have 2 guys out in Maine, and they just do this research. They're looking through all these old books. If you like that kind of stuff, fine. Now, when they take a coffee break, imagine them going, I wonder what the oldest book in the library is. And so they go through, running through all the shelves, and they find this old book, and they slide it off the shelf, and it's got all the dust, and they blow it off, and here's the Constitution. You got the Bill of Rights, and the 11th, 12th, and 13th Amendment. That doesn't look like no slavery. It looks like no titles of nobility. We'd never heard of that before. So they started doing research, and they found out that the title of nobility amendment was printed no less than 47 times between 1820 and 1860. Why would they print the title of nobility amendment if it hadn't been ratified? Now, all of a sudden we get to 1860. What happened in 1860? Civil War. Son of a gun. And all of a sudden, title of nobility amendment is no longer printed. They just, what, erased it? How do you get rid of an amendment? With another amendment. Do you know of an amendment that gets rid of the titles of nobility amendment? No. So, if it was properly ratified, it's still in effect. And if it wasn't properly ratified, we can finish it. Imagine what would happen if we ratified the title of nobility amendment. Now, we could all go to Washington, D.C., wave bye-bye to all the lawyers. Wouldn't that be great? So, now, I'm not saying whether the titles of nobility amendment was properly ratified. I wasn't there. But I've given you 2 websites. Well, first of all, a little paragraph that says, yes, the titles of nobility amendment was properly ratified, and another paragraph that suggests, well, maybe it wasn't. Trying to be open-minded here. And then in back, I've got several websites that will determine what page is that on. On page 51, I point you to 3 different websites that you can go to and research it on your own. Let me tell you in advance that one of the websites shows you photographs of this amendment printed in the books. I don't know, looks pretty convincing to me. Now, so eventually, Civil War, we just forget about titles of nobility. Now we've got the 13th Amendment. 13th Amendment says no slavery. So, great, whites and blacks are the same, right? No, we've now got to pass the 14th Amendment that creates U.S. citizens and gives blacks privileges. Privileges and rights are not the same thing. 14th Amendment was also not properly ratified. Oh, by the way. 15th Amendment, we finally give blacks suffrage. What is suffrage? The ability to vote. All right? When did women get suffrage? 1920. So girls, now you know how you rate relative to slaves.
Well, if we own property, we were able to vote, though.
Okay? So basically, you know, it's all landowners, and there were some women who were landowners, but not many.
40 years.
Right.
How to keep you in place.
You know, I guess that means that slaves are worth more because you actually have to buy a slave. You know, you just got to get married and, you know, have her do all your laundry.
You
and
gotta buy a
cooking.
wife. Have you ever seen what the price of dating is?
Oh. Okay, so women were allowed to vote with the 19th Amendment. The 16th Amendment. 16th Amendment is also pretty controversial. It says that the U.S. can tax on income from any source derived. So if income is derived from source, then income and source are two different things. Even if we don't know what they are, an income is not a source. An income is derived from source. So what is a source? Well, we don't really get into that. The 16th Amendment was also not properly ratified. And Bill Benson's got a book, you probably all have read it, The Law That Never Was. The 17th Amendment changed the way that we elect our senators. Prior to the 17th Amendment, the senators were elected by the state legislation, so that the state had some control over what happens in Washington. 17th Amendment allows us to elect our senators by popular vote. What does that move the United States towards? Democracy.
Not properly ratified.
Yeah. So, you know, ever since the Civil War, things in Washington, D.C. have been happening fast and loose, and they just say, oh, don't worry about it. Don't look at that man behind the curtain. Just trust us. Would we lie? We're Federalists. They're the anti-Federalists. We wouldn't lie. So, the 18th Amendment is when Prohibition started. What were we prohibiting? Alcohol. Okay? Now, the 18th Amendment is unique because it's the only one that's ever been repealed. It was repealed by the 21st Amendment. Okay? It was repealed in 1933. Everybody heard of the Budweiser Clydesdales? They were a celebration for the end of Prohibition. We were so glad that alcohol wasn't illegal anymore, that Anheuser-Busch built this great big wagon to celebrate. Well, it was such a popular hit that they've just kept it as their symbol ever since. So if anybody, you know, if you ever see the Budweiser Clydesdales, you can say, well, that's been around since 1933 with the repeal of Prohibition. Now, yeah, the way that I remember that is that when I was growing up, some states you had to be 18 in order to drink. And in other states you had to be 21. So the 18th Amendment started Prohibition, and the 21st Amendment repeals it. The 22nd Amendment, a president is limited to 2 terms in office. Why did that happen? Roosevelt. We were a little bit concerned that we might get an elected monarch. And so we basically said, you know, 2 turns at bat and you're out of there. 23rd gives District of Columbia electors as though it were a state. Why do we want to do that?
I don't know.
You know, how do we go back and undo that? You know, Washington, D.C. is a federal territory. Why should we give that federal territory any more power than it already has? Do you see a habit or a pattern here? 24th, elimination of the poll tax. We were going to allow blacks to vote. We're just going to charge them so much money that they couldn't. You know, 25 is a formal procedure for overthrowing the president. After I memorize the Bill of Rights, that's the next one that I memorize. I want to know how to overthrow the president. 26, 18-year-olds can vote even though they still can't think. You know, what difference does it make? It doesn't count anyway. We're just going to let you pull a lever. You know, drive that little plastic steering wheel. Now, when was the last time we amended the Constitution? 1992. How many people were alive in 1992? How many people were sat up all night on television watching all this stuff go back and forth, listening to all the debates? You didn't even know it happened. You mean that they are going to amend the Constitution of the United States, the supreme law of the land, and you didn't even know it? Neither did I. How did they slip this past us? How can we, the people, be responsible for Congress if we don't even know that they're modifying the Constitution? 1992. That's not even 10 years ago yet.
They know we're asleep.
They know that we're asleep. It's like, ding, 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 ding. Somebody better wake up. And it better be us. Any questions on the other amendments?
Why'd you use A and C for the titles of nobility?
Because there was another 13th Amendment.
There was a B?
There was a 13B that somebody said, okay, we're going to propose this, and then it just never happened. It was just before the Civil War, and it got shut down.
That was the one that Lincoln put through to justify slavery in certain states.
Right.
To keep the Union together.
Yeah, and it failed. So we've actually had 3 13th Amendments. Okay, now we're going to talk about the real heart of the problem. I mean, Congress is bad, and the United States is in deep trouble. But I'm not going to point my finger just at Congress. We have the best money that Congress can buy. Sigh. We're going to talk about legal tender and lawful money and what is the difference. The real problem is the economy. That's how the Constitution got started. They sent our guys to Philadelphia because the economy was bad. They were suffering from inflation. Some things, just never change. Now, let's talk about gold and silver. Why are gold and silver used as money? Around the world, not just in the United States.
They're valuable.
They are valuable. They have an intrinsic value. If you don't like coins, you can melt this down and make silverware.
They don't rust and rot.
That's where the term came from. Now, not everybody had silverware because silver is, kind of hard to come by. But, if you don't like it in this form, you can melt it and change it into something else. It has intrinsic value. All right? Why else do we use silver and gold?
Constitution so states.
Well, it was put into the Constitution.
A small amount of it, especially the gold, can equal a fair amount.
Right. So gold is very, very valuable. Why is it so valuable?
No free electrons. It won't oxidize.
It won't oxidize.
That's a limited
Right?
amount.
How much gold is there?
There's a limited amount.
There's a limited amount. Can gold inflate? Can we just go out and just, start spitting out more gold? No. If you want more gold, what do you have to do? You got to go and dig it up. And it's hard work. And so you can spend, 10 or 15 years of your life and end up with this little ball of gold. Okay, you worked hard for it. You deserve it. Is it that ounce of gold going to inflate the economy? No. So the fact that there is a limited amount of gold and silver is a primary reason that countries all over use this as a medium of exchange. Now, when they had these gold stamps, what you would do is, you want to buy my apple. You give me this, this gold coin. Well, there is one disadvantage to gold and silver.
10,000 apples.
you try carrying this around in your pocket. If I don't have a belt on, I'm gonna lose my shorts. It's heavy. And not only that, if I'm walking around and this stuff is jingling around, everybody knows I've got it. And they can either cut my throat or cut my purse, and take it from me. So it does have a disadvantage. So one of the things that we used to do is take your money to the goldsmith. One, he would punch it into coins for you and make them all the same. And then he also had a great big lock box. So you can say, well, I'm going to just leave my gold here where it's safe, and the goldsmith would give you a receipt for it. Kind of like Chinese laundry. You bring back the receipt, we'll give you your gold. No ticky, no washi. So we get your receipt. So now I want to buy your gold, or you buy your apple. I can say, don't go away. And I can run down to the goldsmith, give him my receipt, get the gold, come back and say, okay, here's the gold, you give me the apple. Well, what are you going to do with it? You don't want to keep it around, so you run down and give it to the goldsmith, and he gives you the receipt. Well, gosh, that's a whole lot of running around. If I've already got my gold receipt, can I give you the gold receipt, you give me the apple? Yeah, you're going to end up with it in 5 minutes anyway. It's a lot easier to carry paper. You just put it in your pocket or your wallet. It doesn't weigh as much, and it works the same way. You want the gold, you can go and pick it up. Now, the guy who's holding all the gold goes, wow, this is a real bummer. I've got 1,000 gold coins, and people only come in and collect like 100 of them at any one time. So only about 10% of the people who have gold here ever ask for it back. Everybody's using these gold receipts. Now, because I'm not terribly scrupulous, well, how can I take advantage of that? I can print more gold receipts. Yeah, but if I spend them, everybody's going to say, hey, Jack, how come you got all this money? Where are you getting all that? So I really can't spend it myself, but I can sure loan it to you. Nobody's going to ask you. If they say, where'd you come up with that money? You go, I borrowed it from the goldsmith. So, that's like cool. So if I only have 10% of the people collecting their money, and I have 1,000 coins, I can print 10,000 notes. So I can print all these counterfeit gold receipts. And I can loan them to you, and loan them to you, and loan them to you. And now everybody's using the gold receipts. You can't tell them from the original ones because I printed the original ones. And now 10% of those people, 10% of the $10,000 are going to come in and collect their gold. And I've got the 1,000 pieces of gold that I need. That's how fractional reserve banking got started. I'm basically counterfeiting money legally. So now, and this is a really great setup. I can counterfeit this money, I can loan it to you, and now when you borrow money from me, you've got to pay me back in interest. And I'm going to ask for the interest in gold. So I don't know where you're going to come up with it, but you're going to go out and bring back more gold. So if I've got more gold, I can print 10 times as much money. For every gold coin you print me, I can print 10 certificates and loan that out. It doesn't take an idiot to figure out that I'm going to be making money pretty much hand over fist here pretty soon. Now, I've got almost the perfect setup. Almost perfect because, you don't borrow enough money. You're a nice guy, but, you only borrowed maybe $5,000. And you're going to do that once because you want to buy a house. If I want to make more money, I got to figure out a way to loan more money. Who can I go to that will borrow money from me? Can I loan money to a government? Will governments borrow money? Yeah! And they borrow lots of money. Especially if somebody's about to attack. If your country is going to war, don't you want to borrow money so you can buy guns and defend yourself? And if you're going to borrow money now, aren't you willing to borrow that money at like a really high interest rate? The goldsmith says, yeah, I can loan you the money, but it's going to be 25 or 30%. The bad bad guys are coming. You know, I need the guns today. I can't work. If you don't give me the money, you know, I'm not going to have anything to defend. So yeah, I'll borrow the money. I'll give you your 30%. Ha ha! I've got the perfect solution. Except, you know, you're battling this guy over here. So I've loaned you money. I'll go over here. You want to borrow money? I mean, you're fighting against this lady over here. You know, you don't want her to win. I can loan you money too. So now I'm playing both ends against the middle. I'm loaning you money at 30%. I'm loaning you money at 35% because I'm not giving you very many chances. You know, and I've got the two of you fighting. You're both borrowing lots of money. I'm making money hand over fist. This is good. What's the only bad news that I could ever get? The two of you shook hands and decided not to be at war anymore. Oh my gosh, you can't have that. You know, if you stop the war, you're going to stop borrowing money. This sound like wild, crazy, you know? That's exactly what's going on. When Napoleon was exiled, they put him off in Elba, hoping he'll never come back. What do you think the bankers did? Hey, Napoleon, you want to come back and kick some butt? Why do you think we had the Louisiana Purchase? Because Napoleon needed money. He said, yeah, I'll give you that entire Louisiana Purchase. You can have all of France's land. I need money because I got to come back and kick some butt. And he was also borrowing money from the bankers. So we got here, we are the United States. We are printing our own money. Oh my gosh, we can't have any of that. We don't have any control. If you're making your own money, how can we loan you money? So all through the history of the United States, they've been trying to set up a central bank. Alexander Hamilton was the guy who was trying to get it started. And he did. They called it the first bank of the United States. And then the contract ran out. And so they brought it back again, and they called it the first bank of the United States. And then it went away, and they brought it back a third time. This time they called it the second bank of the United States. So we've had, you know, a central bank several times. Well, Old Hickory, what's his name? Andrew Jackson said, you know, you guys are a den of vipers, and by the strength of God, I'll rout you out. And he threw out all the central bankers, and he killed the central bank for about 75 years. He did a good job of it. Not a perfect job, but back in 1913, the central bank came back. What do we call it? Federal Reserve. So they print money out of thin air. You've heard the joke about the woman goes into the bank and says, I can't be overdrawn. I still have checks left. You know, that may be cute, but that's what the Federal Reserve is doing. Prior to 1913, how did Congress get money? They have to beg. They have to come to us and say, we were going to have this big scientific, we need $1 million to study the sex life of the mosquito. What did we say? I don't think so. Like, oh darn. You know, we can't do our pet little project. So then they invent the Federal Reserve Bank. Congress is authorized to coin money and regulate the value thereof. They are not authorized to give that power to somebody else. If I'm a police officer, can I give you my gun and say, would you direct traffic for me while I go to lunch? Can I give you that authority? No, because I can't give you the responsibility that goes with it. We give Congress the responsibility to coin money. We did not give them the authority to give it to somebody else. But they did. Federal Reserve Act is completely, totally, 100% unconstitutional. I don't care how much, it depends on what your definition of is, the president does. It's unconstitutional. So now we've got the Federal Reserve Bank printing money out of thin air. What does Congress do? They borrow money from the Federal Reserve. Did they ask us? No. They just borrow the money. They do their, study on the sex life of the mosquito, and then they turn around to us and go, oh gosh, we've got a national debt. You got to pay taxes. We got to pay our national debt. Wait a minute. They were supposed to ask us before. Now they've invented a system where they can get the money without asking. It is criminal. It is treason.
Treason.
Absolutely treason. Anybody here still think that the government is out to for your best interest? I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Oh yeah? Stand still. Now, one of my favorite quotes is from Ludwig von Mises. Ludwig von Mises says on page 24, the government is the only institution that can take a valuable commodity like paper and make it absolutely worthless by printing on it. Think about it. You know, if you'd given me scrap paper, I could use it for something, but now that you turn it into money, you know, it has no value. Now, money is defined by Black's Law Dictionary. In usual and ordinary acceptation, it means coins and paper currency used as a circulating medium of exchange and does not embrace notes or IOUs, evidence of debt or other personal or real estate. A note is an instrument containing an express and absolute promise of signer to pay a specified person or order. It's a promise to pay. Now, when we started this class, you gave me silver, I gave you a book. That is quid pro quo, Latin for something for something. We do an exchange. So once I've given you something, you've given me something. Once we've done this trade, the transaction is over with. You know, I'm happy, you're happy, you know, leave me alone. Now, if you say, gosh, you know, I'd really like to have that apple, and I say, well, okay, it's $1. You say, well, I don't have $1, I've got an IOU. If I give you the apple and you give me the IOU, have we finished the transaction? No. Now, somebody's got a banana, and I want to buy the banana. And they say, well, it's $1. They say, well, instead of $1, I've got this IOU from so-and-so. Would you take my IOU? You go, yeah, okay, I'll take that. And I give the IOU and I take the banana. Have we finished the transaction? No. Somebody still owes this guy $1. Somebody is still stuck. That's what a note is. At the top of the dollar, it says Federal Reserve Note. These are official IOUs that are absolutely, totally worthless. Now, they are not the same as this. This is a silver certificate. At the top, it says silver certificate. And at the bottom, it says $1 in silver payable to the bearer on demand. So you could used to be able to take one of these into the bank, and they would give you silver. And I'm not talking about the bus tokens that we use. I mean, if you listen to these things drop on the floor, they sound hollow. Doesn't sound anything like silver. So, basically, this is real money because it can be converted into gold or silver. This is a Federal Reserve note, and it happens to be worth whatever Alan Greenspan says it's worth. It is fiat paper. Now, what I want to do, has anybody not seen silver certificates? I'm willing to pass these around. I want them back.
Are they just a collector's item, or are they still considered? I mean, this will always be legal tender, right?
You can spend that. Yeah, you could spend it like it's $1, but it's worth a whole lot more. I mean, I've got those in plastic. I won't spend it, and I'll give you dollars, but I want that one back.
Why not? I meant legally, can it be?
Yes, legally you can spend it. Now, you're not going to find those in circulation because there are a couple 100,000 of us that know the difference, and we'll snatch those out of circulation faster. You know.
On a $2 bill, it doesn't say either.
What's that?
$2 bill. It doesn't say silver certificate or.
Right. I have to check I have a $2 note. I haven't checked that.
There were some older $2 bills.
Right.
A time ago.
Okay. Now.
It might be the one Kennedy issued.
Okay. Now. Negotiable.
I'll give you $2,000 for that.
$2,000 for what? What is
For
that?
one of your silver certificates.
Oh.
$2,000 bill.
Yeah.
Well, we won't take that. How about this million?
Yeah. Now, negotiable means that we can negotiate about it. If I've got a pile of silver and you've got something that you're going to say, well, how much is it? And we can negotiate. Okay? You can decide whether you want to take it or not. Non-negotiable means you don't have a choice. It cannot be transferred. Not capable of passing title or property by endorsement or delivery. This was the question that you had earlier. If I take your apple and I give you this silver, I'm basically transferring property. This is now your property. The note cannot transfer property. It's just an instrument of debt. It's basically a tally system. You do not own this dollar, even if it's in your wallet. Who owns this dollar?
Federal Reserve.
The Federal Reserve. It's got a serial number on it and everything. So this is their money. If you go to Avis and you want to borrow one of their cars, you take their car, drive it around for a week, fill it up with gas, bring it back. It's still their car. They're going to charge you money for borrowing it? Yes, that's known as an excise. Rent on the car. The 16th Amendment, the Supreme Court has determined that the 16th Amendment confers no new power of taxation on the Congress. Congress can't do anything now that it couldn't already do before the 16th Amendment. The Supreme Court says all the 16th Amendment does is to establish the income tax as an excise, which means that you are paying rent for using their property. It's like going to Avis. Did you transact business using these? Yes. Well, you got to pay rent and all the paper dollars that you handled. Why do people use the Federal Reserve notes?
Don't have much choice.
There's no other choice. It's like Henry Ford. You can have your car any color you want as long as it's black. If you have a choice of one, is it a choice? No. So, what do we need? We need some options. So instead of using this, we can use this. This is American Liberty Currency. Minted by an organization called NORFED, N-O-R-F-E-D, the National Organization for the Repeal of the Federal Reserve. So not only, if you don't want to carry the silver in your pocket, you can carry silver certificates. This is a certificate. It's a warehouse receipt. So if you have this in your possession, you can go in, and for every one of these, they will trade you one of these. This is just a placeholder. Put it in your pocket, just like the goldsmith. Use this instead of that. But if you want this, you can go and pick it up, because they don't print one of these unless they have one of these in circulation or stored in a warehouse someplace. Now you have a choice. You don't have to use these. Now if somebody buys something and they give you this, technically you're obligated to take it. It's not negotiable. This is negotiable.
How long have those been out?
These have been out for 3 years. There's already $1 million like this in circulation.
See,
being in business, I never knew that. I wouldn't have
Okay.
known if somebody came in and gave me.
And that's why I'm here to educate you. Okay? It is an option. And every time we use these, we don't have to pay rent on the other guy's stuff.
Does it come in every now?
This comes in 1, 5, and 10s. And they're different sizes so that when you stack them, all the 1s are shorter, the 5s, it's really cool stuff. Gosh, I love it.
Lighter than $1? It looks top.
I can pass this stuff around.
Depends on how much it's
Where
for,
can
I
we get
guess.
I mean,
Yeah, where can we get it?
Okay? One of the places that you can get it is from me. I am a redemption center for Norfed. You can go to norfed.org and you can buy it off the internet. And basically, in the back of your book, in the handouts, it is like the second or third item. Okay? I've got a little flyer for the Norfed, and it explains what it is, what it looks like. It is perfectly legal. We are not violating any laws. So for those of you that don't want to go to jail for not having a driver's license or go to jail for not paying your taxes, this is something that you can do, which is non-threatening, it's not legal, and you are helping to restore the Republic.
You said it's not legal.
It is legal. Oh, it is legal. It's not illegal. It's not illegal.
Do the merchants accept it?
You can negotiate. Now, if a merchant will accept it, they can put a little silver tag. You know how you got American Express, MasterCard, Visa labels on the door? We've got another silver label about the same size that says ALC, American Liberty Currency. And we've got 3 or 4 places in Austin that will accept it.
Yeah, they give you a catalog that tells you what merchants,
Right.
where the redemption centers are.
So if you are a business, talk to me. I'll give you a silver certificate, a silver label. You put that on your door, and you're helping us. Now, what do you do when you get it? 2 things. Give it out to people as change. Gosh, what's this? Spend 5 minutes, tell them what it is. Okay, tell them it's silver. In fact, these spend real easy.
0.999 pure.
Man, you go into Taco Bell with this, and they go, "Wow, what is that?"
It's $20.
It's silver. Is it like, do you take silver? It's like, wow. And frequently, what they'll do is they'll put this in their pocket and put $10 of their money in the thing. I went in at McDonald's one time, sold 1 to the guy behind the cash register and 4 to the people after me. They go, "Wow, what is that?" I mean, I had to go out to the car to get more silver. Okay? People know value when they see it. And when you start using this instead of that phony money, not only are you helping to recover, our economy, but you're helping to restore the Republic. And it's only been around for 3 years yet. As more and more people learn about it, it's going to help. And I'll talk to you some more about that same organization.
Did you bring a lot with you? Did you bring a lot of it with you?
Yes, I did.
In essence, if the Federal Reserve, if we use their note, do they in essence own our property that we buy with that?
No, that is not true.
Even though it was not a completed.
But it isn't a completed transaction.
We
the-
have the computer.
The thing is, they don't own it, but neither do you.
Your grandchildren own it.
Right. It's a real strange and bizarre thing.
Hey, this Norfed Redemption Center, is it a bank?
No, that's me.
Oh, that's you.
That's me.
Oh, because I said,
That's-
Tina, I said, we can go right there and get it.
That's me. And we have 9 redemption centers in Austin already.
There's 4 or 5 in Houston, too.
3 years ago, they had 20 redemption centers. 2 years ago, they were up to about 100. Today, we have about 1,200. Norfed is growing exponentially. You know, you tell two friends and they tell two friends and so on, and it won't be long, you know, before everybody knows about Norfed.
Isn't it interesting though that they're taking the Federal Reserve notes to get the gold and silver?
Well, that's cool. You know, you give me worthless Federal Reserve notes, and I'll give you valuable silver. Yeah? Why would you do that? What are you going to do with the Federal Reserve notes? We're going to give it back and buy more silver.
That's right, I didn't mean
It's
that.
like great, you know? It's like, you know, it still works. The more silver we get into circulation like that, the better we're off.
You know, it'd be to everybody's benefit. Everybody
Yes.
gets the silver, and it's
Yes.
going to be a conversation piece when they give it out, and then
Okay?
I have a question. Have these notes ever been counterfeited?
They cannot be counterfeited.
They cannot. Well, that's great.
They literally cannot be counterfeited. They have so much, I mean, they've got all sorts of fine print. I can barely see the line. If you look right at the top, it has a line on it. That is the Pledge of Allegiance, the Bill of Rights, the preamble to the Constitution. And I went, yeah, right. And I gave it to an Australian girl, and she started reading it. And I know she doesn't know the Pledge of Allegiance to the Bill of Rights. I know, and like, wow, that really is there. And it also has a DNA coding. So when you have one of these, we can check it against that DNA coding to find out if it is really, you know, what it,
Are you saying
really
coding COD or coding COAT?
COAT.
Okay.
Well, both.
Well,
Now, the Federal Reserve Bank started in 1913, the same year that the 16th Amendment was purportedly ratified, and the same year that the IRS came into existence. What a coincidence. You know, I've always been so amazed that all of the famous people were born on holidays. What are the chances of that? So, now, let's talk a little bit about economy. All you need to know about economy is the law of supply and demand. If there's a lot of it, the price is going to be really cheap. How much are you going to spend for cow patties? Probably not a whole lot. If I want some, I'll just go out back to the back 40 and pick some up. Gold, how much is that worth? Well, a lot, because there isn't very much around. Now, the same thing is true about peaches. If I'm a peach farmer and I got 1 million peaches, and I sell my 1 million peaches this year, let's say I sell them at 25 cents a piece. Next year, I try to grow peaches and I've got rain and frost and all sorts of weather problems, and I only have 500,000 peaches. How much are peaches going to be at the market? About 50 cents. The price is going to go up. So you've got good years and bad years. You know, this is called market flow. And if people decide they don't want peaches anymore, then the price is going to go down. This is a normal, healthy economy. It's a free market economy. The people set the price based on what they're willing to pay. Now, we got the Federal Reserve that comes in and says, hey, this bad years, good years, bad years, good years, that's got to stop. We want to have just like a smooth, steady, flow. So we're going to set up the Federal Reserve so that we eliminate inflation and deflation. Oh, really? Okay. So what happened in 1929? The stock market crash. I thought the Federal Reserve was supposed to fix that. I thought it was supposed to prevent that. Ugh. Okay? So let's talk about money. When we talk about money, frequently we refer to it as the blood of the economy. Excellent, excellent metaphor. Because it circulates. You know, if I buy something for $1 and he buys something, he buys something, he buys something, and then they buy it for me, that $1 bill has gone around through all of us and basically is just an exchange. Just a placeholder. What happens if you have too much blood and your blood pressure goes up? Is that good for you? No. What happens if you accidentally slice your wrist and you start to lose blood? Is that good for you? No. There's a certain range. Too much is not good, not enough is not good. There's a certain limit in the middle where you need to have, in order to have a healthy body. Same thing is true of money. Too much or too little, and your economy is going to be in trouble. I'm going to oversimplify this, just so that, like nobody can miss it. Let us pretend for the next 10 minutes that the only thing to buy or sell in the United States are bales of hay. Everything else you just kind of grow yourself. The only thing we're going to buy or sell are bales of hay. There are exactly 1 million bales of hay. There are also exactly 1 million paper dollars. How much is a bale of hay? $1. The dollar is worthless. It's just a representation of the bale of hay. So I've got my 100 bales of hay. But I've only got one cow. There's no way that my cow can eat all that hay before it goes, rotten. And plus, I got a little tiny apartment. I don't have a place to store 100 bales of hay. Where would I sleep? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell my 100 bales of hay, and I'm going to end up with $100. Isn't that great? So now, $100, I can put that in my pocket. I can carry it. Or I can go home, open up the safe, put the money in the safe, take out my trusty rifle, lock the safe, turn on the security alarm, and sit on the couch all night. And I'm wide awake because I've been drinking coffee. I am just one wired so-and-so. And I'm going to protect my $100. Now, overnight, the Federal Reserve decides to print and distribute another 1 million paper dollars. So I wake up, the sun comes up, it's breakfast. Now there are 2 million paper dollars and still 1 million bales of hay. How much is a bale of hay? Bale of hay is worth $2. Bale of hay is worth $2. I go into the safe and I bring out my $100. How many bales of hay can I buy? 50. So, without triggering the alarm, without walking past me and my rifle, without even opening up my safe, the government has stolen 50% of my buying power. That is why inflation is evil. Because they're stealing from you and you don't even know it. How did we get into trouble in the first place? Why did we write the Constitution? Because each of the colonies was printing money. They were suffering from inflation. After World War I, Germany had a 5,000% inflation rate. Whatever cost you $1 in January cost you $50 in December. When I was a boy, my mother told me that you would walk around with a shopping bag full of money. Why? Because you're rich? No, because the money is worthless. It cost you $1 million to go and buy the groceries. And you say, oh yeah, but that was back, World War I. That's before my time. Ever go to Mexico? You go down and buy a hamburger and fries in Mexico, it's going to cost you 77,000 pesos. Oh my gosh, and you get your calculator out and you go, oh, that's $8. Why are pesos worthless? Because Mexico has been inflating their money. If you walk around and you see a peso on the ground, you don't even pick it up. It's not worth the time to bend over. Oh, but wait a minute, there's a washer on the ground. I'll pick that up because I may be able to use that. So it can't happen here. Ever since 1913, the Federal Reserve has been printing money, printing money, printing money. Where did it go? How come we're not knee-deep in dollar bills?
Federal Reserve, IRS has been stealing
Because they're putting it in on one end and taking it out every April 15th. What does it cost them to put it in? Nothing. They print the money out of thin air. And they put it into circulation. How do you get it? You work your butt off. You work hard. You go, okay, I've got it. And the IRS comes along and say, okay, we're going to take 40%. Thank you very much. The IRS does not pay for roads, hospitals, and national defense. It's a lie. They're just a vacuum cleaner to suck out all the paper so you don't realize that your money isn't any more worthwhile than Mexico's. And they've been doing it since 1913. If I have a bucket and I pick a hose and I start pouring water into the bucket, what's going to happen about 1 or 2 minutes from now?
Overflow.
It's going to overflow. Well, if I punch a hole in the side of the bucket and I'm standing here pumping water in and talking and just holding the hose and filling up the bucket, how long is it going to be before you go, wait a minute, how much are you going to fill up that bucket? How are you doing that? Doesn't it occur to anybody that that bucket should overflow sooner or later? How much money does the Federal Reserve have to pump in? How much money does the IRS have to take out before you go, wait a minute, something's wrong? We have to regain control of our economy. If we don't regain control of our economy, we are sunk. End of story. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and talk about deflation. Dim the lights.
It's still not
I wrote it on the board. I hadn't mentioned it yet. Now, we've been talking about the economy. We've been talking about the Federal Reserve. We just finished talking about inflation and why inflation is bad. Because you're putting money into circulation, you basically have no substance behind it. There's nothing to back up the money. Now, if you add money, and inflate the economy, the money that's in circulation becomes worth less. And if you add enough money, the money that's in circulation becomes worthless. So inflation is bad. Now, Alan Greenspan tells us that we need the economy to be inflated about 5%. Now, wait a minute. Why would that be true? If inflation is bad, why would 5% inflation be good? Well, if you woke up tomorrow morning and everything cost you twice as much, wouldn't you be a little bit concerned? I mean, wouldn't you, call your congressman and say, wait a minute, how did you guys do that to us? Well, if they inflate the economy 5 cents a year, and so bread starts out as $1 a loaf, and then in December now it's $1.05. Are you going to write your congressman and say, wait a minute, bread went up a nickel? No, probably not. It's not enough to worry about. Well, then the next year it's up to $1.10, and then $1.16, and so on. Inflation is bad. The reason that they inflated at 5% is because it's not so bad that we're going to notice or complain. How many people know the story about how to cook a frog?
Yeah, right.
All right? Well, basically that's what they're doing. They're doing it in little increments so that we don't get irritated. Well, let's get irritated anyway. Now, inflation is bad. Let's talk about deflation. October 1929, stock market crash. Oh, terrible, terrible stuff. Accident, right? No. The stock market crash was deliberately caused. You can read books on that. They deliberately caused the crash of the stock market. Now, if that was the only thing that happened, the stock market would have, been recovered in about, 3 months. Okay? No problem. Is the stock market crash caused the Great Depression? No. What caused the Great Depression? Anybody have any idea?
Took the money out of circulation.
They took the money out of circulation. They contracted the money supply. In October, the day that the stock market crashed, the amount of money in circulation was enough so that each man, woman, and child could have $2,400. So if you spread it all out, everybody would have $2,400. A year later, guess how much money was in circulation? $14.50 per person. From 2,400 to 14. If you're paddling down the river in a canoe and somebody sucks all the water out of the river, where are you going to go? You're going to be sitting there going, what happened? Now, the Great Depression, was that because you didn't have enough people to work? Were people sitting around going, you know, I'm just not going to work today? No, you had people begging for jobs. Please hire me. Why can't they hire you? Because we got nothing to pay you with. I want to buy that apple. Okay, give me $1. I don't have $1 to give you. Money is just supposed to change hands. There wasn't enough money so we could do our business. And the economy came to a grinding halt. On purpose. So now we say, oh my gosh, a terrible, terrible trouble. We've got this national emergency. Whatever will we do? Oh gosh, I know. Let's elect Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a socialist. And he's going to pass all these New Deal programs. Did the New Deal programs eliminate the Depression? No. How did they cause it? Taking money out. How did they end it? By printing money. Oh, son of a gun, everything is better. Thank you, FDR. How stupid can we be? It's like, watch the little birdie over here, and with the other hand, they're, slicing our throat. So the Federal Reserve Bank is supposed to be, working in our favor? No. Is the Federal Reserve Bank part of the government? No. People say, well, it's got federal in it. It's got to be part of the government. Is Federal Express part of the post office? No. Just because it's got the word federal? Anybody ever order federal pizza? It's like, oh my gosh, this must have the government stamp of approval. How come there's no pepperoni? Just because it's got the word federal in it doesn't mean anything. And you can prove it to yourself. Go to the phone book. Go to the blue pages where all the government offices are. Post office, police departments and stuff. Show me Federal Reserve Bank. It's not there. Flip back to the white pages, find Federal Express, and you may be lucky enough to find it just, a couple inches away from there. It's a private corporation. It has never been audited. Now, why was Abraham Lincoln assassinated?
Greenback.
He got in front of a gun.
He stood in front of the bullet. Now, Abraham Lincoln was fighting the Civil War, and he wanted money. You think bankers are willing to loan him money? You bet. You want that money? Sure thing, Abe. It's going to cost you 30%. Abe said, no. I've got enough problems on my hand with the war. I'm not going to make more by, borrowing your money at 30%. So Abraham Lincoln printed new money. He went back to Washington. He says, what am I ever going to do? And his treasurer says, print money. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 5. Coin money and regulate the value thereof. That's one of the things the government can do. So Abraham Lincoln printed money with green ink on the back. Up until then, money was black and white. Why did he put it on green ink? So you'd be able to tell which ones were which. So he printed a couple $1 million, put it in circulation, won the Civil War, and then started taking all those monies out. Anything with a green back was taken out of circulation. So for a short period of time we had inflation, but at least we didn't pay interest on it. And he pissed off the bankers because he wouldn't play their game. Bang! Everyone wants to know, whatever happened to JFK certainly was not Oswald.
No.
I mean, who can believe... I mean, you can't even get 3 bullets out of the gun that fast, much less aim. Anybody who's used a bolt-action rifle knows that. Now, on page 26, I've got a short commentary on just perhaps why JFK might have been killed. JFK decided to eliminate the power of the Federal Reserve Bank, to strip its power to loan money and start printing federal treasury notes. Start printing it by the government the way they're supposed to do. And that was with Executive Order 11-110. 11110. And I've got Executive Order 11110 listed right there. And it says, by virtue of the authority vested in me, by the paragraph such and such of May 12, 1933, okay, to issue silver certificates against any silver bullion, silver, or standard silver dollars in the Treasury, not then held for redemption. So, JFK was going to give us our money back. 5 months later, somebody put a bullet in his head.
Coincidence.
Just a pure coincidence, I'm sure. Okay? That law, that executive order has never been repealed. We can still do that. We can still have the Treasury print silver certificates. Why don't they? You know, nobody wants to stand in front of that bullet anymore.
Do they have the silver to back?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of silver. Silver is actually better for us right now than gold because there is so much of it. There's too much of it. I mean, we had people that tried to corner the market on it, and they couldn't do it. There's just too much. You know? So, then on page 27, I have a series of quotes that are all dealing with the Federal Reserve. It says, 100% of what is collected is absorbed solely by interest on the federal debt. All individual income tax revenues are gone before 1 nickel is spent on services taxpayers expect from the government. This was the Grace Commission that was authorized by Reagan. They did a study. They said, your tax money does not go for hospitals and roads and national defense. Not a single penny. It's a lie. How many people have ever heard of the Grace Commission? Well, they've kind of swept it under the rug. I'm still trying to get a copy of it. Daniel Webster said, of all contrivances for cheating the laboring classes of mankind, none has been more effective than that which deludes them with paper money. Thomas Jefferson said, if the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation and then deflation, the banks and corporations that will grow up around them will deprive the people of all property until their children will wake up homeless on the continents their father conquered. You're going to end up with spit. I'll let you go through those other quotes. Here's the President Andrew Jackson. You are a den of vipers and thieves. I intend to rout you out. And by the grace of eternal God, I will rout you out. And he did the best job of getting rid of the thing. Page 28 has other quotes. In the middle, Representative Louis McFadden said, the Federal Reserve banks are the most corrupt institutions the world has ever seen. There is not a man within the sound of my voice who does not know that this nation is run by the international bankers. And he was speaking in Congress. Congress knows exactly what's going on. Congress is not working out for your best interests. Now, how did all this happen? In 1913, the Federal Reserve Act was written, and the Federal Reserve started printing money. They were loaning money to the United States. We were obligated to pay our debts, our interest, in gold. We'll give you this paper, you have to pay us in gold. That happened for 20 years. In 1933, the United States went bankrupt. Now, I've met somebody who actually heard Franklin Delano Roosevelt say that live. This is not some history book. This is a person who heard it for himself. And on June 5th of 1933, FDR, our favorite guy, passed a joint resolution to suspend the gold standard. So Congress presumably passed a law that says you are not allowed to demand gold or silver. Up until then, you can say, I'll give you anything you want, but you got to pay me in gold. And FDR says, no, you can't do that. It's now illegal to demand gold. Says who? How can they make it illegal to demand gold? Do you have an unlimited right to contract? Yes. So how can FDR tell you what you can or cannot accept? But, whereas the existing emergency, which existing emergency are they talking about?
The bankruptcy.
The bankruptcy, the depression. Oh my gosh, the economy is terrible. Oh yeah, but you created that artificially. The existing emergency has disclosed the provisions of obligations which purport to give the obligee a right to require payment in gold or a particular kind of coin or currency, or in the amount of coin in US measured thereby, obstruct the power of Congress to regulate the value of money. So your rights are kind of a pain in the butt for us, so we're going to eliminate your rights. They can't do that. They didn't give them to us. They can't take them away. And this act is completely and totally unconstitutional. And down below, they say the term coin or currency means coin or currency of the United States, including Federal Reserve notes. So suddenly, worthless paper is now going to be traded the same as gold and silver. Isn't that wonderful? Page 30. In 1933, this is 1933. This is as it was happening. There were people awake, but nobody was listening. Congressman Beck, speaking from the congressional record. What does that mean?
On the floor.
It means on the floor. On the congressional record means that you can go to the archives and look it up. Don't take my word for it. Don't read the man's words yourself. Because I think of all the damnable heresies that have ever been suggested in connection with the Constitution, the doctrine of emergency is the worst. It means that when Congress declares an emergency, there is no Constitution. It means it's death. It's the very doctrine that the German Chancellor is invoking today. Which German Chancellor?
Hitler.
Hitler. So FDR did exactly the same thing that Hitler did. We bombed Hitler. We call him the worst, most evil man in history. But we're going to build a monument to FDR? Where's the logic in that? I have promised myself that before I die, I am going to go to Hyde Park, New York, and I am going to piss on his grave.
Zoom in on that, would you?
It says Chancellor Hitler is at least frank about it. We pay the Constitution lip service, but the result is the same. And so since March 9th of 1933, the United States has been, in fact, in a state of declared national emergency. My mother was born in 1934. She has lived her entire life under a state of national emergency. Well, if we're in a state of national emergency, how can we go out to these 4th of July picnics and throw the frisbee and have hot dogs? It's an emergency. Shouldn't we be running around going, the sky is falling, the sky is falling? How could it be a national emergency? An emergency means temporary. You know, it's on fire, you put the fire out, the emergency's over with. How can an emergency last for 70 years? Just by definition, it's no longer an emergency. Now, the President may seize property, organize and control the means of production, seize commodities, assign military forces abroad, institute martial law, seize and control all transportation and communication, regulate the operation of private enterprise, restrict travel, and in a plethora of particular ways, control the lives of American citizens. Don't you feel special? And they have been renewing that emergency. I guess in 1970 sometime they said, wait a minute, you can't have an emergency that lasts that long. The President has to reallocate that emergency every 2 years. And they do. Start writing Freedom of Information Acts and asking about all that. We need a president that's willing to say, the national emergency is over. Now,
Mike, excuse me. You didn't mention about the confiscation of gold by executive order also.
Right. And then that's true. I'm trying to kind of... What he's asking about is the confiscation of gold. Basically, Roosevelt tried to make claimed to make owning gold illegal.
Right.
It's now illegal because you're hoarding it. You are an enemy of the state. You've got to turn in all your gold. And people did.
Yeah, right. That's the funny part.
It's like, why? You know, you've got to jump off that cliff. No, I don't think I do. And what did they do? They put all of our gold in Fort Knox to keep it safe. Has anybody seen that gold? We've tried to get audits. Can you get anywhere close to Fort Knox? No, the gold's not there. All we want to do is we want to go in with a video camera. We just want to see our gold. They don't let you in because it ain't there. They've lied to us again. How bad does it have to get before we do something? Page 31. I'm just going to go through these real briefly. We've got so much corruption in the United States, it's not even funny. World War I was deliberately started. I mean, everybody was all, happy. They were shaking hands and somebody assassinated Archduke Ferdinand. Oops, there we go. Got everything in. U.S. was deliberately dragged in by sinking the Lusitania. World War II was deliberately started. And FDR got us into the World War II. How did he do that?
Blockade the Japanese.
Well, he was blockading Japan, but he also created the Pearl Harbor travesty.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make each of you admiral. You have a navy. One of the good things about a navy is that you got lots of boats, and boats can move around and zigzag. A moving target is hard to hit. Anybody disagree with that? Not only is your boat hard to hit because it's moving, it's hard to find. You can hide it in the ocean. Anybody fly across the ocean? I mean, if you have a boat out there, the boat's probably the only people who know where it is. Finding a needle in a haystack is easy compared to finding a boat in the ocean. So now, as the admiral, your first act is to decide whether this is a good idea or not. We're going to take all of our boats and we're going to put them in this little tiny harbor called Pearl Harbor, and we're going to line them up in a straight line. How many admirals in the room want to do that? Not one. Why did we have our boats there in the first place? Because before he became president, FDR was also Secretary of the Navy. When he got elected president, he gave his admiral the order. He says, put all of your boats in Pearl Harbor. The admiral says, I will not. I'm an admiral. I mean, what kind of admiral am I going to be if I put all my boats in Pearl Harbor? No. FDR fired him. Put somebody else in. Said, put all your boats in the harbor. And he said, well, gosh, look what happened to my predecessor. You know, I don't want to lose all these shiny medals. FDR deliberately caused Pearl Harbor to get us involved in World War II. That is treason. If he were alive today, I would assassinate that SOB myself. Anybody want to know my real feelings on the issue?
It's all right, we got it on tape.
Now, the question now becomes, if things are so bad, is there any good news? Is there any light at the end of the tunnel? And the answer is yes. Don't give up. We are just about to turn this thing around. If you don't do anything, we're definitely going down the tubes. So if we are going to turn it around, we've got to get up off of our fannies and do something. Now, one of the things that we've got to do is we've got to regain our law. The third article of the Constitution is the smallest and it provides us with the least amount of protection. That's where we need to focus. So, join the Fully Informed Jury Association. One of the things that juries can do is they can overturn the law. It's called jury nullification. Now, judges will lie to you. They say, you get to decide the facts, I will decide the law. Not the way it really happens. So if I get arrested for having black hair, according to their rules, you get to say, well, does Mike have black hair? Well, yeah, it looks like it. Guilty! You go, well, yeah, but wait a minute. The way things really work is you go, yes, he does have black hair, and we really don't care if the law says it. It's a stupid law. We're going to override that. We refuse to find him guilty. That's what happened. That's where juries came from. When they were trying to accuse William Penn of heresy because he wasn't teaching the proper religion, the jurors were put in jail. They were starved and beaten, and they refused to find him guilty. The judge finally had to let him go. So that's one of the places that I would focus. Now, instant runoff voting. One of the things that we can do, as we're working for, is to get this, check mark. When I say, I want you to vote for the Libertarian, people say, well, I don't want to waste my vote. If I vote for the Libertarian, the bad guy is going to win, and I'm going to feel really terrible. Because I didn't vote to prevent the bad guy from winning. Now, I don't care which guy you think is the bad guy. You're not wasting your vote. If I give you a choice, a 45% chance at lethal injection, a 50% chance of the electric chair, and 5% for escape, what are you going to vote for? The electric chair because you're likely to win? What are you going to vote for? Escape. But it's only 5%. I don't care. It's the right thing to do. Now, with instant runoff voting, you get to itemize. This is my first choice. This is my second choice. This is my third choice. Now, you can vote for the guy you really want to vote for. And if he doesn't win, they will take your second choice and go for the guy so that, the bad one doesn't win. And now, when we start getting 20, 25, and 30% for the Libertarians, guess what? things are going to change. I have a copy of Pretty Good Privacy. It's called PGP, and it's a software program that lets you scramble your email. You can scramble it up so that the CIA and the FBI cannot read it. Grandma's peanut butter cookie recipe is safe. Now, I won't go into too much detail, but we are now using 2096 bits of encryption. It would take a Cray computer just about 100 years to number crunch all the possibilities. By that time, Grandma's going to be dead, I'm going to be dead, and we really don't care about the peanut butter cookie recipe. The reason the FBI and CIA are upset is because they can't break the code. So if you have email, get a copy of PGP. Now,
Mike, I was
yes.
pushing the tape. What were they upset about?
Oh, was that?
Again? Wire
Oh, the FBI?
Yeah.
The FBI and the CIA are upset because PGP works. You can scramble your email messages so well that they can't read it. And it just pisses them off. Well, why should they read it anyway? I thought I had a right to privacy. If you thought, do you write your love letters on the back of a postcard? No, not generally, because it's not for public consumption. You know, it's only for honey bun. So you put it in an envelope so nobody else can read it. Well, if you're sending email, every computer that email stops on can make a copy of it. Anything that you print in an email which is not encrypted, you better be ready for that to show up on the front page of the New York Times. So buy a copy of PGP. You can get a copy for free off the internet. They can give you test copies. It works really well, and I highly recommend it.
What's the website on that?
PGP.com.
And the other person has to have it to detail it?
I can go into more detail about how it works. I mean, I'm a computer guy. How it works is irrelevant. The fact that it does work is what you really need to be concerned with. Now, there is a Project Toto to expose and end the illegal operation of the income tax system. In a couple of weeks, we are going to go to Washington, and we are going to be dragging the IRS over hot coals, asking them difficult questions. Now, the government never gives us anything that they still want. If they have agreed to go to Washington and answer our questions, I am convinced the IRS is out. They don't care anymore. They don't want the IRS, and they're going to say, okay, you guys win. Except that they've got something better in the background, which I think is national sales tax. So we've got to be careful that we don't let them slip in something worse than the IRS. Norfed. We've already talked about Norfed. We can take back our currency. The economy is what's all screwed up. Silver doesn't inflate. This is real value. They can't stop you from using that. All you have to do to take back some of your liberty is use Liberty currency instead. Where can you use it? All of your friends. If you and I exchange something, let's use Liberty currency instead. Digital money is going to be the solution to all this. The reason that the Federal Reserve has all the power is because we are forced to use their money. Very, very soon, we won't have to. How many people here would have a Swiss bank account if they could? Okay? Why would you want a Swiss bank account? For privacy? The fact that you are the only person in the world who knows how much money you've got in the bank? Well, that's not true with a Swiss bank account. There are two people, you and the Swiss banker. You now have an opportunity to do something better than a Swiss bank account. And it is called 3pgold.com. The 3 P's are privacy, protection, and profit. If I told you you could go out to the internet and get yourself a Swiss bank account, it's better than a Swiss bank account. A, because you don't have to travel to Switzerland. B, a Swiss bank account, I think you have to have like $25,000 minimum. This only requires a $1,000 minimum. And 3, there's only one person in the world who knows that you've got the account. You. The computer knows, but the computer's not telling. Now, how does this work? You want to sell me a book. You tell your account, I'm about to get money. Somebody's about to give me $100. The computer will send you one of these encryption scrambles. You look at it, it just looks like nonsense. And you give that to me. Well, I can't read it, but I give it to my account and I say, I want to send $100 to this scramble, whatever that is. So the money disappears from my account and shows up in yours. I have no idea where it went. And then you send me the book. Now, if I'm calling myself George, you don't know who you sold the book to. All you care about is that you did sell the book. Now, how many people in the world know that a transaction took place? 2. Me and you. And I ain't telling. Right now, 3P Gold is like trying to sell somebody the very first fax machine. Imagine being a salesman. I've got this really great machine, and you put the paper in here, and it dials the phone, and it comes out someplace else. You go, great. Who can I send it to? Well, nobody. I mean, you're the only one. It's like, well, then why would I buy one? Well, where did they first show up? Well, somebody like Ford Motor Company said, well, we'll buy 2 of them. That way, the secretary doesn't have to run back and forth. It'll just save time. Well, then General Motors buys a couple. You go, oh, wow, so we can fax something to General Motors too? And then pretty soon somebody else and somebody else and somebody else. Now, fax machines are ubiquitous. I mean, people have them in their study. I've had people say, I don't want your email address or your phone number, I want your fax number. Fax machines are all over the place. You can fax something to anybody, practically. Now, how many people had email 10 years ago? Me and Jim and maybe 2 of my geek buddies. Email? What's that? Now, who has email? Everybody has email. 12-year-old kids have their own email. My mother has email.
Even the homeless in Houston
know
the public library.
Everybody's got email. In 10 years, email is everywhere. Why? So we can send stupid jokes to each other. Isn't that great? It's like, oh yeah, Grandma's peanut butter cookie recipe. So in 10 years, everybody's got email for something stupid like jokes. Now, if I told you that you could get this 3P Gold account now, and you do these secret accounts. You can buy somebody for something in Russia, and it's a secret. Any money that you take out of the bank and put in 3P Gold, can the IRS get to it? Get to what? I don't know what you're talking about. Account? No, I don't know anything about an account.
Is that guaranteed?
What's that?
Is it guaranteed?
As long as you don't forget your password. They tell you right up front, do not forget your password. Don't call us, because we can't figure it out. It's all encrypted.
Could you have like your paycheck direct deposit into something like that?
Eventually, not yet.
Does it draw interest?
That's the 3P Gold. Protection, privacy, and profit. And they haven't got it completely up to speed yet, but what they're going to allow you to do is do investments. just like the stock market. And the stock market here in the United States is controlled by the SEC. If you do trading on the world market, you don't have that limitation. You can get big percentages outside of the stock market. And so that will eventually be relatively profitable. But yeah, you can draw interest on all this stuff. Now, admittedly, there are only like 2 or 3 of us that got them. It's going to be hard for a while to find anybody that can transfer it. But if we can get email in 10 years, how fast do you think we can get 3P gold? You send an email to everybody that you send jokes to, go, hey, wow, man, this is really great. 5 years? 4 years, maybe?
How similar is that to there's another website called eGold?
eGold it is similar in concept. Unfortunately, eGold is here local. They don't do any auditing. And I mean, it's a good idea. I don't think anybody's, but they have been raided by the IRS already. I don't think that they've taken anything, but they've been hassled. 3P Gold is offshore. It is not in U.S. jurisdiction. So what's the IRS going to do? Well, they
feed to their provider.
What's that?
Clip the feed to their provider.
Yeah, well, so it's offshore. I know the man who's helping to organize this personally. And he's either really telling the truth or I am a terrible judge of character. If I had more money, I would put it in 3P Gold. I mean, I've got an account. But, it doesn't do anything right now. It's that, one and only, federal fax machine.
Well, while it's sitting there doing nothing, is it still drawing interest?
I think so. I mean, I wasn't even concerned about that. I didn't even ask. But you can go to 3P Gold and check. So as this becomes more and more prevalent and more powerful, then who's going to use Federal Reserve notes? Why would you? You know about the kid that used to take his ball and go home? Well, it's his ball. We can all just leave the field. We don't have to use these anymore. So the Federal Reserve may be there, but it's not going to have any authority. There's nobody playing. Bye. We leave. Thank you very much.
I'll get one. You could just pay me out of boredom since you don't.
There
have
you go.
to pay.
I'd love to do that. I'd be willing to transfer money back and forth. Go out and get a 3P Gold account. We'll use it instead of email. Okay? So,
Thank you for your seminar.
right? That eventually I'm going to be doing that. So digital cash is something that is just around the corner. There's nothing that the government can do about it. This is absolutely wonderful. When the printing press came out, the governments and churches in charge weren't real happy about that. Because up until then, I'm telling you what the Bible says. Oh, really? Now we can print the Bible and you can read it for yourself. You go, hey, you've been pulling a fast one on me. That's not what it says. So they didn't like the printing press. What did they do? They went out and they started burning books. Were they successful? Had we eliminated books? No, because we were printing them faster than they can burn them. There's not a damn thing they can do about it. And there's not a damn thing they can do about 3P Gold. It's going to happen whether they like it or not. And the faster we make it happen, the better off we all are going to be. The Libertarian Party, page 34. Now, I really don't care who you vote for, as long as you do not vote Democratic or Republican. Don't keep making the same mistake. Now, if you want my advice, I advise you to vote for the Libertarian Party. They have been around for 30 years. This December, we're having our 30th anniversary. They fight for the right to life, the right to liberty, the right to property. They are the only ones who understand rights. Your money, you spend it. You're an adult, you decide what you want to do. As long as you don't hurt somebody else, you can do anything you want. Gosh, where have I heard that before? the Libertarian Party is the only one that understands the Constitution. You say, well, yeah, but you can't get elected. No, not if you don't vote for me. You know, if you were the deciding vote, I'm going to guarantee that I can get everybody else to vote Libertarian, but I need your vote. Are you willing to vote Libertarian?
I have.
And, you know, even if that's not true, are you going to wait until everybody else figures it out and then you're going to be the last one to vote for liberty? Boy, that's a patriot. Why don't you do something brave and daring, like be the first one? And then convince all your friends. Page 35. There are three groups of people. People who don't know that there is a problem. Okay? Then of the people who know that there's a problem, people think that, yes, we can solve it, and we can work within the system. If that's true, vote Libertarian. If you fall in the third group, and you think that the system is so out of hand that it just cannot be fixed, then start from scratch. This is Texas Constitution 2000. It's only the first couple pages of it, but Article 1 is a Declaration of Rights. Right? It says all political power is inherent in the people, and all governments exist by the will of the people. The people of Texas retain the right of altering, reforming, or abolishing their government in any manner they believe proper at any time. Go to page 36. I'll read two of my favorite clauses. Section 5. Every individual has the inherent right of defending the life, liberty, or property of any other individual using whatever force is necessary through whatever means available, including the use of deadly force. Doesn't that sound a whole lot better than the Second Amendment? And just in case there's a Rosie O'Donnell out there who doesn't understand, let me clarify with Section 6. Every individual has the inherent right of owning, using, and carrying arms of any description. Any questions? Article 2 is limits of the government. Government has no inherent rights or powers, neither implicit or explicit. That pretty much sums it up. And you go through, government shall never, government shall never, government shall never, government shall never. They can't own property. They can't control the free flow of ideas. Government can't do anything unless it's explicitly listed. Now, this is a constitution with teeth. Now, the Constitution has been written. It has not been ratified. How did we get this Constitution ratified? Well, we had 9 out of 13 states ratify it. Well, this is a Texas state constitution. We've got 254 counties. If we get 176 counties to ratify it, it becomes the law. And Texas becomes a nation.
What happens to the existing statutes?
They're non-existent.
Okay.
There is a transition stuff. I mean, we don't expect it to happen overnight, but there is a whole program of how we're going to go from the mess that we're in now to the new government. And I give you the website for that, tcrf.com, Texas Constitution Ratification Fund. And you can read, I think it's about 22 pages. First time I read it, it made me weep.
When you said it goes from country to nation, I'm not ready to think. I know Bill knows more about it. Are you talking? Are we pulling out of the U.S. as a nation, or you mean we would become sovereign again, like we should have been all along as part of the U.S.?
No, we would be separate from.
Literally, you're 49, we're one. Still.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and Texas is not the only one doing that. The sovereign nation of Hawaii is very, very close.
Alaska, Arizona, Idaho, and Montana also have very strong.
Just remember, last time the United States tried to do this, or part of the states, we ended up a civil war over it.
I understand. And there's a lot of debate as to whether or not that would happen. I personally don't think it would go that far. But, I mean, if it did, you know, send me to the Alamo. Lock and load.
Got half the orange in Texas anyhow.
That's right. Now, those are some of the things that I think that you should know about, and I think that they should, you know, improve your outlook. Now, starting on page 39, I have a list of reference material. Obviously, we haven't covered anything as much as we would like to. Hopefully, you will start doing your own research. And I've tried to leave breadcrumbs for you to say, you know, gosh, go here, you know, just, you don't have to search through the entire library. Now, I've got a list of books, a list of videotapes, audio tapes, and websites. Now, every book, audio, and video on this list I have read, watched, or listened to. It's not just because it's got a snappy name. I've been studying the Constitution for 18 years. Now, the websites, I don't have as much, I didn't go through every single website, every single page. So there may be things on the websites that, you know, I don't agree with completely, but they are all, for the most part, as far as I know, very strongly, you know, pro-liberty. And I've tried to arrange the websites in the same order that we've covered topics in the class. Now, you can go to my website. Instead of typing all these things in by hand, you can go to my website, go to the Introduction to the Constitution, which is what this class is, and I have a list of references. So you go to a page, and that same page is right there. You just point and click with the mouse. That'll save you a lot of time and effort.
This website?
No. Now my website is listed on the first...
47?
Yeah.
44.
Page 47. Okay? And it shows where my references are. And so all of these are listed there, and you can then point and click. Now, I'd like to go through some of these books and tell you which ones are some of my favorites. Okay, the Global Sovereign's Handbook, page 39. This book is $105, but it is worth it. Instead of going to the library and checking out, 15 or 30 books and getting a little bit here and a little bit there, this has basically got everything between two covers. You can't sit down and read it from cover to cover because your brain will explode. You got to read a chapter and then just going to sit there in a daze and absorb the information for a while. Okay? This is a very, very good book, and I haven't found anything in here which...
$25.
What's that?
It says here it's $25.
Not the Global Sovereign's Handbook.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at the wrong one. That's all.
Yeah.
Page 39.
Okay? But, I basically tell you where to get it, and you can look through this at the end. The Sovereign Individual, top of page 40, that is also really good for getting your spirits up to show you all the things that are happening that the government has no control over. And instead of thinking, oh my gosh, we're going to have another civil war, you're going, wow, there's actually light at the end of the tunnel. I can see how all this stuff is going to turn around, and 10, 20 years from now, things are all going to be better. Okay? It's going to take a little bit of work, but we can do it. Now, The Creature from Jekyll Island is an excellent book. Okay? And it tells you how they've stolen our money from us, our economy. If you don't want to do it that way, go back to page 43 to videotapes. The fourth one down on page 43, The Money Masters. That for $20, you can get this video. It's 3.5 hours. Now, I know that you've sat through movies that are that long. This will tell you detailed steps, all the stuff on how they stole our money. And you'll sit there and go, oh man, isn't it good?
Yeah.
It is an excellent. I mean, I've watched it about 3 times. I say, sit down. You got to see this, and we'll spend all evening learning about the money system. Now, for most people, I don't mention it. I just kind of like let them, because by now they are already totally blown away. But this is a little bit more advanced group. Therefore, I highly recommend, on the bottom of page 40, Hologram of Liberty. It's written by Kenneth Royce, who uses a pen name of Boston Tea Party. And he's actually in Austin, Texas, I believe. I've been looking for him. But this book goes through the idea, the possibility that the Founding Fathers weren't trying to protect our rights, that they deliberately made Article 3 really small so that they couldn't have their strong central government, in 1789. So they decided to just set it up so that eventually they would have this strong central government. And I thought that sounded a little bit bizarre until I read the book. He makes some really strong arguments for it.
Page number, please.
That was at the bottom of page 40.
Thank you.
Okay. Lost Rights on the top of page 41 is excellent, by James Bovard. And he's already come out with another one, Feeling Your Pain. Those are both good. Read the Communist Manifesto. You have to know what the enemy is doing. And I also have a book here. I don't know why it's not on my list, but it's the ABCs of Socialism. It's a real thin book, but basically you got to figure out how they're screwing you over before you can fix the problem. Okay, that's the last of the books. The videotapes, the very first videotape, 1776, is excellent. It is a musical, and it seems a little bit strange to have Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson dancing, but, okay, you can get over that a little bit. And it talks about how all the stuff they had to go through to get the Declaration of Independence signed. When you realize how close we came to not even being the United States. It really is an excellent thing, and to the best of my knowledge, it is historically accurate. I didn't see anything in there that I knew for a fact was false.
Except for the singing and dancing.
The singing and dancing, yes. Money Masters, Waco, the Rules of Engagement. I have a video on the 10 planks. I think you've already seen that. Now, audio tapes. We're on page 45. If you want to start learning about the Constitution, go to Barnes & Noble and get this series. It is by Knowledge Products, and it is narrated by Walter Cronkite, the most trusted man in America. And basically, it is really excellent. Walter Cronkite talks about what was happening. George Washington is coming into town. They're getting ready to write the Constitution, and then they have actors and actresses doing the voices of Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, and it's really, really good. I get goosebumps. It makes you feel like you're really there. And I have listened to this series wall to wall, the entire set, 4 times at least. When you're driving in the car, it's a really excellent thing to just pop in and listen to that. Another excellent series is audio archives from Reality Zone. The guy who wrote Jekyll from The Creature from Jekyll Island is responsible for all of these tapes. Edward Griffin, and they're on different subjects. And I've got those listed. One of my favorites is I was a spy for Joseph Stalin. I mean, this guy lived it. And when you find out all the things they were doing, man, it just sends a chill. I mean, it's even more exciting than some of the James Bond things. So those are all really good. And also, if you have friends that are not quite as extreme as you are, and you don't want to scare them, by giving them all this stuff right up front, I strongly recommend How Tyranny Came to America by Joseph Sobran. You can get the audio tape for $5, which is pretty good. You can also download the text and just print it. You can have people read it. My parents think that I'm an extremist and a radical. They're paranoid that I'm going to get shot. But I gave this to them, and they went, "Oh, wow, yeah. We can see, basically what you're talking about." So that's a really good starter tape for any of your friends. And then the rest are websites. Basically, the best that you can do is basically do your own research. Find out whatever interests you. If you're interested in allodial title, or you're interested in taxes, or you're interested in the right to travel, there's a lot of stuff out there. And a lot of these websites point you to other websites. So the information is available if you want it. All you have to do is go out and find it. I want to remind you once again that now that you've attended the class, you are welcome to attend any future class for no additional charge. There's a lot of information, and if you want to just sit through it again, each one is unique. I try to throw in different anecdotes, different times, and different explanations. But I have enjoyed it. I appreciate the fact that you've all been here, and I hope that you found it very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see a show of hands. If he gets a level 2, who will attend? All right, I'll take gold, silver, knight in my pocket.
You can't ask for gold. That's illegal.